generation. So it's amazing to see.
I wish I could bottle this man's optimism and drink it every morning for breakfast. Aaron, over to you. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. This event is obviously quite different than any other Bitcoin event that's ever existed in that it's the largest ever. As I mentioned, we broke this record yesterday with all these Bitcoin transactions. A little bit of perspective here. What's it been like to see this, especially as a veteran in the space?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredible. We've come a long way, is what I said yesterday, right? Like the first Bitcoin conference I was at in 2013, I think there were like 20 people. So to see 30,000 people in the same spot, all interested in the same thing, it's a circus. It really is quite impressive. And this is what I said yesterday. I think, what's happening on the main stage is one thing, but the conference as a whole, it really is an experience, right? Like there are a bunch of stages. There's the booth area, there's the whale area, there's all these Bitcoiners that you meet all day long. It is something to attend.
Yeah. I'll point out something that J.D. Vance said yesterday, which was, this is not just a conference, it's a movement.
Not just a conference, it's a movement, again, from the Vice President of the United States of America. And as Aaron mentioned, not only over the years have we added zeros to Bitcoin's price, but we've added it to the number of attendees, right? From 30 attendees to 30,000 attendees. Pretty wild stuff. Eleanor, back to you. You've been doing some excellent reporting in the regulatory and political landscape. With someone like Hester Peirce coming up on stage, what are you expecting to hear from her at an event like this?
Well, like I said before, she tends to break news without really intentionally breaking news. I think she always has some very good speeches. If you saw her speak at, there was an event in DC a couple months ago that I emceed at. She had a very she laid out the roadmap for what the SEC is planning to do in terms of, with the crypto task force, which she is obviously leading. Guidance, obviously we've seen quite a bit of guidance. I mean, when you compare it to what we've seen the last 4 years, right? We've had, I think, 3 bits of guidance from the SEC. Meme coins on, not stablecoins. Was it stablecoins?
From the SEC on stablecoins, not sure. I've been focusing on the Genius Act right now, but I'm not sure what the SEC is.
There was another one.
Under Gary Gensler, he was calling stablecoin securities. Yeah. We're not hearing that sort of rhetoric for sure.
It was meme coins, proof of work, and one other thing that escapes me now. But anyway,
the wallets issue for a little while.
Yes, okay. But when you compare that to, it's been what, since the task force was implemented in February, it's now May. Compare that to the last 4 years, right? There was nothing going on. There was no guidance, no clarity, nothing. And so I fully expect her to, perhaps lay out some more cues as to what we might see from the task force, maybe in terms of guidance going forward. But she's also just a great speaker. I always look forward to hearing what she has to say. And she's being interviewed by Haley Lennon, who I am a big fan of. So, 2 great ladies on stage today I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, Haley, general counsel over at Fold, big fan as well. Nolan, I want to go over to you. You just talked a little bit about this golden age. Let's talk about, maybe we're sitting here together 4 years from now towards the end of the Trump administration. What does the United States look like? What does the world look like when it comes to Bitcoin adoption?
Well, what I see, we've had this conversation since Inauguration Day when we talked about the constitutional republic re-emerging from this executive branch overreach that we saw creeping since the end of World War II, really. And everything we built to win World War II seems like it's falling apart. And that Washington, D.C. cabal where it all happened, the misallocation of powers, for example, the Federal Reserve being at the heart of interest rates. We talked a lot about that yesterday with the Arthur Hayes prediction about, I'll use my word on this broadcast, subordination.
Subordination. So the cent being in the driver's seat, the Treasury being in the driver's seat, not necessarily the Fed right now.
Yeah, but I would say that's what I want to see from something like Hester Peirce and the SEC, and that's what we've already heard from her, right? I was as a former lawyer, I charted that whole Jarkissi versus SEC case, which was this thing about whether or not the SEC has the constitutional mandate to even engage in enforcement. Sure, they can be rule makers, but the separation of powers suggests that they should have no role in having judges. They can't write the rules and actually have the judges.
Judge and jury.
Yeah, when I was in law school, the SEC and securities lawyers were seen as like the brain surgeons. Now, that's a problem because if a lay judge, I don't mean a lay person, if a lay judge, if a lay civil judge can't understand the rules the SEC is enforcing, they are by definition unconstitutional. So Hester has been very clear about that her entire career. She is a rule maker. She is not preaching enforcement. We heard from Gensler regulation by enforcement or something like that, which is one of the most perverted things you can possibly imagine.
We didn't like it.
We didn't like it. We didn't like it. Great, come up with rules rules, let's talk about them, but you don't get to be the actual judge and jury along with those rules. So I want to see the reimplementation of the constitutional republic. We talked about the Treasury many times, but seeing it even from the SEC, seeing them focus on the details of the rules rather than the enforcement is what I want to see at the end of the Trump administration.
As Bitcoiner, a protocol with rules without rulers, right? We're a big fan of rules around here. We're going to cut over to an announcement from Congressman Nick Begich, and we're going to be right back here at the live desk after that.
Well, this is where it all began, the old Mt. Gox headquarters. So many of us were impacted, myself of course included, in the Mt. Gox failure, but we learned a lot. How to secure our coins. We now know not your keys, not your coins. We learned about technology that is needed, true cold storage, making sure that you've got a diversified back end, that your keys are not always located in the same physical location. So we learned those things with the Mt. Gox failure. We've come a long way since then. I'm traveling through Asia right now, going through a number of different countries, advocating for Alaskan energy and American products while I'm over here. Wanted to check in with you though and just kind of give you an update from where it all started for me and so many of us.
Hello everyone, Congressman Nick Begich here from the great state of Alaska. I want to begin by thanking the organizers of Bitcoin 2025, the world's largest and most dynamic gathering of Bitcoin enthusiasts and innovators. It's truly incredible to see this community come together, sharing ideas and pushing forward the cause of financial freedom and innovation. While I regret that I can't be there in person this year, I'm honored to join you virtually to share a few thoughts and, more importantly, a shared vision for the future of Bitcoin. Bitcoin 2025 is truly a historic movement. It's a signal to the world that we're serious about building a better, freer financial system, one that empowers the individual, strengthens communities, and removes artificial barriers to opportunity. Bitcoin represents the key principles of transparency, sovereignty, decentralization, and financial freedom. Now, my own Bitcoin journey began more than a decade ago, long before terms like digital gold or layer 2 became part of everyday conversation. I was unfortunately original Mt. Gox account holder. I experienced firsthand both the promise and the growing pains of early Bitcoin adoption. I watched in real time as Bitcoin transitioned from an obscure concept discussed in niche online forums to a global financial phenomenon that we see today. Like many of you, I suffered losses when it came to Mt. Gox. When they collapsed, I didn't give up. I stayed, I learned, I built, and I became more convinced than ever that Bitcoin is not only here, it's here to stay. Bitcoin is the cornerstone of a future financial system rooted in individual empowerment and national strength. The Bitcoin network has never been hacked, never compromised, and never silenced. That is a technological feat, but more importantly, it's a philosophical breakthrough. Bitcoin is immune to censorship, resistant to manipulation, and open to anyone with an internet connection. That is a fundamentally American idea. Over the years, what began as a personal interest evolved into a public mission. Today, I bring that conviction with me to the Congress, where I'm fighting to ensure that America leads the digital financial revolution. As many of you know, earlier this year, I introduced the Bitcoin Act of 2025 in the House, landmark legislation that would establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve for the United States. The intent of this bill is simple and powerful: to recognize that Bitcoin is a national strategic asset, and the United States must secure its position in this decentralized monetary network before it is too late. The Bitcoin Act calls for the acquisition of 1 million Bitcoin over 5 years, representing approximately 5% of the ultimate total supply. These purchases would be executed using non-taxpayer funding sources, including Federal Reserve remittances and gold certificate revaluations. Once acquired, the Bitcoin would be stored geographically distributed across our nation, highly secure cold storage facilities subject to public verifiable audits. The Bitcoin Act ensures the U.S. has a firm stake in that future, creating Bitcoin the way we've historically treated gold, as a backstop and a symbol of strength. We must acknowledge that our adversaries are not standing still. China and Russia are moving aggressively to stockpile gold and explore alternatives to the U.S. dollar. Nations around the world are openly questioning the dollar's long-term dominance. In that context, Bitcoin is our counter strategy. It's our opportunity to protect the American financial system from coercive, adversarial monetary strategies. Bitcoin gives us a chance to anchor our economy to a financial system that is global, neutral, and immune to manipulation. It puts the United States in a position of strength, one where we lead, not follow, in the next chapter of financial history. Earlier this year, President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a U.S. digital asset stockpile. This executive order recognizes what many of us have known for years, that Bitcoin is a core strategic asset for the 21st century economy. This was a major turning point for digital asset policy in the United States. The Bitcoin Act is the legislative solution that codifies and builds on this executive order, locking in our national Bitcoin strategy for generations to come. We're no longer just talking about Bitcoin, we are acting. Federal government is focused, Congress is aligned, and the Trump administration is committed to a new financial security strategy. We're advancing real policies that reflect the belief that financial sovereignty and national strength go hand in hand. At its core, Bitcoin is about freedom. It's about empowering people to own and control their own wealth, free from inflationary policies, free from corrupt institutions, and free from the economic gatekeepers. But the value of Bitcoin isn't just the asset, it's in the technology that underpins it, blockchain. Blockchain is revolutionizing how we store and verify information. It brings trust without intermediaries, transparency without bureaucracy, and security without fragility. This technology reflects the best of American values: openness, innovation, transparency, and accountability. Those aren't buzzwords, they're America First values. Bitcoin is not some globalist experiment, it is the economic expression of American ideals. We need smart regulation that protects consumers and investors without stifling innovation. We need frameworks that give entrepreneurs the clarity they need to build while defending the decentralization that makes this technology so powerful. And we must never allow fear or bureaucracy to block that future. Bitcoin is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, not only to reshape finance, but to renew trust, transparency, and freedom in a system that has often failed to deliver on those values. To those watching today, builders, miners, educators, investors, and advocates, I want to say thank you. You are the reason that Bitcoin continues to thrive. Your commitment has brought us to this point, and your belief in this movement is what gives it life. Your continued work will ensure it becomes the cornerstone of a stronger financial future. In Congress, I will continue to fight, along with my allies, for policies that put America first, protect innovation, and champion Bitcoin as a strategic cornerstone of our nation's financial future. Keep building systems that reflect the values we cherish, and let's make sure Bitcoin, the bedrock of economic freedom in this country, is established here and around the world. Thank you. God bless you. Keep building.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, joined by none other than Eleanor Terrett, journalist at Crypto in America, Nolan, host at Roxham TV, and Aaron Von Weerdem, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine. And of course, we just heard from Congressman Nick Begich. Fun fact about this congressman, he's an old-school Bitcoiner, buying Bitcoin on Mt. Gox. Now, this term Mt. Gox, this is an old exchange, something that maybe some of you newbies who are watching at home might not have heard about. And I want to go over to Aaron to talk a little bit about this. Aaron, you've done a lot about Bitcoin's history. You talk a lot about Bitcoin's ethos. Here from the stage, we're hearing about Bitcoin as a financial asset, all of this stuff, but we haven't heard so much about maybe the cypherpunk ethos, some other really important concepts that are associated with that. So maybe you could touch on a few of those for the listeners.
Yeah, I want to first just point out, I'm from Europe. I'm a European. And when I see this, this is, you know, almost, it's pretty incredible to see, actually, to see politicians, you know, defend and advocate Bitcoin in that way. I haven't seen that in Europe, like, at all. So that's one thing I want to point out. It's something. The European mind can't comprehend.
The European mind cannot comprehend the American ways, ladies and gentlemen.
To address your point, no, yeah, so that's good. I thought he had, I thought it was interesting that he mentioned censorship resistance as one of the core values of Bitcoin. I like to hear that because, to your point, you know, there's a lot of talk about financialization, ETFs, corporate Bitcoin strategies. I do think the other part of sort of the Bitcoin story is also very interesting. To your point, yeah, so I wrote the Genesis book about the prehistory of Bitcoin and where Bitcoin came from. And a big part of that was to create a form of digital cash that would provide, you know, censorship resistance and also privacy. That's the one I don't hear a lot of politicians talk about. Would be great to also see that become part of the conversation. Because, yeah, that is part of the founding ethos of Bitcoin. Like, that is what Bitcoin set out to achieve. It is sort of this digital gold aspect that is kind of going mainstream, which is great. I would really like to see also the privacy aspect get more attention. And in that respect, we're sometimes seeing the opposite still, right? Like with the Samurai developers being prosecuted, like these are really bad developments, I think. It would be really great if that could also go mainstream. Like, it's really important that we have the right to pay each other privately, as we've been able to do for most of human history with cash. If that disappears, you know, in an electronic age, that could usher in a very scary time, I think, where every payment is tracked. So, yes, the digital gold narrative is important. Let's also make sure we defend privacy and respect that part of Bitcoin.
Samurai wallet case, Tornado Cash case. We saw a memo from the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, saying that we're no longer going to go after the developers, the people who are creating this technology. We hope to see the administration follow through on that. Eleanor, I want to come back to you. We were talking a little off camera about what the SEC has coming up. Maybe you want to fill us in a little bit?
Oh, yes. So yesterday they announced that they have their final roundtable, industry roundtable. There's been 5 so far. This will be their 5th. Spring Sprint Towards Crypto Clarity, I'm pretty sure it's called, so catchy name. But they've dealt with a lot of different issues, you know, kind of like umbrella type issues in the space. We've seen, this one's gonna be about DeFi, but we've seen ones on crypto trading, on payments, like a lot of different issues that the SEC is like, well, what do you guys want us to, you know, educate, what do you want us to learn about? And we've seen these roundtables kind of, you know, it was like a front row seat basically to, you know, like the new thinking at the SEC, because this, like I said before, this would never have happened 4 years ago. And now they're actually inviting industry folks in. So, like I said, they just announced that yesterday, so it's gonna be a DeFi panel. We've got some, you know, really pretty well-known names in the space. I'm just pulling up my tweet. We've got Rebecca Reddick from Jito. We've got Eric Voorhees from Venice AI, Peter von Valkenburg from Coin Center. So it's gonna be a really interesting conversation. That'll be Monday, June 9th. So another thing to watch out of the SEC that I'm sure Hester will probably bring up today as well.
Appreciate it. And obviously, please follow Eleanor on X. Always breaking news. The woman just does not stop. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of another woman that just does not stop, we're about to cut over to Isabella Santos. We'll be right back after this.
Eric's going to be great.
Good morning, Bitcoiners. We are live from the Bitcoin conference, and today I'm going to do a little walkthrough tour of the famous art gallery. This year, the collection is The Freedom. Just kidding. The Art of Freedom. Because, you know, there is no great revolution without great art. This is the inflation wall. You can see many pieces that represent how the fiat system is broken. And we're going to have one of my favorite pieces and favorite walls, the Ross Ulbricht wall, because it has over 13 pieces from his time in prison. And one of the things that I want to highlight is that there's over 3 pieces here. You can see his 3 different types of IDs. I don't know if you went to school in the United States of America, but doesn't this remind you of the school system? We have his art pieces that he did, because art, as you all know, is a form of expression, a form to escape. And this highlights how he managed to see hope where many people lose it. I think that's a great representation of Bitcoin, a great representation of the current state that we're in. And yeah, you can bid and participate and be part of this amazing art gallery. We have some pieces from artists all over the world. There's other pieces that are actually worth more than 1 Bitcoin. So how much would you pay for a piece of art? Over to you in the news desk.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. Again, we're beginning day 3, the third and final day of the Bitcoin conference, where so much history has already been made. We're awaiting Ross Ulbricht's keynote this evening. I think he'll be speaking at 5 local time, Pacific time. We're expecting for there not to be a dry eye in the room, probably including Ross himself. Will be a historic moment. We're looking forward to that. But we have some things to get through until then. Nolan, we were just talking a little bit off camera about some other Bitcoin history, some other sort of important points that maybe piggybacked a little bit on what Aaron was saying before. Please go.
Yeah, precisely. It was what I thought when I heard the Alaskan congressman speak, because the words he was choosing, the language, it reminded me of something I heard from some of the founders of these cryptographic protocols back from the 2017 market. And it came from Whitfield Diffie, the inventor of public key cryptography, on stage with Shamir and Rivet. And of course, in 2017, if you remember, Bitcoin was becoming a big story to them, and they said the other crypto, and they started talking about it. And they said, you know, Shamir comes in and said, if the Bitcoiners can decide what they are, if they're going to be a gold standard or if they're going to be a cypherpunk, they have to choose one lane. And Whitfield Diffie stopped him and he said, hold on, hold on. America itself has lived its history as both an imperial power and a revolutionary force, and it sort of oscillates between these two. And America never had to choose what it was going to be. And in the same way, Bitcoiners didn't have to make that choice, that compromise that was being asked for. And when you hear a congressman speak like that, with that really the revolutionary part of America coming back, this is not imperial America anymore. This is something else that's emerging from it. And to see that is, I think, the gates of the golden age. America wearing that old uniform, the tricorn hat is coming back and going back to that part of American history, and that Bitcoin can bring us there. Bitcoin can help America turn back to what it once was, is a pretty amazing thing to see and hear. And of course, the privacy thing does have to be connected to it, because it won't be a revolutionary force if it's that. If it's just Wall Street and the corporate piece, which it's okay if it goes in a different order. They don't have to happen necessarily simultaneously. But if we lose sight of that track, and if it's all paper Bitcoin, then it's the imperial part of America re-emerging. And I don't think anyone in the Bitcoin world wanted to see that. They want to see America turn back to what it originally was. And so it looks like we have alignment for that, and that's what's got me even more optimistic today.
Okay, Bitcoin in aligned with American values. I want to take it back. So we're talking. Please.
Comment on that? Yeah, no, I think you need both, for sure. I think Bitcoin works because it does both.
Yeah.
Like, if you only have the digital gold aspects, then it can be shut down. If it doesn't have the censorship, resistance, and privacy, then it can be shut down, as has happened with eGold, for example, in the past. If you only have the privacy aspect, like eCash had, for example, these are both, you know, pre-Bitcoin
predecessors to Bitcoin, if you will.
Yeah. Then it doesn't catch on, because there's no incentive for people, you know, no economic incentive for people to use it. So even though there are two different sort of movements or two different cultures, I think they need to go together to sort of bring this potent mix that can actually succeed, and has been succeeding for the past 16 years.
Yeah, 16 going on 17. Eleanor, I want to go to you. You sort of fell into reporting on crypto, if you will. What is it like? What has this journey been like for you as someone who may not be a Bitcoin or crypto native, coming to all this and seeing all this unfold?
It's really incredible. I will just give you a brief history. So I kind of fell into it, as you said, reporting on the SEC versus Ripple case, and that was the end of 2021. So, well, it was brought in 2020, but then I got in 2021, and kind of just right on the cusp of Gary Gensler cracking down on this entire industry, right? And so that kind of became the story. And then we at Fox Business were just like, wow, like this is pretty crazy. Like this one guy, or sort of this one party is basically dictating the future of this technology, this sector, and that became the story. It was just so, I mean, it was one after the other, right? We saw, you know, Ripple, Coinbase, Kraken, and I mean, I think Bitcoin was the only one, obviously, that had the clarity. So I think, you know, the Bitcoiners were always a little bit like, all right, we're sort of off the hook here. You know, Gensler's always said we're a commodity, but you know, it didn't matter to everybody else. And you know, it's been a really interesting ride. And obviously now I'm, you know, an independent journalist and getting a little bit more deeper into the space, just beyond the policy side, which obviously I love the policy, but like, yeah, you know, I'm really enjoying it. It's been an incredible ride, but I just want to say the optimism that I'm feeling this year from last year, or seeing, the energy, right? Like I was talking to some of the TradFi media yesterday, and they're like, there's just so much energy at this conference. And I was like, yeah, like I felt it last year, but I definitely feel it this year, and I think it's just because of that optimism that, now that we're going places, there's promises being kept, right?
Yeah,
So
that is
really
what
cool.
it is. Yeah, it has been an amazing thing to see. Appreciate that perspective, and we're glad to have you here with us, Eleanor. So glad you found your way to this space. A quick, going back to a little bit of history here. There were actually, you know what? I just got word that we are about to go live. We have Haley Lennon interviewing Hester Pierce of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. Again, we're here starting off the third day of Bitcoin 2025. We're headed over to Nakamoto. We'll be right back here at the live desk after this.
My fellow commissioners. Awesome. So I think I kind of wanted to...
Wow, you guys are really nice if you're clapping for that.
So top of mind for myself, and I think a lot of people in the industry, is just the change in sort of the regulatory and enforcement climate of the SEC. Since the change of administration, the SEC has either settled or dismissed many of the enforcement actions that were pending against companies like Coinbase, even XRP and led by Ripple. And so I guess what I'm curious about is what are the current enforcement priorities, if any, when it comes to the SEC and the digital asset space?
Yeah, I mean, I think some people have taken the fact that we've looked at a lot of these cases and said it doesn't make sense to move forward. They've said, okay, well, we can do whatever we want in this space, or in the name of crypto, we can engage in fraud, and that is certainly not the case. I think the goal is to use our enforcement tool for what it was intended to be used for, which is when there are clear rules and people violate them, then we can use our enforcement tool. But it's certainly not to say that there will not be enforcement. There's a lot of bad activity, as we all know, that's perpetrated in the name of crypto.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for you all, your team, the crypto task force, to sort of reset about what the priorities are, and just making sure that the bad actors are the ones being pursued. And there's just there's limited resources, and this industry moves so quickly that I think it's a great time to just that you all are reprioritizing and sort of refocusing. But before I joined Fold, I would tell clients, this does not mean that everything goes. It doesn't mean that all cryptocurrencies aren't securities. There's a lot to be to digest, and for you all to still, inform.
Yeah, and I mean, we're trying to work on this through the regulatory policy avenue, and we're trying to draw in as much help as we can from other people who have been thinking about these issues for a long time. And I think that's really the way to get to good rules. And one complaint that I had was that in an environment of regulatory uncertainty, it actually is much harder to identify the bad actors, and it ends up giving the bad actors sort of a more ability to do bad things, and it drives legitimate actors either outside of the US or into other industries, because it's not worth it to them to try to even wade through that morass. And so I think that's what we're trying to do, is create a good environment for the legitimate actors and a bad environment for the bad actors.
That's great. You recently tweeted that cryptocurrency projects that are deemed a security may have disclosures that they are required to file. And also, I think you kind of hinted at you all trying to put out more clarity about when something is or is not a security. I just wondered if you could elaborate on that tweet at all, just about what those disclosures would look like, or what that guidance or clarity might be.
Yeah, so one of the things the SEC has been trying to do in the last 4 or so months is we've been trying to identify things that are not within our ambit as a securities regulator. And that's hard for some people to grapple with, because they say, well, some bad activity might be going on in that area. But my response is, yeah, but Congress gave us a remit, and we have to stay within that remit. So part of what we're doing is just identifying things that are outside of our remit. And then once something is in our remit, we're trying to provide some guidance. So the staff put out guidance on if a company is a public company, for example, and it is engaged in crypto in some way, here are some disclosures that you might want to think about. What we're hoping to get to is to provide some clarity around when something's a security or not security. We can do some of that, again, through guidance, and we hope to do some of that through longer-term rulemaking. And then, of course, we're working with Congress as they're working on legislation.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, we're at a Bitcoin conference, and the thing I always found a little ironic about the SEC's regulation of the space under Gary Gensler was Bitcoin was the only cryptocurrency he was willing to sort of explicitly say is a commodity. But there was still, with the enforcement actions, a lot of burden on the industry trying to evolve. And I just wonder if, as we're rethinking sort of the guidance, if you think, and maybe you can't speak to this yet, but if the line between Bitcoin and sort of altcoins as securities, like if there's going to be more cryptocurrencies that are acknowledged as a commodity.
Well, I have said we're trying to do a 180 from what we were doing before at the SEC, so I guess that means Bitcoin is now the only security. Just joking. It's a joke. That's a joke. Okay. So no, I think what we're really acknowledging is that actually probably most crypto assets as we see them today are probably not themselves securities. That doesn't mean that you can't sell a token that's not itself a security in a transaction that is a securities transaction. And so that's where we really need to provide some guidance, is what transactions qualify as securities transactions. I think longer term, you're going to see more tokens that are in and of themselves securities, like you take a share of a stock and you tokenize it. Obviously, that's still a security. And so I think some of this will become clearer, but there is ambiguity around the transactions that we really need to clear up.
I think it's a process, especially with the change of administration. There's new people involved. There's the crypto task force that I'd love to touch on a little bit later. But yeah, it's a process of you all trying to put out that guidance in a way that doesn't add any more confusion than there already is. So I actually would love to touch on the crypto task force. So you've touched on a little bit of the priorities maybe that you're focused on, but that's a new organization that you lead, and I'd love to know if there's sort of a list of priorities or just how you all are thinking about what the role of that task force is.
Yeah, so I think what we're trying to do is, again, the task force is a group of people within the SEC. We brought in a few people from outside, but we drew a lot of people from within the SEC. And then we're working with staff across the SEC. And one thing that I think is probably encouraging for you all to hear is that the tone from the top really does matter. And so when we've said to staff, you know, you actually can think about how the securities laws apply in this space and do it in a nuanced way, staff really jumped right in. And so we're trying to work with them to figure out areas where we need guidance. I put out a bunch of questions, around 50 questions, and we've gotten a lot of really good input in response to those. We're holding roundtables. We have our last one coming up on DeFi, actually coming up in a couple weeks. And so those efforts are really designed to feed into the process by which the staff and then the commission can think about guidance and rulemaking. And we're also coordinating work with Congress and other agencies across the administration.
I've always thought you've done a great job sort of inviting commentary or meetings from the industry. You know, there's a lot of people who have been in the space a long time and have very strong opinions, but are also very well educated in this space or understand some of the nuances. So, you know, I think as an industry, it's up to us to also be part of that. Under the former administration, I always said regulators should really collaborate more with the industries they're regulating. But on the other side, it's our responsibility as industry participants to, engage in those conversations or help inform if there's anything you all are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's such an important point, Haley, because the problem is that with all of the animosity that has been toward my agency, I think people have forgotten that people both within and outside government have forgotten that government really does work for the people. And so it's very important to have input of folks. And it isn't only, industry players in sense of firms who are engaged in this space, but really individuals who care about this for philosophical reasons as well. Because I think that's one I've been in the government a long time now, but one thread that I think is so easy to get lost in these conversations is what makes this country unique, right? What makes the United States unique is that we're all about people's freedom to innovate, freedom to live their lives the way they want. And that it is very important that whatever we do on the regulatory side embeds that philosophical underpinning. And so we need to hear from people. And those conversations can be difficult to have in Washington because we have accepted in the United States a much greater degree of financial surveillance than, personally, than I think is appropriate. And I think it's important, you all need to weigh in on that because as we all know, this technology, it has some advantages in terms of you can build privacy protecting things into it, but it also makes it easier. And so, AI does too, right? All this ability now to collect data and to analyze data, it becomes easier and easier for the government to just say, okay, well, we'll just collect all this data and we'll monitor what people are doing. But that turns us into the kind of place that we don't want to be. And so, again, there's a valid law enforcement function that the government has, but we have to figure out where to draw that line and how to get that balance right. And so your voices are so important in helping us think through those issues. And this is a moment when we can have that conversation again because we're thinking about how to apply some of these existing laws to a new technology. And so if we don't have the conversation now at the outset, 5-10 years from now, we're going to look back and say, why did we not take the steps we needed to protect ourselves?
It does feel like that time, and I was about to mention this idea of balance, because what you said earlier really spoke to me. You don't want to penalize the good actors by unburdensome requirements. And I agree with you in terms of sometimes KYC or some of the surveillance measures could be tweaked in a way that they actually prevent bad actors rather than just become a honeypot of data. And so, yeah, I think it's just very refreshing to hear some of your thoughts on the industry. Another topic I just wanted to briefly touch on is, I think most people agree that, the Trump's election, the change of administration has been a very positive thing for the industry. I think of it as sort of a pendulum swing where we all felt a little like you didn't know what you could do and what you couldn't and what agencies were going to come after different companies. And then the pendulum swung a little too far, in my opinion, where, Trump launched meme coins and some of the things, and it's we're having, I would say, a little bit of an identity crisis in figuring out all the regulations. The SEC put out guidance about meme coins, saying that, it's sort of a similar statement that not all meme coins are necessarily securities. Is it fair to say that sort of the guidance that what may come out eventually that does clarity on when something's a security would be able to apply to meme coins in the same way? Or do you think that there's an aspect of that that's more speculative or adds complexity?
Well, I mean, I think something like a meme coin, again, facts and circumstances always matter, but something like a meme coin is more like a collectible, right? And so does it even make sense to have the securities laws apply to something like that? I think most of us would probably say no. It's important for people who are buying those to understand getting the protections of the securities laws. And so I think we will try to provide more of that kind of guidance. Again, fundamentally, this is about getting a clear set of rules. If Congress then decides we want to have the meme coin regulatory commission, I guess they could set that up. I don't know that we would think that's necessarily a great idea. But you can always fill a regulatory gap if you see it. I'm someone who looks at the world a little bit differently, and I say, look, if you're buying a meme coin and you're expecting to become a billionaire because you buy the meme coin, like, buyer beware. You can become a billionaire one day and the next day you're back to zero again. So just go into it eyes wide open. I think if we set up a regulatory framework in which we say we have to make sure that nobody ever loses money on buying something that they're speculating on, I mean, no one's going to ever be able to buy anything. So I just think be an adult, right? If you want to engage in speculation, go for it. But if something goes wrong, don't come complaining to the government about it.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of, what you're saying I completely agree with, and we're, inside a casino currently, and every time I walked to the conference, I'm like, these people are buyer beware. They're putting their money in the slot machine, pulling it, see what happens. So, obviously I have dedicated my career to Bitcoin because I do view it as a standalone asset that is, a long-term way of storing value and investing, and not the speculativeness of it. So, but I agree with you. I mean, at the end of the day, you're tasked with helping with investor protection, but you are not tasked with ensuring that people don't make, people can make their own decisions about things.
Yeah, and I think that's why sometimes I find it funny, because Bitcoin maxis sometimes tweet at me about altcoins, and they're like, yeah, they're all securities and we want you to regulate them into the ground. And then I say, come on, the ethos underlying Bitcoin is an ethos of freedom, of people making their own decisions about how they want to store value and how they want to transfer value from one to another. And so keep an open mind in terms of letting other people make decisions about what they want to do with their money, and don't look to government to try to get rid of altcoins, right? That isn't the freedom ethos we have. You might disagree with someone else's decisions, and that's great, and that's fine, and you can have those conversations. But I think it's really important for us to maintain an environment in which people are free to make their own choices, even ones that I wouldn't agree with, that you wouldn't agree with, and then bear the consequences of those decisions and learn from that. And I think that's what has made, again, what's made this country what it is giving people the choice to live their own lives without having someone tell them, no, that's not smart for you to buy, or it's not good for you to be in the casino, right? I mean, that's people's choice.
So we have about 9 minutes, and another trend that I've been seeing, obviously I'm general counsel at Fold. We have about 1,480 or something Bitcoin on our balance sheet. We just recently were listed on NASDAQ. And there's this trend of companies starting to hold Bitcoin in their treasury, as sort of a long-term investment to help runway. I just wondered, your thoughts on sort of that trend. I don't know if you have any personal concerns, or if you think that trend makes sense, given that we're, having countries discuss having a Bitcoin strategic reserve or stockpile. So I just would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an important moment for me to say, look, as a securities regulator, companies can do whatever they want. They can make their own decisions. They have to disclose that. That's my job, is to make sure that public companies like yours are disclosing to investors what they're doing, so that the investors can make decisions about whether to invest in that company. But certainly it's not to tell companies what they can or can't hold on their balance sheet. So I'm agnostic.
Okay. Everyone likes what you're saying. So yeah, I mean, I think that the trend is going to continue, and I definitely see the value in that. For Fold, for example, like our product offering is Bitcoin products, so we're sort of aligned, not only just in our treasury, but we're aligning with our users and saying, what we sell, we actually believe in. So, I think it's an interesting trend, but I think we'll continue to see more of it. I think there's been new companies announcing their, sort of ideas of getting into holding Bitcoin on their treasury. So, it's just an interesting sort of trend that I think we'll continue to see for a while. So I think with the final time we have, I'd love to talk a little bit about if you think that there needs to be sort of additional congressional action to help clarify any of the regulations in the space, or if you feel that the SEC and different regulatory agencies are in a position where you can kind of take it from here.
I mean, I think there's a lot that we can do with the existing authority that we have. Then there's the question of whether, as I said, and you talked about the meme coin statement, there's some things that we're saying, this is not within our space. I do not think that most crypto assets are themselves securities. And so that means that platforms where those trade are not required, unless they're also trading securities, they would not be required to register with us or frankly anyone else at the federal level. And so that's a question for our society. Do you want to have a federal regulatory regime for crypto trading platforms where retail folks, okay, see, you got one answer right there. And I think, I think that it's a fair question to ask. And I always say to people, look, my view of the world is that people can make their own decisions. And when you see issues come up in the crypto industry, for example, you can do things. You don't have to wait for the government to come in with a solution. You can do things, right? You can say to the crypto trading platforms, we want transparency into what you're doing in those omnibus wallets. We can say to counterparties, we want to have a sense of what you're doing with our assets when we entrust them to you. We want to understand the leverage that's going on here, right? There are things that the industry can do itself, and I think moments like FTX were good moments for people involved in the industry to sit down and say, what can we do on our own? And a lot of people said instead, well, we want the government to fix this for us. Again, that's one option, but there are ways that you can do that without the government's involvement. That said, I think a lot of people do think that retail trading platforms should have a government regulator, and if that's what you think, then you need legislation for that, because there is no federal agency that's doing that right now. But it's a choice that we make.
Yeah, I think, I think the situation with FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried was interesting because I think that the industry may not have had the same frustration with that sort of not being caught if these other exchanges weren't sort of the subject of litigation or enforcement actions, because it felt like a little bit like, what about, you missed the big thing, and
so
obviously not blame.
Yeah, I think that point is a really good one, and it kind of goes back to the theme we were talking about earlier, which is if you set up a framework in which you say, okay, if you're trying to do things the right way, we're going to sue you, but otherwise, if you're kind of staying under the radar, you're fine. That's a terrible framework to set up. So, yeah, we need to have a better option. But I do think that sometimes when something bad happens in this space, people who are remarkably, sort of free thinkers, free minds, free markets, kind of libertarian-minded, little L, libertarian-minded people, then they come in and they're like, well, where was the government? Why aren't you protecting me? Hey, crypto mom, where's my bailout fund? And I mean, come on, let's have some consistency. And so I think, that's all I'm calling for from you all is like consistency. Yes, you should have freedom to make your own choices. And when it goes wrong, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, learn from it, and do better next time. And that is the best way to move forward.
Yeah, I think, not sort of SEC focused, but all the bankruptcies showed a lot of gaps in sort of understanding of the industry. I was working at a law firm, and it's public information that we helped with BlockFi's unsecured creditors. And I can't tell you how many people were so confused about being an unsecured creditor, how their Bitcoin could just get liquidated and all of a sudden they get a $1 payout. So, as an industry, we really do have to be more informed, because that, you put yourself into a situation where all of a sudden you don't know your rights if it goes wrong, and you don't know how it's going to be sort of prioritized. So
I think that's a really important point. And it's not only the industry. If you're offering a service to someone, you need to be candid with them about what their rights are.
Yeah.
And so a lot more transparency around that, and people should be demanding that. You see that in the TradFi world too. There are limits on deposit insurance, right? And then people have more money in the bank than is covered by deposit insurance. And when something happens to the bank, they're like, well, why am I not being protected? Well, I mean, again, you've got to know where you stand. And so we could do a lot better with transparency in crypto and outside of crypto.
I agree. I would challenge any companies out here to kind of take that back to the team and just think about it, because at the end of the day, it's funny because I think people outside of the Bitcoin space that don't understand Bitcoins, they're like, this is internet money, but people are entrusting real large sums of money to companies in this space.
I think there's some work to be done on the legal side there as well, just trying to understand how the existing laws apply in that space. And so that's some difficult legal work.
Well, we have 1 minute. I wanted to kind of leave off with a future thoughts. Looking 5 to 10 years into the future, I think the role of Bitcoin is going to become much more sort of just combined with the traditional financial world. I think for a while it was really sort of like Bitcoin and traditional finance, and now we're seeing the end of Operation Choke Point 2.0 and the unbanking of the industry. We're seeing a lot of great things there, and for better or worse, depending on your views of Bitcoin, I think those worlds are melding. And so I'd just love to hear any thoughts you have on that, including if the SEC is sort of taking that into consideration as maybe 10 years ago there was an argument like this is going to go away on its own, and now it's very much here to stay forever, I believe. So.
Yeah, I think when the Bitcoin exchange traded products came online, it was hard to say we can ignore this anymore, right? That is the real melding, and some people didn't like that, but I think when you create something that people are free to use or not to use, it is going to get incorporated into traditional financial products, and so we have to think about that. How does it interact with our regulatory framework? Ultimately, I would not ask a regulator to prognosticate what will happen in the future because we're not particularly good at imagining that. But I think the key is to keep the ability, make sure that whatever regulations we put in place, we preserve people's ability to make their own decisions about how they want to transfer value from one to another. And so that is a paramount consideration for me, that people have that freedom to make their own choice about where they put their value and how they transfer it.
Well, thank you. I've always found your takes to be so refreshing, and it's great to catch up with you.
Thank you, Haley.
Yeah.
Thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day 2 of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world happening in Las Vegas. Behind us, you just saw Hester Pierce, sitting SEC commissioner, take the stage. And of course, news breaking online just moments ago that Tether and 21 Capital raising another $700 million to buy Bitcoin. The news rolls on because, of course, we've got a packed lineup today. You're still going to hear from UK Prime Minister Nigel Farage. You're going to hear from Strategy Chairman Michael Saylor. And, of course, 21 CEO Jack Mallers just announcing that purchase, breaking across the wires. Here to break down the news, we've got a stacked panel. We've got Pierre Richard, host of Bitcoin for Corporations, Eric Weiss, founder of Bitcoin Investment Group, and last but not least, Gary Leland, founder of BitBlock Boom, the conference series out of Texas, longest running Bitcoin conference in the world. Subject now, Bitcoin treasuries, obviously $700 million, a huge amount of money for a company like 21 just bursting onto the market, but Bitcoin treasury companies have been hoovering up Bitcoins and raising millions to do it. Pierre, what does this announcement mean for the Bitcoin treasuries market?
So it sounds like a big number, but the reality is that the equity markets are hundreds of trillions of dollars. And so from the wider investment universe, this is still a drop in the bucket. I do think, though, that it is a trend that's going to continue to grow. Saylor really wrote the playbook and has demonstrated traction in bringing capital from equity markets into Bitcoin through these vehicles that are really an interesting proposition for a lot of different investors, a lot of different risk appetites. So congratulations to 21. I think that it's fantastic that they are continuing.
And family were lost that day, including my Uncle Gary, my dad's brother, was 36.
My dad's best friend, Doug, my godfather, who was 39, lost that day. A lot of other friends and family, including my Uncle Gary, my dad's brother, was 36. My dad's best friend, Doug, my godfather, who was 39, lost that day. A lot of other friends and family, including my Uncle Gary, my dad's brother, was 36. My dad's best friend, Doug, my godfather, who was 39, lost that day. A lot of other friends and family, including my Uncle Gary, my dad's brother, was 36. My dad's best friend, Doug, my godfather, who was 39, lost that day. A lot of other friends and family, including my Uncle Gary, my dad's brother, was 36. But my father, being the man he is, promised to rebuild the firm and take care of the families. He promised to pay the families 25% of all profits for the next 5 years. My father, being the man he is, pay for their health care over the next 10. Take care of the families. And ended up giving the families $180 million. 25% of all profits for the next 5 years. My father, being the man he is, pay for their health care over the next 10. Take care of the families. And ended up giving the families. One of my favorite parts about Cantor today is we had a standing. My dad created a standing job offer to all the kids of the affected families. One of my favorite parts about hundreds of kids come and go through Cantor, and there are about 20 to 30 that work at the firm today, so it's really, really incredible. And my dad gets a lot of praise, obviously, but he and I are really credited all of it to the Cantor employees. So they really stitched their souls back together. They did everything, so we're incredibly grateful for them. But Cantor today, Cantor today is 14,000 employees globally. It's 3 firms. It's BGC, which is public, which is the largest wholesale exchange and global. Cantor today is a premier global brokerage firm. Newmark, 3 firms, which is a leading real estate commercial brokerage firm, also public. And then Cantor, which is a private and a leading New York global investment bank, which is a leading and one of 25 U.S. primary dealers. And that's the real beauty of Cantor and why I get to be here. Is we are the largest private partnership on Wall Street. So when we commit to the street, we commit to the beauty of Cantor and why. But enough about me, Paolo. I think I told the Cantor story. It's your first time in Vegas, first time in the U.S. this year. We were at Kenny at the Sphere last night, which was great. I'd love to. You should definitely tell the crowd more about the history of Tether.
Yeah, so thank you. First of all, your family has an incredible story, and the story of your siblings is an example for everyone. So I'm very proud and grateful to be part of it. Tether is the company that in 2014 created the first stablecoin, USDT. Over the last several years, Tether grew dramatically. As of today, as of this morning, the market cap of our stablecoin surpassed $153 billion. That is, as of this morning, market cap of our stablecoin. Talking about memes, it's not much, but it's honest work. Now, USDT started to be first the stablecoin for all the cryptocurrency exchanges over the last several years. In 2014, the situation, the ecosystem of crypto was completely different. There were just few exchanges. Today there are 400 or 500 different exchanges. And the necessity of USDT was the ability to move dollars or digital dollars across these few exchanges internationally at the same pace, at the same speed that you could move Bitcoin from one exchange to another. So the idea was how we facilitate arbitrageurs that are trading across different trading platforms and make it very seamless and more advanced than what you would usually find in the traditional financial system. So that's how USDT came about. But it grew up to $4 billion by 2020. And in 2020, something very special happened. Very seamless and more something that what you would everyone usually find remembers as one of the most difficult times in the history of humanity or recent history of humanity is the pandemic. To $4 billion entire countries and economies and communities suffered dramatically from that. Given the pandemic in 2020, as one of the most difficult the growth of USDT started to take off. If you see this chart, we're going to show it later, it's just parabolic. The reason what happened there is that USDT started to become the digital dollar, not only for the crypto industry, but all for the hundreds of millions of people that are living in emerging markets, developing countries, that are left behind by the traditional financial system, not because they are bad people, because they are being left behind by the traditional financial system because they are too poor of being of interest of them, because they don't generate enough commissions on a yearly basis for the standard bank. So in just a few months, from 10 million users and wallets at the beginning of 2020 and 4 billion in market cap at the beginning of 2020, USDT became 100 million users and around $60 billion by the end of 2020. And as of today, USDT has more than 420 million users in the emerging markets, developing countries, and it's growing at a pace of 30 million new wallets per quarter. I mean, it's almost like Facebook levels of growth at the beginning, but we started to realize that money is the ultimate social network. I think Bitcoin is actually the ultimate social network, and we are just at a pace of 30 million new wallets per quarter. We are just a part of that. But it's almost like, you know, Facebook levels. Some certain newspapers said that you have been my intern at Tether. Well, of course, being your boss, I deserve to be dressed a little bit more casual. But tell me more. And you know, if after just with few months of being my intern, you became the chairman of Cantor Fitzgerald, then Tether must be very, very good at hiring.
It's a very coveted internship, I'll tell you that much. No, but I owe a lot to you and the whole Tether team, really orange pilling me my time. And with you guys, it's such a non-internship. Sure, not an internship. Was really great. Really enlightened me and got me to Rio today. But I think what's really special about our relationship is actually how we met. So during COVID, it was announced that banks would be able to custody the assets of cryptocurrencies. We at Cantor realized that we didn't know anything about the space. We went out, we met everyone, we met the good and the bad, really special photos in front of Tether. And when we met Tether, we realized that true real deal use case the assets Tether has. But at that point, there was speculation and rumors about the firm. We didn't know anything about it. And I give all the credit to you guys because all those rumors were false. And we know that because, again, Cantor is the primary dealer in all of Tether's assets at Cantor. And it was actually announced for the first time in 2023 at Davos by my father. I give him all the credit to you guys. Tether has the money. So I think that was really just an amazing day. All again, forget. And how has life changed for you since that moment?
Well, I think that thanks to Howard saying those 4 words, were very, very powerful. Tether has the money, and we came from being considered the underdog, being considered this couple of Italian guys that are that were withdrawing themselves from the public opinion to become considered one of the most amazing stories in of growth of the recent story of companies and startups. I still believe Tether is a startup. I believe that we can grow probably 100 times from here. The life of everyone at Tether changed dramatically because for 10 years or 9 years at that time, newspapers, journalists, competitors tried to define us in a completely different way than who we are for real. We are a company made by simple people, a company that is driven by the Bitcoin philosophy. We have been known, especially recently, for the huge amount of profits that we generated. We generated around 20 billion profits in the last 3 years. we only distributed less than 5% to their shareholders. 95% of them is being kept to keep growing our distribution network, keep reinvesting in Bitcoin. We're going to talk about it later. Keep supporting our industry. Keep supporting the 3 billion people that, again, are being left behind by the traditional financial system. It's funny because some newspapers are calling Tether business model serving those 3 billion people a niche, as if 3 billion people, half of the population of the world, was a niche. So that, again, are being left behind by the traditional financial system. It's funny because when you come from a situation where you are considered the villain by almost the majority of the financial system, but here we have a great example of someone that really studied us and to understand who we were. You are considered the villain by certain parts of the traditional financial system, then I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud that the big banks are considering us the villains, because it means that we are the heroes for 3 billion people, and that is, I think, is the best compliment that we could ever have. Certain parts of the traditional financial system. Thank you. So, when apart, of course, custody of all our precious T-bills that are in our reserves, take good care of them. Tell us what Counter is about, what you guys are doing in the digital asset space.
So in 21, we hired our first crypto bankers. In 22, we hired our first dedicated crypto research analyst. We also are one of the probably only true TradFi institutions that hosts a institutional crypto conference. And our first one was actually the same week FTX went down. So incredibly well timed. But I think what we want to do going forward is we want to commit to the industry. I think we've had a few initiatives, a few we've actually talked about this week, which are super exciting. Before I dive into that, I just want to talk about what you really taught me about Bitcoin, which is the beauty of Bitcoin is the fixed supply. I think people talk about Bitcoin as digital gold, but if gold 10x tomorrow, which is worth 30,000 an ounce, everyone and their mother would pick up a pickaxe and go look for gold. And I would bet we'd find a lot more gold. If Bitcoin 10x tomorrow, 25x tomorrow, 100x tomorrow, there is a fixed supply. It's beautiful, it's scientific, it's written in code, and we know that. So I want to keep betting on this industry, betting on this space, and that's why Cantor announced last year at this exact conference we were launching a Bitcoin financing business. We announced we were going to start with $2 billion. And 2 days ago, we announced that this month we executed our very first trades, which is very exciting. And that's why Cantor announced last year at this exact conference. And I think, one of my other favorite initiatives probably I've ever done is with you actually and 21 Capital.
Yeah, so I think that at this point there should be a disclaimer because it's our lawyers are watching us very closely, checking every single misstep in our words. I'm very proud of 21 because is first of all has a great CEO, Jack Mallers, is the person that among, I think, our community can explain Bitcoin to everyone, including rocks, in a very simple way. That's something that it's so important, especially for public companies, because we are early, and being Tether, not many know this, but we do a lot of Bitcoin education in all the emerging markets. We do more education on Bitcoin than on USDT, but because not everyone, especially the people that are poorer, don't have the time to understand yet Bitcoin. Not many know this, but they have bigger problems in their lives. So we are doing our best, but I think that people like Jack Mallers are really, really moving the needle. So he is a great CEO for 21. And then the other amazing result is that we were bringing to the table 3 companies, Cantor, representing the new wave of financial institutions, the first financial institution really taking seriously Bitcoin. Then SoftBank that it's a huge brand. They're very conservative in the way they touch digital assets, and then Tether, right? So all together, we came to the table and decided to build this amazing initiative. So this is to me the testament of our commitment to Bitcoin.
Definitely, I think 21 has been an incredible project, and for Canner to bring together two of the greatest companies in the world, Tether, the world's largest stablecoin, one of the greatest companies of the earth, Masa, SoftBank, one of the great tech investors of all time, and then led by Jack, who's amazing, it's really been truly special.
I know that this week, and actually today, you have another very important announcement.
Yes.
What is it about?
So I actually, speaking of lawyers, I got given it. I have to wait.
We live in hell.
Seriously, this is really serious. I'm not kidding. The proposed fund is in a structuring phase, and there may be material changes in the structure and the terms of the fund prior to any interest in the fund being offered. If there is any inconsistency between my presentation and the proposed fund's final PPM, the final PPM shall control. Okay. This is really serious. I'm not kidding. So we actually announced today. This is the first time we're talking about it publicly. Just announced. We are launching a gold-backed Bitcoin fund. My presentation, the proposed fund's final PPM, the final PPM shall control. With the idea that there are still people on the earth that are scared of Bitcoin, and we want to bring them into this ecosystem. So what we're going to do is we are going to provide them upside while giving them downside protection secured by physical gold. And it's going to be really, I think, one of the great products of the earth. And I really think it's going to really open up this community and hopefully, make this conference 10x bigger by next year. So I'm super excited.
I think it's a very cool project. Just
downside protection secured by physical gold. And it's going to be
a very cool project because, again, it's bringing, our job is bringing more and more people to Bitcoin and explaining to them that, I think it's grabbing them by hand, bringing them closer to the ecosystem to understand how it works properly and providing great products that can help them to become more comfortable I think is very powerful.
Why don't you tell me about what do you think the next 3 to 5 years look like? Tether or Bitcoin? How do you imagine it going?
So, 2 years ago, actually, Tether was making little money and was just a stable coin. Today, Tether has 5 verticals. There is, of course, Tether Finance, that is stablecoin and all the different tech for finance that we're building. Hadron by Tether, that is our tokenization arm. It's basically the entire technology that power our stablecoin and that we built for the last 10 years, compressed in one single platform called Hadron. I'm a big nerd and physics enthusiast, so Large Hadron Collider is. That's why Hadron. And then we have Tether Energy. Not many know, but we are among the biggest Bitcoin miners in the world. We are just not very loud and public about it. We like to be, we like privacy, but I think that more and more will be known how much, we are actually believing in investing in Bitcoin mining. As a company that definitely believes in the huge growth potential of Bitcoin, for us being part of the security of the Bitcoin network is so important. So we continue to invest in that. We have then a very deep technological arm called Tether Data. We invest in artificial intelligence. We invested billions in artificial intelligence. We are building our own peer-to-peer AI platform to take away from the hands of decentralized companies that are milking people data through AI, the power. So that is our big focus after. We are building our own peer-to-peer AI platform I like to call Tether the stable company. I believe that stable society needs few components. One is access to stable money. For many people in the world, stable money is still the US dollar. That's why USDT is very popular. The ultimate stable money is Bitcoin. I believe that the other component to the stability society is to have a fair and egalitarian access to freedom technology. The more people have control over their own lives and technology, and they can control their own technology, and they can control their own intelligence, then society will be stable. If you use intelligence coming from and shared by other companies, that's their intelligence and it's not your intelligence. So that is going to be a big focus for us in the next years. And I think that the space will just grow dramatically. Bitcoin, no financial advice, but I think that Bitcoin will just go up to insane levels from here. It's scarce. It's the only form of currency that is governed by math, right, not by humans. Humans fail. Humans get greedy. Math is the only thing that we know for certain in the universe, and that will never change. So that is why I think we are all here in this room, and globally we formed a movement that was considered impossible just a few years ago. What this community achieved in the last 5 years is just insane. What about you? How you see the future in the next 5 years? I think we are all here in this room, and globally we formed a movement that
from a Wall Street seat, I think a lot of institutions are going to try to catch up to us. I think a lot of institutions are going to see the digital world how Cantor saw it, 4 years ago. It's very obvious that digital assets are never going to weigh. So these executives, they need to go to their teams, their boards, they need to come up with their strategies on how they're going to handle this new sector, this new technology. They all need to have a plan. And I think, from Cantor's seat, just because you put the letters DE in front of D in front of finance, doesn't change it from finance. And I think, we consider ourselves one of the best in finance in the world. And again, we're private. So when we want to stick to a sector, we're going to stick to a sector. And I'm super excited to be here. And thank you for coming on stage.
Thank you, Brandon, for joining me today. It was great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We consider ourselves one of the best in finance in the world. And again, we're private sector. So
I think we see each other in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, Paolo's got an incredible keynote in 20 minutes, so definitely stick around.
Thanks, man. Thank you, Brandon, for joining me today. It was great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Look at the main camera right there.
Thank you so much, Brandon and Paolo. That was an awesome fireside.
Look at the main camera right there.
Thank you
What is
so
the key
much, Brandon
to progress?
and Paolo. That was an awesome fireside.
Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What is the key? What if progress relies on having purpose? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Day 2 of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world rolls on here in Las Vegas. You just saw Tether and Cantor Fitzgerald of Fireside. Cantor Fitzgerald launching a combined Bitcoin and gold investment product. You're seeing Wall Street embrace Bitcoin big time here. Of course, much more to come. Stay tuned on the broadcast. We're on X, Rumble, and YouTube all day. You'll be seeing UK Prime Minister candidate Nigel Farage, 21 CEO Jack Mallers, and strategy chairman Michael Saylor. Of course, it all leads up to the grand finale. Ross Ulbricht, former Silk Road founder, will be here giving a keynote. Of course, here he is on the cover of the latest Bitcoin Magazine. I'm back with Eric Weiss, founder of Bitcoin Investment Group. Eric, we were talking about Bitcoin treasury companies before the break. This is the big investment opportunity that is dominating the headlines here. And it seems like what has happened in the U.S. with MicroStrategy is going global. Can you speak to this global opportunity that you see?
Sure. What people are finding out is Bitcoin was the best performing asset of the last decade. And you can base your family on it, your personal life on it, but you can also base a company on it. You can base a country on it. And thanks to what Strategy and Michael Saylor did, we have some statistically significant data now which shows if you do that, you're going to be the best performing company in the most important equity market in the world, which is the United States. So over the last 5 years, Strategy has been the best performing asset in the stock in the U.S. And other companies are like, wait a minute, maybe we should try this. Other companies have tried it. They're seeing the same results. It wasn't a one-trick pony kind of thing. Nobody was too late. Best performing company in France is the Bitcoin Strategy company. Best performing company in the world, in MetaPlanet, Japan. The Bitcoin Strategy company. We've got them coming in every region. I'm getting calls almost daily on this. I think we're going to see a very exciting one in Latin America, the first in Latin America, which is awesome because I think that's the region that's probably most ripe for Bitcoin adoption. People there understand what currency inflation is. They've lived through it. Some are living through it. And Bitcoin is an even bigger solution for people in those regions than it is here in a first world country.
Let's talk about the activist shareholder efforts. We saw yesterday on the main stage Matt Cole of Strive making a call to Mark Zuckerberg. This is the CEO of one of the largest companies in the United States, one of the largest, one of the wealthiest people in the world, imploring Meta and Facebook to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. We've seen this a lot over the last few months. This happened with Microsoft, Michael Saylor going and giving a presentation to the board. McDonald's, there was a similar shareholder effort. Dell, why aren't these big companies receptive to this idea?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same reason Strategy and Michael wasn't receptive to the idea when I brought it up to him years and years before. People find Bitcoin when they need it. If you're Microsoft, you arguably have the greatest company in the world right now. You cannot, if you're a business, you cannot switch off Microsoft. It's easier to leave the United States than it is to switch your company off Microsoft. So, they've got these tech monopolies, and they're not obligated to look for a solution. I think people and companies find Bitcoin when they need it. And if you would have asked me a handful of years ago the same question, I would have a lot more interest or anxiety about these companies adopting Bitcoin. The truth is, at this point, we don't need them. They need us, right? They're the ones that are ultimately going to need Bitcoin. We've got nation states adopting Bitcoin in a big way. You've got the sitting president of the United States advocating for Bitcoin. We had J.D. Vance come and speak here, tell us he's an advocate, proponent, personal holder of Bitcoin. You've got members of the entire cabinet are pro-Bitcoin. You've got other countries all over the world that are pro-Bitcoin. It's great. It would be great to have Zuck and these guys in, and from what I hear, Mark is personally a fan of Bitcoin and likes Bitcoin.
Well, he's got a goat that's named Bitcoin, certainly.
Yeah, so, and in a lot of ways he is the goat. And he'll do what he thinks is right, but Bitcoin doesn't need Meta or Mark Zuckerberg right now.
We're sending you back to the main stage. Stay tuned. Day 2, there are still hours more to go to the grand finale. We'll see you back here, Bitcoin Magazine News Desk.
And in a lot of ways he is.
Dollars of TVL. That puts us in about 3rd position in terms of TVL Bitcoin locked up. We've got over 70 validators validating the data that the XApp miners, the Bitcoin miners are synchronizing on the network. We've got a little over 50% of the hash rate. We've got about 20 or so different partnerships that we've announced, and over the course of the next 14 minutes, I'll be announcing a few more because we've got a few big announcements here today. So I'll take you through what's happened since last year, what we've done. We've launched the network, we've done a bunch of partnerships, and we've launched applications. So what we've seen over the course of time is that there are periods in history where there are monumental shifts that happen. So I'll take you through And I believe that at this stage with Bitcoin, what launched and what started 16 years ago was another one of those revolutionary shifts. And we're at a stage where capital, assets, property are being enacted, they're being leveraged in ways that previously were not possible. Barriers are being lowered. Capital is now more global. Our assets don't have any boundaries. That's what Bitcoin brings about. But we're still very early on where we're quite limited in what we can do. And this is where XSAT comes in. Right now, since the Bitcoin ETFs came in, we've seen a huge inflow of capital coming into the markets. But one of the issues still remains, how do you make it liquid? How can you put your capital to work? What could you do with it? Institutions, when we launched last year, institutions were coming to us and they were saying, we now have Bitcoin on our balance sheets, and we've made that public, but we still can't really do anything with it. We're used to using our capital to generate extra yield. We're used to using our capital to collateralize it, to take out further loans. And we're not able to do this in this ecosystem yet because the solutions just aren't there. But the time is ready, the tech is there, and we're here to bring that to market. And so we've introduced XSAT banking solutions. And we also introduced XSAT on the Volta network. Volta was launched, the ticker is now live, it's tradable. If you go on Binance, go on OKX, all of the major exchanges, it's listed on over 200 exchanges. It's a deep liquid market, about $1 billion worth of assets right now. Deep liquidity, $200 to $400 million in trading volume. And that's really at the core of where XSAT lives. So that's that data availability layer within RAM that's tokenized on the Volta network. But XSAT is Volta, Volta is XSAT. It's one ecosystem. And the idea is to be here to be able to help scale Bitcoin. I'm a Bitcoiner at heart. My Bitcoin stays on the Bitcoin network. But if I want to leverage it, I want to be able to leverage it somewhere that I feel safe, where I can transfer some funds, and the consensus mechanism allows to replicate as close as possible that robustness, that security that Bitcoin network provides. And so this is really at the core of what we've done with XSAT. But at the same time, we want to make sure that developers, application providers, institutions, retail users have a mechanism to be able to deploy more applications, open up more functions, more features, more use cases. But at the same time, and so we've gone the EVM route. So we've leveraged what we saw in the industry was somewhat of a standard in terms of being able to open to DeFi applications, the majority of the developers in this space. But we've built it upon a layer that's secure, that's reliable, that's been running for 6 years with literally zero downtime. And that was only possible because we have that underlying asset, because the infrastructure providers are already economically incentivized to be able to provide this, because running and indexing 126 gigs of data in a decentralized fashion is extremely expensive. It's really not economically possible. But we were able to do so because we leveraged Volta, an existing network that already had infrastructure providers, that was already listed, that already had incentive mechanisms for infrastructure providers in the back end. Let me get into a little bit more detail in terms of what our product offerings are and what we're announcing today. So at the core, the XSAT banking solutions have 4 different pillars. And these are all informed based on discussions we've had with institutions and with stakeholders all around the globe as we've been building this out over the last multiple years. Our first pillar is that of wealth management. When you and I go to the bank and we try to get access to financial services as retail users, maybe we get access to a bank account, checking, saving, credit card. Maybe you're able to collateralize some of your assets to take out a loan for a car, maybe get a mortgage. But when you're an institution or a private banking client, you have access to way more services. But there's a minimum cutoff there. You need a certain level of capital to be able to access those services. And what we're trying to do with XSAT banking solutions is to democratize access to those financial solutions down to retail users, leveraging the power of blockchain technologies, lowering the barrier to entry, cutting out the middlemen, making sure that those those who were not included in our current financial systems can now be included, banking the unbanked, kind of going back to that true dream that Bitcoin was, all in a secure, transparent, and performant manner. Making sure that those who within that wealth management bank, that wealth management pillar, we've got two partners, one that we're announcing today, Standard Chartered, and we also have SEFA. And so part of the idea here is that you're able to stake your assets on-chain, earn yield on-chain, whether it be Bitcoin. Right now we're offering 1.5% yield on the Bitcoin, or through XAT tokens, or through the Volta token. You're able to stake your assets on-chain within a custodian, in this case SEF or Standard Chartered. Those assets are then mirrored onto Binance or OKX, and then they can go at work. You can run delta-neutral quant strategies, for example. If your risk profile is more conservative, maybe that's the angle that you want to take. Over time, we'll have multiple different risk profiles, and you'll be able to create your portfolio whereby you can choose from very conservative to very aggressive. You could make your own basket so that your funds are on-chain, they're safe, but they're being mirrored onto a centralized platform through a CDFI product so that they can go to work further. And so we're announcing Standard Chartered partnership today alongside OKX. That's one of our announcements. So that your funds are on-chain, they're safe, but they're being mirrored onto a centralized. Another thing that we've heard that is quite standard or quite common with regular assets is that of collateralization. If you go to the bank right now, you've got $100 in your bank account, but you've got 100 Bitcoin within your wallets, and you ask for a loan, the bank is going to reject. You only have $100. Can't collateralize that. Can't take out a loan or mortgage against that. Yes, but I've got 100 Bitcoin here. Doesn't matter. Doesn't count. But now that institutions are coming in, they're asking for those products because they're used to getting those products. So imagine a world where you can collateralize your Bitcoin, where you can take out a loan against it, where maybe your Bitcoin is actually being staked on chain, it's earning yield, and you can take out a loan on that future yield that you're going to get, which then even further, I guess, minimizes the tax implications. Because as we all know, that is not taxable. You can do that right now with stock. You can do it with regular assets. You can't really do it with Bitcoin. That's another product that we're working on. We want to make sure that you can put your digital assets at work, that you can collateralize them, that you can take out a loan against them. And this is where the consumer payments come in as well. That's our second pillar. We're also proud to launch XAT Pay. That's another product that XAT Pay is a Visa credit card that you can reload with USDT, USDC, and USD1. You're able to load up either from your bank account to bank account, create an IBAN number, or I believe in the States it's a BIN number, so that you can transfer from your regular bank account to that, load up your credit card, or you can go the on-chain route and load it through stablecoins. And then you can go at your proof of purchase, you can go buy your coffee, you can go to the restaurant, and you can spend that. But what if you can also leverage it whereby the assets that are generating yield on-chain, we know roughly how much you're going to generate. You take out a loan against that, you're able to spend that all while not touching your digital assets, and you consolidate every couple of months. So this is where XAT Pay comes in. Another partnership that we announced not too long ago is remittances within the consumer payment space, and that's with Virgo Pay. We've noticed that there are a lot of foreign workers sending capital back home. Stablecoins are made for this. Cheaper, more transparent, faster. And this is where Virgo Pay comes in. Another partnership that we had. One of the biggest announcements that we're making here today that just got released this morning is in our third bucket, asset management, tokenization of assets. We've just created a partnership with Fosun International. For those who are Chinese, Kushin. This is a large Chinese conglomerate based in Hong Kong that manages over $100 billion worth of assets per year, and they've chosen the XAT network as their technological solution to be able to leverage the licenses that they have, bring a lot of the assets that they have, whether they be securities or commodities or any other assets, to be able to digitize them, leveraging the XSAT network. For us, that's really big because it gives a blueprint of what other institutions like Fusion could do, like Fosun can do, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for more North American partners to be able to replicate that model and bring about more tokenization of assets on-chain. For us, that's really another partner that we have is Ultra. We see a space where gaming is going to be a huge contributor to tokenized assets, and so we've partnered with the Ultra blockchain, and this becomes our gaming hub on the Volta network, so that if you have tokenized assets within game, you're able to do so within the Ultra network. And finally, our fourth pillar is that of insurance. One of the big things that we've heard over the years is that it's very difficult for newcomers within this space to be able to get access to traditional financial services because they're not insured. And it's incredibly difficult for them to get traditional insurance, D&O insurance, cybersecurity insurance, because the insurance industry still does not understand our space. And so either they refuse to insure or they charge extremely high premiums. So I'm also really happy to announce that we're launching Blockchain Insurance Inc., the world's first digital assets captive insurance fully backed by government, in order to ensure that people within our space have access to insurance so that they can actually create products, they can create companies, and we can innovate further within this space. That we're launching Blockchain Insurance Inc., the world's first digital assets captive insurance fully backed. As I mentioned earlier, we've got the Standard Chartered announcement that we made, and so you'll be able to replicate your assets from the OKX network or you'll be able to leverage your assets on the OKX centralized exchange while they're being custodied by Standard Chartered. We also have Fosun, like I mentioned, this big conglomerate that's going to be leveraging XSAT network in order to be able to tokenize their assets. This is a really big one because it sets the stage for this architectural blueprint of what others like them, large institutions, can do. Everything we will make will be open source so that people can see, so that you'll be able to leverage your licenses within your jurisdiction, leveraging the products that we make kind of as building blocks. Everything that we do, we will either do in-house so that everybody can see how to do it with the licenses that we possess, and over time you'll be able to replicate that within your own jurisdictions, because we believe that at some point all of these products will be localized within their own jurisdictions. And this is the trend that we see going. So we want to make sure that we build the building blocks so that everybody can leverage that. XSAT Pay. This morning I went to pay my coffee with XSAT Pay. Credit card, I loaded up in my digital wallet on my phone, tap, and boom, it took out my stablecoins on the other end. All running on-chain, all on the XSAT network. And as I mentioned, that insurance product, that come and closes the gap that we've seen over the years to close that Web3 banking experience that we're trying to create, this ecosystem to be able to put your assets at work. And finally, one more announcement. Volta is proud to announce, and XSAT is proud to announce, that OKX Wallet is going to be integrated within our networks, giving access to a further 50 million users that they have, so that people will be able to put their assets at work, start generating yield, leverage the applications that we have on chain, all while remaining safe and secure. XSAT is proud to announce that OKX Wallet is going to be integrated within our networks, giving access to a further 50 million. I'm a Bitcoiner at heart. I imagine most of you are. I really hope that you enjoyed this presentation. Please come and visit us at our booth. We've got the XSAT Village, the Genesis stages, ours, and right to the left, right behind here, we've got our team happy to answer any questions you may have. If you're an institution looking for a technological partner, please come visit us. We'd be happy to work with you. See you later. Thank you. Please come and visit us at our booth. We've got the XSAT Village, the Genesis stages, ours, and right to the left, right behind here, we've got our team.
Thank you so much, Yves. So many announcements on this stage. You guys truly have been in for a treat. And I really do enjoy hearing about how simple we are making everything for the end user. It was always... Thank you so much, Yves. So many announcements on this stage.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day 2 of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. 30,000 people here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. The Bitcoin price, $106,000. And of course, so much more in store today. You're going to hear from UK Prime Minister candidate Nigel Farage, 21 CEO Jack Mallers, and of course it all leads the Silk Road founder Ross Ulbricht's keynote. We've got a great panel to break down all that's happening. We've got Hugh Gahimi, account executive at Swan, Justin Rezvani, CEO of Sibia, and Alejandro Guajardo, former Miss El Salvador. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about nation states. We've been seeing a lot of presence from governments, but that all started with El Salvador. Why don't we tell the people at home how far we've progressed?
I mean, look, we are 4 years removed from Jack Mallers' iconic historic announcement saying that El Salvador was going to begin to buy Bitcoin. And fast forward now 4 years later, and we have a strategic Bitcoin reserve that the President of the United States has put into effect, and we are watching game theory play out in real time. We're watching other nation states take note of exactly this, and none of this, genuinely, none of this would have happened without the work of Jack Mallers and El Salvador.
Yeah, at least 4 nation states now with strategic Bitcoin reserve. Pakistan announcing yesterday. Justin, what does it mean to have national representatives here? This is fairly new stuff for the Bitcoin conference.
I think it's a beautiful thing to see that countries are now influencing other countries to buy this asset and this valuable ecosystem. And now that we're seeing that proliferate across the world, it allows us to actually use Bitcoin for better things outside of just accumulation of capital. And I think that's the beauty of what this asset can be. It's not just about more accumulation. It's like, how do we all win? How do we all make the world a better place and actually build the world that we want, a beautiful world that our hearts know is possible?
Alejandro, you're here with a special announcement. You're doing on-the-ground work in El Salvador to use Bitcoin for good. Can you tell the people at home about your work?
After Miss Universe, I started educating kids in public schools about Bitcoin and how easy it is to do it. And right now, I came to this conference because I'm working with this organization in El Salvador that help all of these young girls that were violated in El Salvador, and we are teaching them how to use Bitcoin, how to be free economically, and that there is hope for sure. So we are here to raise funds for this amazing organization and help them in everything that we do.
Well, thank you so much for your work. Maybe Justin, over to you. It sounds like you were able to donate to this cause.
I had dinner with the founder 2 nights ago, and he proceeds to tell me a story that the people that they take in are girls that are 10 years old, that have been raped by someone in their family, and they have nowhere to go. These are 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. And I think an opportunity for us as Bitcoiners, I immediately had sent about $1,400 at that dinner in Bitcoin to him. This is an opportunity for us to say, okay, we have a beautiful price action today. Why not use it for something good? And just that context of someone that has gone through that much suffering, and that you can help someone in that way, that's how you make the world a better place. And I really think the House of Life is providing something incredible for the world and in El Salvador.
Yeah, Hugh, over to you in terms of these stories. This is not unique, right? There are many such cases where...
No, you're stealing the words right out of my mouth. I wanted to honestly shout out the incredible work that the HRF and Alex Gladstein's team is doing over there. Like, this is the broader use case. We are so fortunate to live in a modern westernized country where, for us, it's number go up. That's what makes Bitcoin exciting for a lot of people, frankly, even at this conference right now and viewers at home. But the truth is, when you step outside of our bubble, you need some sort of solution. We take for granted the fact that we have an ATM down the street. We take for granted the fact that we have access to the dollar in ways that most of the world fantasizes and dreams about. And we humanize Bitcoin in a way that, frankly, we talked about this a little bit. One of my least favorite developments in Bitcoin over the last 2 years especially has been how partisan it has become. It's now a left or right issue, and it shouldn't be. It's a human rights issue. We should all have the right to money, and the fact of the matter is we don't, but Bitcoin offers us that exact opportunity, and seeing it come to life in this way is truly incredible work.
Well, Alejandro, thank you for your amazing work. Where can people find out more about what you're doing, and how can they support you? Is there a website or sort of program you should direct them to?
Yeah, and on X, it's House of Life, and there you have the link. They can go, and the QR code is in the main page. It's so easy to donate with Bitcoin, and everything goes directly to the founder that is going to make more houses for more girls, because there's a lot of girls that are in danger right now. So our goal is to help as much as we can.
Inspiring stuff. Definitely check out the website if you can. We're going to go over to Nakamoto stage right now for a special announcement. We're going to hear from Paris Saint-Germain, the European Football Club, soccer if you're in America. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us. Inspiring stuff. Definitely check out the website if you can. We're going to go over to Nakamoto stage right now for a special announcement.
This is fantastic to be here. PSG, Paris Saint-Germain.
We'll be right back.
I have some interesting news to share with you. But first, PSG, for those who might not know, we're a global club with over 550 million fans around the world. This is fantastic to be Which is an interesting market. Now, PSG has the next generation of fans. We're the club of the new generation. But first, more than 80% of our fan base is actually under 34 years old. Our fan base has already arrived. So when I say that PSG is the club of the new generation, it means that we're about what's next, just like Bitcoin. And one of the things that we as a club, one of the best clubs in the world right now, we're playing the Champions League final on Saturday, for those who want to tune in. We actually, last year, we put Bitcoin in our books. So we took our fiat reserve and we actually allocated Bitcoin. We still have it in our books. And as one of the largest clubs in the world, we're the largest player in the sports ecosystem to kind of do that. Now, in our books. So we took our fiat reserve and we actually so to accelerate the fact that we are now in the same boat with all of you, all of the builders and all of the faithful people engaged in the Bitcoin ecosystem. We started PSG Labs last year. PSG Labs is now accelerating Bitcoin entrepreneurs and Bitcoin ventures, and we will help you go to market with all of you. So we will launch with you, we will list with you, we will race with you. We will help you find that global market with our over 500 million fans around the world. So PSG is more than a football club, we're a lifestyle brand, and we're a partner for you to engage going global. Sometimes it might almost be easier to actually build technical products than it is to actually build a global market base. And so with this, I want to invite you all to watch the game on Saturday. We're bringing the club to LA this summer for the Club World Cup. So we're going to play in LA and we're going to have a house, the PSG house in Melrose for 2 weeks in June and July. So if you're in town, I would love to welcome you. So PSG Lab will also be present. So anyone that launching, listing, go to market, look me up. And with that, I want to thank you for being here. It's fantastic to be a part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, and I hope I see you in LA. So PSG Lab will also be present.
Thank you very much, Pa, for being here at the Bitcoin conference.
It's fantastic to be a part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, and I hope I see you again.
That's how much custodial Bitcoin-backed lenders lost in 2022 alone. We decided to build a better solution, one that doesn't require you to give up self-custody, Lava Loans. Lava Loans is a non-custodial loan product that gives you cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. Lava is the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin. Try us out today. One that doesn't require you to give up self-custody, Lava Loans. Lava Loans is a non-custodial loan product that gives you cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. Lava is the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin. Try us out today. One that doesn't require you to give up self-custody, Lava Loans. Lava Loans is a non-custodial loan product that gives you cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. Lava is the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin. Try us out today.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Korver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by none other than Johnny Vance, creator of Tuttle Twins, and David Crapo, head of crowdfunding at Angel Studios. We're going to get into what that means in just a moment, but I want to start with you, Johnny. Please tell us a little bit about what you're doing with Tuttle Twins.
Yeah, so Tuttle Twins is a TV show, a cartoon that teaches kids principles of freedom and economics. We were the first kids show to break down Bitcoin for kids, and the result is, 100 million views later, and many kids asking their parents for Bitcoin as allowance.
I think about myself. If I was a kid getting some Bitcoin, coddling it from that age, you're doing this service to humanity to these children that is just, absolutely staggering. I want to go over to you, David, head of crowdfunding for Angel Studios. Why is crowdfunding something we should be talking about here?
Well, Angel's mission has always been freedom, family, individual sovereignty, and distributed consensus is a big part of our model. So just like Bitcoin offers distributed consensus to manage transactions and to make sure that people get to who they want to get to, we believe that the crowd should actually inform what films and TV shows we green light. And so actually, unlike Netflix or Paramount or these other streaming platforms, when people come to bring a film to our platform, it's a million members of our members who green light those shows. And so we're all about making sure that those values are represented, and it's just a natural extension of who we are.
I want to put a pin on that because I have a few more questions about that, but I want to come back to you because I've seen some snippets of Tuttle Twins, I've seen some parts of episodes, not super familiar, but learning more and more about it, but I have seen characters like BTC Sessions showing up on your show. Please tell us a little bit about how this works.
Yeah, I mean, we just come to these conferences, we meet people, we learn stories, and then because we're an independent cartoon, we can just broadcast those. So BTC Sessions, he told us, yeah, I was the one who actually directed the Bitcoin to the Canadian truckers, and so we immortalized him in the cartoon. And I think we made Justin Trudeau, that was his cartoon debut when he robbed the Canadian truckers in our cartoon.
Okay, interesting. Protagonist, antagonist.
That's right.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Does that subject matter? Do you feel like does it go over kids' heads? Is it meant for kids and parents to watch together?
Yeah, I mean, half the jokes we write for ourselves, and then half we write for our kids. So, yeah, it's meant to be a co-viewing experience, and there's going to be stuff that goes way over kids' heads, and they'll laugh about in years to come.
Okay, fair enough. Back to the crowdfunding part. So you said you have people, are they greenlighting the themes of the show or actually
greenlighting the actual shows? So filmmakers will come and they'll submit 20 minutes of a show or a whole movie sometimes, and then our voters are asked two questions. Does this show amplify light in the world? And would you be really disappointed if we didn't make it? If enough people upvote those two questions, then we'll finance it. In the last 2 years, we've raised over $100 million for independent movies and shows that amplify light, shows about Bitcoin being at the top of our list.
Love this, Johnny. Back to you. What I'm wondering here is, like, why don't we have more shows, to use your term, that amplify light, that teach kids about Bitcoin, principles of freedom, self-sovereignty? Why is this unique to Tuttle Twins? Do you feel like there was just this gaping hole in the market? Why are you the first people that came to this?
I mean, so we went to the crowd and we said, if you want the show, please help us fund it. They funded our first season for $4.5 million. We broke the record for most crowdfunded kids show. And so I really do think it's really flipping that model of central planning, top-down. Now it's a bottom-up kind of thing where Hollywood has long since deserted its people, the people it's actually supposed to serve. Instead, it's been this very top-down, woke garbage that you're reaping now.
Yeah, it's amazing to think about that. The people watching, knowing that they may have contributed either their voice towards voting on it, donating some money. When you watch that, you have to feel proud of that. You're a part of this thing that's on TV. So you're not just watching for the entertainment value, but because you feel like you're a piece of it, much like being a part of the Bitcoin community itself, which is a really special dynamic that you've established. I want to go back over to you. What can we expect? What's coming down the pipeline? What
a lot of people don't know is that Angel Studios is going public this year, and we actually have been pursuing a Bitcoin Treasury standard since the time that we made that public announcement back in March. And so this is a big part of our company. We want to be family entertainment for the next 100 years, and we're going to do that by investing in the only hard money asset that we can rely on.
Is this breaking news now? Do we have a
this is not breaking
this is not breaking news.
They know.
You heard Hester Pierce is here. You heard it here first, Hester Pierce. Johnny, you were going to say something.
Well, I was just saying, originally Hollywood, not a lot of people know, but it was founded, it was funded by the banks, by hard money. And so we've deviated. We've had fiat films, and basically you get garbage that nobody loves, that applies to, it's broad. And I think it's going to be a return to the golden age of filmmaking with hard money.
When you're saying that they kind of cast a broad net, right? They're going for the lowest common denominator, Hollywood.
They're going for blockbusters that everyone goes to, like Avatar, but nobody loves.
Okay, so it's not really working. What are you doing specifically in the writing for the show, in the creation process for the show, that you feel like differentiates this content from other content? Maybe aside from, like I said, some of the freedom messaging, is there something else in terms of your strategy that's unique?
Yeah, I mean, something that's unique, David touched on this a little bit, but each one of our episodes has to pass the guild. It has to go by these million members, and they give us feedback immediately and directly months before we finish an episode. And so we know what's going to work and what's not going to work. In fact, like Angel, their Rotten Tomatoes popcorn meter, the audience score, is the highest in the industry because we're listening to the actual audience.
Amazing stuff. Listening to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, here with people behind the Tuttle Twins and other amazing shows, bringing more freedom, light, and Bitcoin to the world. We're here at Bitcoin 2025, 5-star high. Again, one more time for the Tuttle Twins here. We're heading back to the Nakamoto stage, and we'll be right back after this.
The actual audience.
Listening to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, here with people behind the Tuttle Twins and other amazing shows, bringing more freedom, light, and Bitcoin to the world. We're here at Bitcoin 2025, 5-star high. Again, one more time for the Tuttle Twins here. We're heading back to the Nakamoto stage, and we'll be right back after this.
The actual audience.
Listening to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, here with people behind the Tuttle Twins and other amazing shows, bringing more freedom, light, and Bitcoin to the world. We're here at Bitcoin 2025, 5-star high. Again, one more time for the Tuttle Twins here. We're heading back to the Nakamoto stage, and we'll be right back after this. Listening to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, here with people behind the Tuttle Twins and other
flourishing. Do you see a short road in which we can deconstruct this architecture of deceit because of Bitcoin?
I think when Bitcoin achieves civilian use at a mass level, because right now a lot of the institutional money and the liquidity, that's
a short road in which we can
Bitcoin has already been used in the cryptocurrency markets beyond that as a way to circumvent crackdowns on payment service providers online, people who get banned from Patreon or who get banned from Stripe or PayPal have turned to Bitcoin. But that has not reached a sufficiently critical point, I think, in civilian day-to-day use where it poses that threat yet. And my concern is when it does, there will be a different color of conversation. You will start to see the kinds of actions that have been taken against the encrypted chat community will be done against the encrypted money community. The other major, I think, crisis variable there is if you start to see Russia or China start to transact primarily in cryptocurrency for use of operations that are against U.S. statecraft, I think there will be a systematic effort to effectively cripple the ability to be an independent person using Bitcoin or crypto.
So we've heard a lot about that, but well, what you're suggesting is a little bit along these draft lines we've seen with the Mar-a-Lago Accords, which is this reorganization potentially of how the U.S. financial fiat system operates and integrating Bitcoin into it in such a way that it could mean, for example, that there is no more energy on the U.S. dollar primarily because no one wants to use a Chinese number, no one wants to use a Russian number. There could be this way where we create neutral markets for things like energy because they'll exist beyond those limits of whatever comes around with these Mar-a-Lago Accords.
Right, and on that note, I remember when Saudi Arabia, which was at war really with the Biden administration, when they suggested that in 2027 they would move off the petrodollar, and the very next day Paul Ryan took out a 2-page op-ed in the Wall Street Journal saying that the U.S. government has to massively invest in stablecoins now, and that would be a way to prop up the U.S. dollar effectively as other threats go away to it, and that's just a very different proposition than the libertarian one that this is an alternative to the dollar. And so I think that there is this schism, I think, between a lot of folks in the retail part of the Bitcoin community and at the institutional and government layers about what's actually driving the dynamics of it. And I'm not even saying that I don't think I'm against that, actually. I think that is a positive thing. Obviously, a strong U.S. dollar and dollar dominance is what gives America the standard of life that we have. My concern is that one of the things I love about this community so much is this kind of free-thinking, almost pirate-minded, fierce independence and the belief in the ability to build parallel alternative systems of our own. And it's that side of it that I think needs to come into some confrontation at the intellectual and at the tangible level with. That's the part of it that is in conflict with the larger forces, and I don't know, as we size up the current situation, that side of it is winning right now.
Well, sure, but that's again, I guess, the information asymmetry side we can focus on, which is that within Bitcoin we can tolerate that kind of disagreement amongst Bitcoiners. Sure, some are still fully on the libertarian side. Other people are fine with this integration into U.S. capital markets. And in a sense, we don't need to choose, right? America in its history was both an imperial power and a revolutionary force. Bitcoin seems to be able to straddle the exact same tension. And it doesn't look like fiat can do that. Like we were saying from the beginning, in the fiat system, if Harvard isn't propagating the nodes, if the National Endowment for Democracy isn't propagating, what's the fault tolerance of the system? In Bitcoin, we know if 51% of people want it this way and 49% of people want it the other way, we can still go forward. I don't think fiat can do that. That's the information asymmetry for us. If they try to do that on the fiat side, what's the tolerance? I mean, how much of dissent can the fiat system tolerate? Is it 20%? I don't know the number.
Well, it's surprisingly low with what institutional power can tolerate in terms of outside dissent. Even by their own literature, there's a scholar of color revolutions and civil disobedience and mob violence action at Harvard University named Erica Chenoweth, who posited that only 3.5% of the population needs to be a vocal minority on the streets, making their voices heard in order to sufficiently destabilize a government regime. and she goes through dozens of examples of this. What's interesting is she's sort of on the hard left side of things, and I'm reminded of the phrase like 3%ers from the more hard right side of things. It's almost like they're, she's using the same sort of concept, but to the extent that that is empirically true, that just 3.5% is, if they are loud enough and aggressive enough, are sufficient to catalyze a cascade of institutional reforms and pressure, then that's a very, very low tolerance. That requires 96.5% of the population to drink the blob Kool-Aid.
Well, indeed, and that blob part is really, I think, almost a subconscious manifestation of what we see from fiat. It's not hard money, and it produces these very oozy and slimy worldviews that will sort of trickle and fill in any space that is at that moment convenient, whereas Bitcoin does have these really stable sort of lighthouses and directions that it takes, and I think a lot of Bitcoiners understand putting one foot in front of the other and slowly going, but we don't have to go hand in hand. Again, we can tolerate a great amount of dissent inside of our system and still propagate forward. Now, when I look at Harvard, for example, blatantly lying about things, or mainstream legacy media blatantly having to hallucinate to keep people from seeing outside or behind the curtain, how much longer can it go on for? I mean, I've heard you say this can last 50 years to take down this architecture of deceit, but we are having a great awakening. It's happening more and more. Can you see Bitcoin sort of consolidating this point of view?
Right now, I see the main tailwinds lifting up Bitcoin being the dollar dominance hypothesis and the realization by regulators and folks around the Trump administration that stable coins can effectively serve as a kind of crypto petrodollar for the global crypto trade, and I don't think it's an accident that Tether acquired the stake that it did in Rumble, and that there are many senior folks in the Trump administration directly around the stablecoin space, and this was the same philosophy that really gave rise to the growth of U.S.-based world-dominant multinational corporations. It was not just the love of Pepsi and Coke as products. It was that they served as instruments of U.S. statecraft. And there was a deep financial overlap between the profits of the large multinational corporations and the reach and acquisition of the American empire. This goes back to the banana wars when we were conquering Honduras and Guatemala with banana companies backed by the Department of War and the Department of State. I think that there is a kind of belief that stable coins and the Bitcoin market can effectively do for the dollar what multinational corporations did in the 20th century for the reach of the empire and its dollar and its markets. And I think that's the current lift that Bitcoin is feeling. And in terms of the threat to consensus and how much longer much of this institutional architecture can last, I would say still a lot longer than I think most people would like to think. We are currently winning right now on many, many, many fronts. I think on the social media front, on even media narratives, if you look at polling data and shifts in opinion, if you look at the fall of many institutions from the repute they used to have, if you look at the reach of mainstream and legacy media, as well as their SPOCs and so-called independent media, I think this rush to find a new Joe Rogan, a liberal Joe Rogan, so to speak, and I'm not making this partisan, by the way, I'm simply saying that if, to the extent that Joe Biden represents a kind of establishment figure and they blamed the loss of the election on not having enough assets in the podcaster world, and now there is a huge, literal, impact investing rush into Astro astroturfing someone in the social media or someone in the podcasting space who can have the reach that the New York Times used to have. I think all those things show tremendous momentum, but there is a very thick immune system with all of this, and they are taking the battle globally as they've lost it in the United States. What's happening in Europe, we didn't just see the UK move to crack encryption and go after Apple. We're seeing the EU Digital Services Act, which is the Digital Censorship Act, which is going after U.S. companies and U.S. citizens talking to each other for disinformation. This was the threat letter that Thierry Breton, the head of that commission, sent to Elon Musk the day he was set to interview on X, Donald Trump. And what he said is, don't talk about the unrest on the Tommy Robinson street protests. The UK had left the EU, so you had the EU regulatory body telling a non-EU citizen, Elon Musk, speaking to another non-EU citizen, Donald Trump, not to talk about a topic in a non-EU country. And I think you're going to see the same thing in the Bitcoin space, where to the extent that the Trump administration is deemed to be friendly to Bitcoin, and you are going to see a move by more global regulatory authorities, and you're going to see this Gary Gensler-type network in the U.S. partner with their in-power government allies in Europe in order to try and foil this.
Well, that sounds a lot more like the death pangs of the fiat system to me, and I see Nakamoto consensus emerging through this, because we can tolerate all this stuff, but unfortunately the schedulers can't tolerate us any longer. Our time is up. So please, everyone, thank Mike for all of our great work. Architecture of Deceit. Here's the guy who unveiled it for all of us. Thanks so much, everyone. System to me, and I see Nakamoto consensus. Unfortunately, the schedulers can't tolerate us any longer. Our time is up. So please, everyone, thank Mike Benz for all of our great work.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Korver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I am joined to my left by Alicia Painter, co-founder of Botanics, and Willem Schro, the other co-founder of Botanics, and as well as Q over here, account exec at Swan. So we've seen a lot at this conference at Bitcoin 2025 about Bitcoin Layer 2s, right? So Willem, you're building Botanics. You're bringing the EVM to a Bitcoin Layer 2. Quite stunning, maybe hard for people to wrap their heads around, so please dissect this a bit for us.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think Bitcoin is absolutely the winning money, decentralized money. What we're building is a decentralized financial system using Bitcoin as the money. And we saw a lot of applications gain product market fit, trading, long and shorting, and we're bringing that all on Bitcoin. So you can start using Bitcoin actually as money.
Using Bitcoin as money. We like this theme. And again, we set the world record of over 4,000 payments yesterday, making a Guinness record. Quite exciting stuff. Please tell us a little bit about some of the applications that will be coming to Bitcoin via Botanics. Alicia.
Absolutely. So if you think about Bitcoin as money, we need to bring all of those traditional finance rails that we see in the rest of the world on-chain and on Bitcoin. So that means trading, that means borrowing against your Bitcoin. You know, after speaking to all of the Bitcoiners here at the conference, I think we can all consent that we don't necessarily want to sell our Bitcoin, right? Use it as collateral to borrow stablecoins or borrow any other asset in the world. Buying tokenized assets is a huge one. Being able to earn actual Bitcoin yields is a massive theme at this conference. So really putting your Bitcoin to work in the most productive way on decentralized rails so that we can actually accomplish the broader vision of Bitcoin really powering the global economy.
Amazing stuff. Q, over to you. So we're seeing a lot more technology that was often associated with maybe the broader crypto complex coming to Bitcoin Layer 2s. Your thoughts on this?
I mean, it's wild to actually see that Rizzo's sort of foresight into this. I remember when we would have this conversation about 2-3 years ago, and a lot of us would knock everyone who would go to ETH or some of these other crypto purely like completely separate from Bitcoin, use it for whatever bullshit use case they had, and then the argument would always be, look, the market's going to decide what people want for it, and if the market dictates that this is something that people actually want, it will find its way to Bitcoin in some way, shape, or form, and we're watching that thesis come to life. So I guess the Bitcoin historian is also the Bitcoin futurist as well.
Yeah, he's the Bitcoin. He predicts the future, that Pete Rizzo. We love him over here. Willem, I want to talk a little bit about that. We've talked about what the market has seen as valuable. Alicia, you touched a little bit on borrowing and lending, a protocol like Aave. I believe they'll be coming over to Botanix as well. Please share a little bit more about what we've seen work. We've seen Polymarket surely work on another chain. What can we expect to see on Botanix? So maybe some specific apps, if you don't mind sharing.
Absolutely. I mean, think about the biggest apps in Ethereum land, like Chainlink. We talked about Aave, borrowing and lending. Think about GMX, longing, shorting Bitcoin. They're all coming back to Bitcoin, and that makes sense. The whole economy will eventually run on Bitcoin. So what are these specific applications that we see today? It's the financial capital markets. It's trading Bitcoin versus stablecoins. Do it on-chain. You don't want to do it on a centralized exchange. All open, permissionless, and on-chain where you can see everything. So trading, longing, shorting, getting Bitcoin yield. Very interestingly, all these transactions create transaction fees in Bitcoin, which gives you the Bitcoin yield. So you can start staking your Bitcoin, earning Bitcoin yield, trading, longing, shorting. And the most interesting thing is the bridge to the Lightning Network. So when you think about financial system, payments is only one piece, and the capital markets are actually very symbiotic with payments. And so from Botanix, you can start paying Lightning invoices, for example. So all of this will start to work together and actually create that Bitcoin economy.
Amazing stuff. Willem is the technical mind behind all this. Every time I talk to him, he sort of blows my mind. I can barely follow, but I love what you're doing. Alicia, you're building all of these business relationships. I've talked to you over the course of this last year. You have not stopped. You've been around the planet, all over the globe. What has it been like to create these partnerships and to bring all these apps to Bitcoin?
It's been incredible, and I think the reason we all got into Bitcoin in the first place is its potential to really change the world, actually. And I know that that's something you and I have spoken about a lot. The fact that Bitcoin and crypto has way more product market fit in emerging markets. And what's been so rewarding is seeing people use Botanix, right, and use some of these applications that are coming to Botanix in these emerging markets where Bitcoin is actually used as money and is used as a hedge against national economies and inflation. So really being able to advance the mission of Bitcoin in a way that is tangible and that makes sense for people all around the world is what really drives us. And it's been really fruitful to see all of that come to life. One theme at this conference has been institutional adoption, governmental adoption, and it's been a catalyst, right, for greater users coming to the space in a very legitimized, regulatory compliant way. So we're excited to see this new wave of Bitcoiners and hopefully bring them on chain, I think, and get them educated on the principles of Bitcoin, on self-custody, and really taking control of their coins.
We appreciate what you're doing, Alicia, bringing the crypto crowd back to Bitcoin. As Q said, Bitcoin as a platform for all of these services. The future financial economy will run on Bitcoin, according to Willem. We're heading over to the main stage to hear from Paula Arduino, the CEO of Tether. We're over to the Nakamoto stage. We're back here at the live desk after this. We appreciate what you're doing, Alicia, bringing the crypto crowd back to Bitcoin. As Q said, Bitcoin as a platform for all of these services. The future financial
ways Tether as a company is supporting Bitcoin. So, well, I really like this. Well, if I click, you would see it. So, I really like. There's more. The ways Tether as a company is no slides supporting Bitcoin. So, well, I really like this. I thought it should be if I click back. All right, nice. So I really like great start. Right. So this is one of my preferred images because no slides. See, you just need to ask nicely, and then things will be given. Right, so I like this one because it shows like how I feel about Bitcoin is Goku, and well, I was born in the 80s, so Dragon Ball was a big part of my youth, and 90s. And we are Vegeta, right? It's friend. It's less powerful friend, but a very helpful friend during the journey of Bitcoin. Tether is a company that started from nothing in 2014. It's a company that created the first stablecoin, USDT. The slide is slightly updated because this morning we crossed $153 billion, so I have to give the slides 2 days ago.
Thank you. In 2014 is a company that. But something that I really like is the fact that before I was talking about in the Fireside chat, I was talking about this moment basically. This moment when the pandemic happened. So during the journey of Tether USDT. So this is when Tether was only used for cryptocurrency trading. This is the pandemic, and this is basically the growth of USDT during the pandemic times. Because from being just a product used for cryptocurrency trading, became the dollar for hundreds of millions of people. And since from 2020 to 2022, we didn't even have a marketing team. So I wish I could claim that that growth was done because we were perfect, great, did advertisement, we didn't nothing about that. Actually, all happened because when you create a product that actually people need, it will just grow by itself and through the word of mouth. Some statistics. Last year we made 13 billion in profit. We keep 120 billion plus in US treasuries as of now. We committed to reinvest a lot into Bitcoin. We are going to see it in a little bit, but we have now more than 100,000 Bitcoin that we own as a company. We keep 120 billion plus in US treasuries as of now. We have around 50 tons of gold. Many Bitcoiners don't like gold, and maybe this is going to be controversial, but many Bitcoiners don't like talking about gold as if gold would take away something from Bitcoin. There is no way. Bitcoin is perfect. Gold is imperfect. Many Bitcoiners don't like gold, and maybe this is controversial, but many Bitcoiners don't. But the reality is that Bitcoin is money governed by math, and gold is not competing with Bitcoin, but gold is competing with fiat. So that's why we like a little bit of gold, because just we believe that in the future, gold will represent the natural Bitcoin in a certain way. I know that people think about Bitcoin as the digital gold. I think that I prefer to think in Bitcoin terms, and I think gold is kind of a resource of nature and is almost like the natural Bitcoin. We have around 420 million users in emerging markets in developing countries. We are growing at a huge pace. We represent 62% of all decentralized exchange volumes with USDT. And one of the most beautiful statistics that also is referred to the chart that I was displaying before is that 35% of the users of USDT are using USDT as a saving account. Right? Because they live in countries like Turkey, Argentina, Vietnam, where the devaluation of their national currency is so huge that they need to actually, they prefer to use the dollar rather than their national currency, and they use it for savings. How I feel about Tether, right? There is Tether is a company that is in high contrast with traditional big tech companies and traditional finance. I created this short sentence, death by 1,000 intermediaries. I believe that in finance and in big tech, we have too many intermediaries. In finance, these intermediaries are milking fees from every single financial transactions that we do in our lives. In tech, we have these big tech companies that are custodying not our money, but are custodying our data. And that, in my opinion, is the same thing. We are not self-sovereign as humans, as communities, as families, and as cities, as nations, if we don't have both control over our money and control over our data. So that's why when I think about Tether, the role of Tether is coming up with solutions, technology, and tools that will remove as many intermediaries as possible from the equation, from our lives. We are a company that was born with Bitcoin. We are all Bitcoiners at heart. Everyone in our company loves Bitcoin. That's why this talk today, we are I think, build different. First of all, we have our headquarters in El Salvador, the original Bitcoin country. We support El Salvador. We believe it's the most beautiful country in the world. That's why this talk today. It has huge opportunity. It has a great story. For 20 years, the country was disrupted by the pandillas, by the gangs. The president has showed a very high courage, has demonstrated that politicians, if they really want to change things, they have all the opportunities to do so. And I'm seeing the same thing now in the United States. The United States has decided to turn the page and start to understand how important Bitcoin is for the world, for its own country. And you can see it quickly in just a few weeks, few months. The result is astonishing. So again, politicians can actually do things. I'm sorry, I'm Italian, I'm not used to that. Understand how important Bitcoin is for the world, for its own country. And one of the things that at Haider we are very proud of, as I said before, we have more than 100,000 Bitcoin in our treasury. By the way, the addresses are public, so we are not hiding that. I think is very, very, very important. One of the things that we are very proud of, as I said before, we have more than 100. USDT is coming to Lightning. We announced that in Plan B El Salvador. I believe that Lightning is the perfect, or Lightning-like channels are the perfect solution for scaling transactions and payments. Today I was reading a research from Castle Islands that was saying that USDT is 80% of all the payments volume in the digital asset industry. That is astonishing. But my problem is that all the layer 2s on every single altcoin chain are not scalable. They are suffering from one big problem. It's called single share state. And instead, when you have a layer 2s like Lightning that have peer-to-peer channels, the thing is completely different. They can scale to trillions of users. Of course, you know, they need maybe some adjustments, some tweaks, but the logic is there, the opportunity is there, and that's the right way to build this technology. If you want to scale, you cannot use single share states, you have to use peer-to-peer channels. They can scale to trillions of users. We invested $2 billion in energy production and Bitcoin mining. Actually, it's a bit more than that. Something that, you know, we have been very shy to say, but I think that is very realistic, but that by the end of this year, Tether will be the biggest Bitcoin miner in the world, even including all the public companies. Thank you. Something that, you know, we have. So some people ask us, why the hell you are doing Bitcoin mining if you have, and you can just buy Bitcoin. You have 100,000 Bitcoin in your company, right? Why you're doing Bitcoin mining? And I believe that it's very important to do Bitcoin mining because exactly that is the hedge. That is our protection for our Bitcoin treasury. Is actually participating to the security of the Bitcoin mining network itself. You can just buy Bitcoin. You have 100,000 Bitcoin in your company. WDK is an open source wallet development kit so that we can start building consumer apps, consumer wallets, but also every company, every app, every website, every AI agent can have a non-custodial Bitcoin wallet built in. So when I read about some, you know, Bitcoin or wallet libraries anyway that ask you to input an API key to interact with a custody service, I don't believe AI agents will want or should use an API key to connect to a custody and external custody system. I want my AI agent to have a non-custodial wallet so I can grant him some money. The money is kept by the AI agent, and the AI agent will work for me. Will not work under the rules and conditions on someone else. That's something that I think if we want this technology to be helpful to us and not being helpful to the corporates, then it's how it should be. We need to be sovereign when it comes to money and when it comes to data and when it comes to intelligence. Speaking about intelligence, we have announced our AI platform recently. It's called QVAC. The name is taken from The Last Question. That is a beautiful short story, 14 pages, written by Isaac Asimov in 1956. I recommend everyone to read it. The ultimate question, the last question, is how may we reverse entropy in the universe? We started building a peer-to-peer AI platform that does local inference on any device, even smartwatches, can scale to any device, $30 smartphones for Africa, any flagship phone, any laptop, any mainframe server, and all that. And we believe it's the right approach to try to create an AI system, an intelligent and infinite intelligence system that is actually helpful for society and not for corporates that are going to milk your data and take your data, become super rich with your data and give nothing back to you. And we believe it's the right approach to try to create an AI system, an intelligent and infinite intelligence Synonym, for who does not know that, is a company that is run by John Carvalho, is Bitcoin first company building Bitcoin first tools. 21, we talk about it. Jack Mallers is the CEO, Cantor, Tether, SoftBank. Synonym, it's beautiful fellowship. I'm a big fan also of the Lord of the Rings, so I'd like to call it that. Company building Bitcoin first tools. This is Giacomo Zucco. We talk about it. He probably does not know that. I have him on this slide. So Tether also invested and is the biggest backer of the Plan B network. Plan B is, I was told that in the US, Plan B means something else. But still, I think it's a great brand that, means that everyone should have a Plan B in case the Plan A fails. And what we want to teach with the Plan B educational initiative is the fact that you need to have tools, monetary tools, hence Bitcoin, and technological tools, hence peer-to-peer connectivity and telecommunication technology, in case everything around you fails you. Right? I hate the fact that money and technology is built for the best case scenario, while we want money and technology that will help us in the moment we need it the most, that is the worst case scenario. We drive Bitcoin education with universities. We partner with tens of different universities and we want to drive Bitcoin education. Recently we announced our second grant to support BTC Pay Server. That is an open source project that handles Bitcoin payments, straight one. I really recommend everyone to use it. We have been entering a partnership with our brand, with our collaboration with the Lugano seat in Switzerland, where we have a boutique conference called Plan B. We enter in collaboration also with the Lugano Football Club, so that we can bring the Bitcoin brand to every single football match in Europe. We have launched with Fulgur a Plan B fund, a venture fund, to invest in Bitcoin startups. Recently, through our great friends and partners at Rumble, Tether invested $775 million in Rumble. They have a Bitcoin treasury themselves. We are collaborating to launch a Rumble wallet that will be a Bitcoin first and a little bit of stablecoins wallet for the people, not for geeks and nerds only, but for the people that need to approach the first time the usage of Bitcoin. Kit is our Kit is our peer-to-peer communication app. It's still in alpha mode, but is the proof that you can do very high-scale peer-to-peer telecommunications with voice, chat, whatever. There is a great Bitcoin chat channel with thousands of people and tens of millions of messages and videos, photos, audio messages, all shared in this chat across these thousands of people without any central server. So that is the living proof that cloud is not our friend, is something that was told us, imposed on us, and is just there as an illusion to milk our data. Thank you very much. I know that it took some bit more time, but I really appreciate. Very grateful to be here with you in the United States. See you.
Thank you very
It is just there as an illusion to milk our data. Thank you very much.
very much. I know that it took some bit more time, but I really appreciate. Very grateful to be here with you in the United States. See you. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. You just saw an advertisement for one of the items that's up for bidding in the art gallery. Bidding on featured lots in the art gallery concludes between 2:45 and 3:30 Pacific time, local time here. Make sure to check it out online and in person. And bidding happens in person if you're listening, if you're here in our audience, live audience listening here. I'm Frank Korver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined to my left by Payman, the president of Freedom Law School, as well as Q account exec at Swan. Payman, tell us a little bit about what you're working on at Freedom Law School.
For over 30 years, I'm not proud to pay any federal income tax.
How do you do this, sir?
I follow the law as published on U.S. government's official legal website.
Following the law published, any details, any tricks or tips you want to share with the audience here?
It's pretty simple, actually. And they use the term United States, U.S. individual guy following.
How do you do this, sir?
And we all assume, well, I'm a U.S. citizen. It's got to be me. But the way the law is actually written in the tax laws, the term United States is including only the District of Columbia. So the individual income tax is not a 50-state individual income tax. It's actually a District of Columbia individual income tax.
Very, very interesting. Q, I want to know, upon hearing this, are you going to enroll in Freedom Law School? Does this make you curious to see why you're paying so much in taxes?
So I'm going to share a dirty little secret here, but right before we went live, Payman and I were bonding over the fact that we're both Iranians. This is so standard for an Iranian man to just look you dead in the eyes and say, I don't pay taxes. It's like, this is like something that is passed down from father to son, generation to generation. And it's true. Like one of my favorite quotes I read a few years back is, poor people complain about taxes and rich people study them. And there's an ethos behind this that if you want to be taken advantage by the system isn't going to stop and say, oh, let's not steal your money. If you're just gladly willing to hand it over, they'll take it. So the emphasis is on us to do these things in between inflation as well as taxation. I mean, look, these are those random things you see on Twitter, but our tax rate now is higher than what the Jewish population was paying in ancient Egypt. Like that's the level of taxation that we've reached. And never forget that federal income tax was a temporary measure that was introduced during World War I. Temporary.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the fact that we're living in a place with such high taxes, vibes are still higher here at Bitcoin 2025 as we talk about the future of money. And to do so, we have to head back to the Nakamoto stage to hear from our next speaker. Keep it with us. We'll be right back at the live desk after this.
That was introduced during World War I.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the fact that we're living in a
Easy
place
question.
with such
I like that. I'll take it. You know, there's talk in this like crypto Bitcoin space about people being rugged. I'm like, have you heard of what happened after 9/11 with the biggest transfer of wealth in recorded American history, with the Pentagon missing trillions of dollars? People are saying, oh no, but this other crap coin is going to take your money. Have you heard of what happened in 2008? Have you heard of what happened in COVID? I think it's pretty clear that the institutions have been robbing us blind. We have been screwed over, and they are the ones rug pulling all of us, and Bitcoin is the alternative to finally some of us uplifting ourselves from this global Ponzi scheme that all of us are forced to live into by these predators, a part of the banking class that are also very well connected to the Epsteins and other satanic pedophiles out there. Let me just go over there and start it off that way. But pretty clear as day. The system is rigged, and alternatives like Bitcoin are the answer, and that's why I've been very bullish on Bitcoin from the very beginning. It's a beautiful technology. I hope it's a rebellious technology, and I hope it continues to be a rebellious technology, because the institutions are going down, and we're going to see the collapse of the establishment within our lifetimes a lot sooner than a lot of people expect, and we have to make sure that Bitcoin is not going to be part of those institutions, the establishment. It has to be the rebellion technology. It has to be the technology that stands outside of the status quo, which is more important than ever now. A lot sooner than a lot of people expect. And
Dr. Malone, you've been really focused on the medical establishment over the last 5 years specifically, I mean your whole career, but we were talking about a Rasmussen poll that came out that you're writing about right now that really highlights that the credibility of the medical establishment is crumbling before our eyes.
So Rasmussen Reports has just published about an hour ago the outcome of their latest poll looking at general U.S. citizen support for the idea that myopericarditis is associated with vaccines. It's now at 51%. It's bipartisan. There's a split. About 38% Democrats are supporting that. A large number of Republicans and about 45% of independents. So what this illustrates is that the strategy of Ron Johnson and Secretary Kennedy of staged deployment of information, much like what happened with the Twitter files, in order to shift to public opinion is really working. And we, as far as I'm concerned, I know there's a lot of people that are upset because we haven't seen an immediate withdrawal of these gene therapy-based products from the market. But the political realities are really complex, and that may not be an excuse, but it's the reality in D.C. We have a president who is really having to be dragged to the altar on this. And as far as I'm concerned, the changes that are occurring are monumental, and they're extremely fast, much faster than I expected. So I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing. And what this suggests, and there's another associated poll that shows broad bipartisan support for the Maha agenda, including general health issues, food supply, food purity, etc. That's a strongly bipartisan movement, and what I think I'm seeing is the emergence of a new political alignment that many of us have been anticipating, where, including Elon, when he talks about left versus right and how he was abandoned by the left, essentially, that everything shifted far left under the Biden administration. I think that what many people have been hoping for, what I've been hoping for, is a realignment around medical freedom, around libertarianism, and the corruption and lies that have become so evident during the COVID crisis, I think are fueling that. So the fragmentation of society is real, but I do see signs that we may be able to come together as a society around some new principles, and of course Bitcoin is at the center of that as a fundamentally libertarian, freedom-based financial system. But I do see signs that we may be able to come together as a society.
I think with the social media age and independent blogging, independent media more generally, independents have had an outsized influence on public discourse around all these topics. Do you think we're at or close to a critical tipping point where independent media sort of dominates and fully takes out mainstream media?
100%. I mean, we just saw what happened in the last election. It was independent media versus P. Diddy's party list and Epstein's client list, and the corporate media, and all the celebrities, and all the musicians, and all of that failed because of people trying to have honest, genuine conversations about things like individual liberty and freedom and personal responsibility. Those conversations were far more important than Beyonce or Rihanna being shoved onto the stage for millions of dollars in order to shill and promote a degenerate drunk candidate that was slurring her words on stage, who previously took the place of a guy who pooped his pants nonstop. What we saw is an evolution, and we're seeing it today. Because what we're seeing today also isn't just bootlickers. And there are some bootlickers, let's be granted. There's some people that, of course, put away their morals, put away all of their virtues, and they kind of shill a little bit. But vast majority of the space is filled with authentic people having real conversations that they're not afraid to have. And those conversations that they're having are the at most critically important right now when it comes to, of course, even challenging the current administration that's in power right now, and being able to say, hey, where's that client list? You know, and this is why people resonated with alternative independent media more, because if this was, you know, the Biden administration, they wouldn't be asking that question. But we, as independent media, we don't care if we ruffle some feathers. The truth matters. Independence matters. Freedom matters. And we will get to the bottom of it because we're willing to fight for it, even if it means ruffling some feathers. So I think seeing the kind of echo chamber, there's a lot of people also taking money to shill certain ideas, like promoting sugary cokes, a part of SNAP benefits for some strange reason. I don't know. People see through that automatically.
$1,000 a post.
Exactly.
$1,000 a post to conservative influencers to push the agenda through grassroots, fake AstroTurf organizations to push the agenda of the sugary cola manufacturers.
And that's what corporate media does every single day. And then the second independent media does it, everyone calls it out. So this is why I love this space. It's a very tumultuous space. It's a very interesting space, but it's a space where if you're not genuine, if you're full of shit, people will call you out on it right away, and it will expose you. And I think that's beautiful, and I think that's amazing. And that's the echo chamber, and that's the society that I want to be a part of.
So, Luke, I'm going to forgive me. I'm going to push back on you. I think that up through the election was we may look back on that and see and perceive that as a golden era for social media, where suddenly there was this surge in power and influence. But here's the counterpoint. 2 days ago, Elon Musk posted a statement. Are there any real people left on the internet? We are being flooded with AI-driven bots that are pushing agendas, and they are designed to splinter us as a society. They're designed to further degrade and splinter the internet, and they're becoming dominant voices. And here's the thing, I spoke about this yesterday at the whale room. And they are designed to Bitcoin, in a sense, is very much a commodity. It's many things, but a commodity is one of them. And it is susceptible to manipulation through technologies that are also used to manipulate stock prices, the classic pump and dump strategy. And the Bitcoin community needs a stable currency. It's certainly great that it's appreciating the way it did and is currently, but what it doesn't need is these volatility fluctuations that are driven by AI bot armies advancing short-term interests of hostile third parties. And what I'm afraid we're seeing is that classic social media is increasingly contaminated by these agents that are functioning to advance psychological warfare technology to manipulate public opinion on a routine basis. And but consistent with your point, there are some forms of social media where people like yourself can express in a longer format your opinions, and the viewer or the listener or the reader can make an evaluation of whether or not you have integrity, whether or not you are being genuine. And I think it's those types of social media that have to come to dominate the kind of short, dopamine hit-driven platforms like Facebook, which is so out of date, TikTok, X. I think they're going to become obsolete.
I think what you're describing is what Yuri Bezmenov talked about. Same with Zbigniew Brzezinski and the Grand Chessboard as well. Specifically described in these kind of technocratic dystopian states, which I'm absolutely 100% in line with you about. They've been doing it since 2004. I've heard about this ever since specifically 9/11. The Israeli military, the American military had individuals that were online seeding comments, seeding views in order to push particular viewpoints on the general public. That has been also called out. But now with AI, it leaves us in a very complicated scenario where I think soon it's going to be very difficult to decipher what is real and what is not. But going into this space, this is why individuals matter, your virtues matter, who you are matters, and I still think, and I want to think, humanity will win, and I think we have to have that viewpoint, even though we do have to address the problems that you're addressing.
But the risk in this space, and I'm seeing it happen with a number of influencers, is that these bot armies are driving people to extreme positions because they want to get clicks, likes, and follows and monetization. If you don't have a soul, if you're not guided by some core principle, then you are highly susceptible to this kind of manipulation. I think that also relates to the Bitcoin community.
It creates a smarter community because I think a lot of people are now realizing this, especially with you bringing this issue up. But as far as rug pulls, I think the U.S. Federal Reserve conducted the biggest rug pull against the American people. And I think when we look at the corruption levels and the theft levels, there's a far more theft within the banking system than there is. But this is a problem that does need to be addressed, and I agree with you.
Well, I think Bitcoin could play a role here, particularly with this AI and this bot problem that exists. We're seeing it on protocols like Nostr, which leverage private public key cryptography. If you put a note out there, you need to sign a private key proving that you actually sent it. So if you send you send a note, it's associated with your private key, you know it came from me. And then on top of that, it's implemented Bitcoin as well, and it's not there yet, but you can imagine a world where if these bots want to reply to something to push a certain agenda, they have to attach a microtransaction to it. And at that point, the cost of doing that at scale becomes very costly, and so you can disincentivize it with Bitcoin, integrating the payments.
Well, consistent with what you're saying about basically tagging media with a tool or a flag that can identify real content versus synthetic content, we now have the kind of democratization of incredibly powerful AI tools for generating video content and image content. And we're now at a space where, within months, users are going to be faced with a perplexing array of seemingly real media. You were talking before we were out here about skepticism concerning this suddenly available media that is going to become deployed for all of us, having to do with the Jeffrey Epstein quote suicide. I mean, where did that come from? And how can any of us even believe that in the current age? That's just the tip of the spear. We're going to see that in all aspects of things that we had previously relied on, as being able to see someone's face and their expression. That's all going to be synthetic now. How do we tell what's real and what's synthetic? How can blockchain and Bitcoin enable that so that consumers can make an assessment whether they're being played or whether they're encountering something real? Is that kind of what you're touching on?
Yeah. I think Bitcoin can play a role, whether it's attaching microtransactions to messages. There's companies like Simple Proof that are using open timestamps to hash records into Bitcoin's blockchain, so you know that something happened at a particular point in time. So on this Epstein video, which came out of nowhere, it seems like if we implement this technology, you could prove that that record existed in the past, so you have more certainty that there could be validity behind it. But we don't have that.
I think skepticism is going to be your best friend, especially with the very strange world that we're entering with artificial intelligence. Conspiracy theories are just kind of obvious, kind of observations that the government doesn't like. And I think we're entering into a new realm, into a new world where decentralization is truly something that all of us need to focus on. Focus on your relationships, your family members, your neighbors. that is going to be more critically important than ever, especially with the AI kind of technocratic advancement coming our way that's going to disrupt our society in ways that we still can't even perceive. And I understand, Robert's point, and that form of psychological forms of warfare have been implemented for about 15 years now. And I would argue that they have been at play, but it is a constant battle, battling these types of bad ideas with good ideas. But I think when we really kind of home in at what's happening, because it's going to be monumental institutional failures that people still do not grasp how severe, how vast, how insane it's going to be, and just a lot quicker than you expect it to be. What you're going to be left with are your relationships. Social media has a way of kind of connecting but disconnecting us. So I think if there's one thing that I could espouse here, because I know this is a Bitcoin conference and everyone loves their Bitcoin and their tech, just put it down for a little bit, get to know people, start to have real relationships, start to grow food, and start to understand that the world as we live it is going to be totally different than it is now, and start preparing for it by having social currency and people in your life that you could depend on and that you could help when they need your help as well. Start to have real relationships, start to grow food, and
another way of saying go touch grass. Go touch grass. We've got a few minutes left here. Are you optimistic, pessimistic, neutral on the future based off of everything we discussed? Is this an incredibly opportune time or a time to be worried?
We're fucked. We're fucked. It's hard not to say that. I always love. I love to have a positive mindset, and I believe in visualizing the good things in life and appreciating the good things in life and having gratitude. And I think it's absolutely critically important. But there is a storm coming. There is a storm brewing that will shake up everything. And I think right now is the time to really kind of face reality. It's the time to face the hard truths of what's really happening here, and to prepare accordingly. Prepare through those social circles, prepare through family members, through neighbors, through being there for yourself. Because I think right now, again, I would love to give you the hunky-dory, everything's going to be peachy, everything's going to be fine, but I would be full of shit if I told you that. And I don't want to do that. I want to tell you the real truth, because that's what's happening in my mindset. My mindset, okay, now's the time to really smarten up. Now's the time to really hone in on you, your skills, and what you could provide the people around you. And I don't want to do that. I want to tell you the real
I'm going to give a counterpoint.
That's what's happening in my mindset.
I think we're entering into a period, I think we can both agree, of profound disruption. Disruption will become the dominant force as we move forward over the next few decades. That we can all agree on. I'm going to give a counterpoint. With disruption comes opportunity. I think the opportunities here, personally, financially, in terms of community, etc., are profound as we move forward. I mean, this is the essence of Bitcoin. The Bitcoin world is a rapidly emergent, disruptive solution to a core problem.
It's based on liberty and rebellion.
And we are going to be presented with business opportunities like we've never seen before, frankly, because we're going to be in a period of major flux, major change. You're talking about whole industries going obsolete on a moment's notice. All of us have lived through a period where we have experienced disruptive technology and the obsolescence of key industries again and again and again in every field around us. And those that are in this community are basically the adapters and survivors that have learned to be agile, to have a broad base of skills that allow you to adapt to changing conditions. And personally, I love that. I love periods of change. I love dynamic environments. I really don't like static situations in which you get a structure and hierarchy, and there's nothing to be done about it. This is a period that we're moving into of enormous opportunity and change, but it does require that there be some economic tools that allow for exchange between communities and individuals. And that's the power here. Is this is an amazing tool that's been created, and as J.D. Vance put it, this is emergent from American innovation. I think everybody here deserves a pat on the back, and don't get lost in the nattering nabob negativity. You know, look to this bright future and this opportunity that we have to participate and innovate in a period of dynamic change.
Rebel and decentralize as soon as possible.
Fix the money, fix the world. Thank you, gentlemen.
Get lost in the nattering nabob negativity. Look to this bright future and this opportunity that we have to participate.
Thank you very much for an awesome...
Rebel and decentralize as soon as possible.
Fix the money, fix the world. Thank you, gentlemen.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corver, the political correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine, and I am joined by Dennis Porter, CEO of the Satoshi Action Fund. Dennis, welcome. You've been doing incredible work behind the scenes for years now, 3 years now, I think you were telling me off camera, educating politicians in the United States about this. We're at an event like this where we had the Vice President of the United States speak yesterday. On top of that, a ton of Congress people, senators, all now primed and ready to talk about this. Please talk about the work you've done in getting them ready for something like this.
Absolutely, Frank, and thank you so much for having me up here, and congratulations on your work. I just saw the White House approval to get in. That's such a big win for us to have a true Bitcoin news organization there at the White House. So we at Satoshi Action do a lot of work educating lawmakers and regulators on the benefits of this stuff. We work a lot at the state level, and we've had some incredible success. Now, the momentum is just through the roof right now. And so for our team, the big thing is, like, we are running out of bandwidth. We are running out of capacity to be able to actually help all these lawmakers. The first year we started, we got 7 bills introduced based off our model policy. This last session, I can't even count. It was like 30, 40 bills. And so what's happening is these lawmakers, at the state level especially, they don't have these big teams. You know, you go meet Senator Lummis' office, she's got a whole team of people working for her. A whole team of people helping her. These state lawmakers don't have these big teams, and so they rely on groups like Satoshi Action, which has a proven track record of getting policies across the finish line to help them. But now we've done that so well for 3 years that we can't handle all of the lawmakers that are coming to us and asking for help. And so we're going to have to go through this massive growth, strategic growth initiative to be able to help us get to the next level. We're very excited about getting there. We were very confident about maybe doubling or tripling the team, which ultimately will allow us to double or triple how many bills we can get across the finish line every year.
Amazing stuff. What comes to mind here is I'm thinking, okay, you meet with some representatives on the state level, you teach them about this, you teach their staff about it. You may not have all the bandwidth, as you said, there's only a few of you full-time, you're expanding, yes, but can you sometimes say, hey, we've worked with this group over here, maybe in New Hampshire, can you say that to a group maybe in Oregon and say, hey, could you touch base with this team that we've already taught? It's almost like teaching someone about Bitcoin and then that person teaches the next one. Is there any of that sort of action happening behind the scenes?
I mean, we absolutely collaborate with as many groups and as many individuals as we can. We have so many great groups we've worked with. I mean, in New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Blockchain Council was really pivotal in helping to get this bill across the finish line. The very first strategic Bitcoin reserve bill passed into law. Obviously, Representative Keith Ammon, he was the one that led the charge. And it's actually funny story about Representative Keith Ammon. He was also the very first lawmaker ever to introduce a bill based on Satoshi Action model policy back in 2022. So he's been an absolute leader. We've also seen Representative Wenninger in Arizona pass the one there, signed by a Democrat governor, which I think is huge for the political momentum. But absolutely, we collaborate with groups, we work with groups, but at the end of the day, we need to be able to find people to bring onto our team that understand two things. They understand Bitcoin, and they understand policy and how to get things done. Unfortunately, that's very few people that actually know how to do that. So we will be looking for folks that know how to do those two things, joining the team very shortly.
Appreciate that, Dennis. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're headed back to the Nakamoto stage. Right after that, we'll be back here at the live desk. Stay with us.
They understand Bitcoin, and they understand policy and how to get things done. Unfortunately, that's very few people that actually know how to do that. So we will be looking for folks that know how to do those two things, joining the team.
Appreciate that, Dennis. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're headed back to the Nakamoto stage. Right after that, we'll be back here at the live desk. Stay with us.
Pump it up.
You're going to sing Sweet Child of Mine right now, right?
Yeah, the technique is to go right into the microphone. Give the religion!
All right, guys, we have an exciting panel today. I was thinking back to 2021. How many people were at the conference in 2021? Raise your hands. When we had the amazing announcement by Nayib Bukele that El Salvador was adopting Bitcoin as legal tender. I mean, that was a monumental moment. I can still remember like seeing him on the screen up there, and for me especially, being in El Salvador, being part of the Bitcoin Beach team, to see the country of El Salvador adopting Bitcoin as legal tender was so special. And then I remember coming back in 2022, and there was like, hey, there's an announcement, there's 3 more countries that are adopting Bitcoin. And we kind of know how that went. It was kind of a little bit of a rug pull. And so today I'm excited to see that actually we are seeing Bitcoin adoption spreading, specifically in the region of Central America. We have with us today the mayor of Panama City, Mayor Meyer. And we kind of know how that went. And so, and also, of course, we have Max and Stacy. Of course, Max doesn't need much of an introduction. And then Stacy lately has just been really driving the ship in El Salvador, spurring Bitcoin adoption, Bitcoin education. They're doing so much with training up young Salvadorans as developers in the Bitcoin space, and most importantly, keeping all of the shitcoiners out of El Salvador. So I'm going to briefly have you guys just introduce yourselves real quick. So we'll start with the mayor here.
Hey guys, Mayor Meyer here. Youngest mayor in the capital city of Panama, which is also, yes, home to the canal and home to the largest financial system in Central America and the Caribbean. For me to be here next to Max and Stacy in front of you guys, it's honestly an extreme privilege. And I'm really happy to be sharing the stage with you guys. I'm privileged. And I'm excited for what's to come. Because the stuff that we've talked about is great. Working together with El Salvador, I guarantee you, the future is bright for Bitcoin. It's honestly an extreme privilege. And I'm really happy to be sharing.
Max, I know you don't need an introduction, but why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, yeah, I had sex with Satoshi, and we gave birth to the first coin, as it were. The Genesis block is the result of my semen impregnating the egg of Satoshi, and then Scottie Pippen was there. And Scottie Pippen looked on, and before he knew it, there was Michael Saylor, and he was staring at Scottie. And so it's like one of those medieval frescoes where the newlywed couple's having sex before the whole court. So the whole court of Bitcoin was there observing the copulation. Then Stacy came by and kicked everybody's ass. And he was staring at Scottie. I'll defer to Stacy.
Why do I have to follow Max, right? You should have gone last. Okay, no, I am Stacy Herbert, and you know what? I am the person who mentioned Bitcoin on international television first, right? I mentioned it in December of 2010. It was 23 cents, so I am the first. And hey! So I now work for the first and only Bitcoin president. As Mike had mentioned, that President Bukele announced Bitcoin would be legal tender in El Salvador in 2021. The following year of 2022, the first Bitcoiner president liberated his people from the gangs. He liberated his people from the corrupt politicians. He liberated the people from a failed state, right? So El Salvador is a trailblazer, and it is an example for the world. That is why the mayor of Panama City is sitting here today, because El Salvador is the example for the region, but also the world. So El Salvador is a trailblazer.
So getting back to the title of this session,
is Panama next? And if so, what role did El Salvador's adoption play in that? And so I'd love to hear from you as to where are we actually. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. We want to be realistic about where things are at. And so let's hear what you guys are doing in Panama.
All right, so listen, I remember 2021 listening at the spaces on X when this was happening and unfolding before the entire public. The world was seeing how the first country in the world, the first president was embracing Bitcoin. And I'd never imagined I'd be in politics. I'm an entrepreneur. I came from the secure messaging and email space, so I know a bit about public-private keys. And I said, this guy knows what he's doing. This guy Bukele, he really understands, not just knows what he's doing, he's surrounding himself with the people that know what the hell they're doing. And I came
Especially me.
And I came to meet those people recently as a result of actually passing a bill in City Hall where we became the first city to take payments for taxes and services in Bitcoin.
Especially me.
So, yeah, that just happened in Panama. Shortly after, we connected, and honestly, I realized that was merely a catalyzer to something big. Because you guys came to Panama for a couple days, and you opened my mind to other things that I never thought we'd be talking about, from a Bitcoin reserve for the city to even, hey, we have a canal, it's pretty popular. What if you get a perk for paying in Bitcoin? That your ship to go quicker if you get paid in Bitcoin. So we've been just jotting these ideas and bouncing them. And here's what's important. What we actually did was we created a new roadmap for how cities can embrace Bitcoin regardless of national law. Because in Panama specifically, we've been just jotting these ideas. It's not like El Salvador where Bitcoin is legal tender. That's the top of the tops. That's where you want to get to. What we created is a stepping stone by showing people, hey, we accept Bitcoin. The city gets paid in Bitcoin, but it receives in dollars through an intermediary processing payments processor. And that's when a bunch of mayors from different cities in Latin America said, did you need a bill for a law passed for that? And I said, no, you're autonomous, you're a local government, you can build the building blocks for the central government to then copy what you are doing after you got the results to prove Bitcoin is not just safe, it's prosperous. Did you need a bill for a law passed for that? I said,
no, I love that, because a lot of times people want to see that proof of work, that it's worked on, a smaller level before they adopt that on a bigger level. Stacy and Max, I know you guys have a lot of experience as to what happens when a country or a major city like Panama City starts to adopt Bitcoin and go down that route. Like, the scammers come out of the woodwork. It is. I still remember in El Salvador. I mean, they had hardly made that announcement, and there was plane loads of them flying down and wanting to pump their own coin or convince. Like, we saw the mayor in Miami got convinced to do their own coin in Miami, and we know how that ended. So, what would you guys say from your experience of seeing the way these scammers come out? What would be your advice as to how to stay on track and to really get the benefit of adopting Bitcoin, not crypto?
Well, Vegas is a good example. Like, there are two paths to go, right? You either become a new Switzerland or a new New York, right? Switzerland is like financial, like a powerful economic force built upon gold. New York upon U.S. Treasuries. Vegas, the house always wins. Steve Wynn is a billionaire. Sheldon Adelson's a billionaire. They are very powerful individuals. Sheldon Adelson, of course, is no longer with us. But the desperation and the of the slot machine, the gambling on a lucky win, right? Those are the options. But for me, every country has a different situation. Sometimes your strengths could be weaknesses. For example, the U.S. has had the exorbitant privilege of the U.S. dollar for 50 years. In a way, that could be a weakness. And we always thought that would be a weakness when we were talking about Bitcoin 15 years ago, 14 years ago, is that maybe they would be the last to adopt Bitcoin because they had the exorbitant privilege of being able to print the U.S. dollar. Panama versus El Salvador. El Salvador, they don't have a leader. Panama does not have a leader, an inspirational leader like President Bukele, but they do have a very advanced financial system. They have, the income stream, a very steady income stream from the canal. But that's a strength, but a weakness as well, because it can set in a proof-of-stake mindset. But they do have that you think you could just rest on your laurels rather than move forward. The income stream, I think, most people who are outside of the, don't have their own currency, like Panama, I think they're kind of immune to scammers, right? Because the original scam is being able to print your own money. So I think it was easy in El Salvador to block them because they were easy to see for people who are already on a dollar system.
Yeah, it is definitely a two-pronged attack. The Bitcoin, supporting Bitcoin, and then also equally, if not more difficult, is to clear out the scam coins and the shit coins. And so we did a couple of things early on. One was to create the Bitcoin office, which would be directly reporting to the president, which has its own edict that defines what that does. And then also we passed a law which would say Bitcoin is money, everything else is a unregistered security. So they'd have to go through the added hoop of going through a securitization process, which weeded out 90% of the scammers because it's like, people who have even a little bit of home protection, keep a light on or something, the robber goes to the next house. If you go to El Salvador and you have to actually interact with a bureaucrat and register something, you're like, I'm going somewhere else, right? They just go for the low-hanging fruit. And so it's a series of things to keep out the scammers. But you have to do both, because the scammers are excellent, salespeople. They're con men, and con men are successful because they're good con men. And so you have to be able to say...
And education is key, right? Education is key, and it's not just the technical knowledge, it's the mindset. And President Bukele says that all the time about El Salvador. He's liberated the people, he's given them economic liberty as well, and he's shown them the way, but only they can live their life. Only they could deliver the greatness that El Salvador can be. So, and that mindset is something that we instill with our Kubo Plus. Like, our Kubo Plus is the first education program we started. Folger Ventures were partners with us on that. And Giacomo Zucco is our lead educator, and he's an amazing guy and a great teacher for our students in El Salvador. But the thing is, we teach the technical, the engineering aspects of Bitcoin, but we teach a mindset as well, that you need to be prepared for greatness. You need to be prepared for proof of work. You need to be excellence only in your mindset. You have to be prepared for leading the world, and that's what El Salvador is doing. And that's why the mayor of Panama City is here, because we're leading the world for greatness. You need to be prepared for proof of work.
So, kind of following up on that, and I think if anybody is from Central America or has been in that region, you'll understand how remarkable it is that we're here doing a panel if Panama is going to follow El Salvador's example. Because you go back 5 years ago, Panama was definitely at the heavyweight. They still are in the financial range. But we've seen in 2019, I was just looking up some stats this morning, Panama had more tourists than El Salvador in 2019. But in this past year, El Salvador's tourism numbers were almost double those of Panama. And that's nothing to do with Panama. That's just because of the surge in El Salvador between the increased security measures that Bukele has brought peace to the country, but also the Bitcoin tourism, the conferences, everything, the Bitcoiners that are moving to El Salvador, the huge companies and financial institutions that are moving into El Salvador, we're seeing it become like a beacon of hope, and we're seeing the neighbors in the region look to El Salvador, okay, how can we benefit from this also? So, Mayor, I would like to know what has kind of motivated you and driven you to this Bitcoin adoption, and how are you seeing it benefit the people of Panama City?
So, for those who don't know, both Panama and El Salvador are the dollarized economies of the region, of Central America. So we actually have a lot in common. Our biggest import is monetary policy. We don't print our own money. Thank God. Thank God. I wouldn't want politicians to have that power. But it puts us in a position where we have to create new dependencies and fortify our economy based not on our ability to print money, but our software. And I've told you this all the time. So I tell this to Stacy all the time. Panama has great hardware, but El Salvador has great software. I'm talking about the operating system that you guys have optimized over the last few years. It's amazing. And you're seeing the results. I'm inspired by it, personally. And I think that the region, and we've spoken about this privately, the region is so small that divided efforts will not reap the results of a joint effort. Imagine yourself an economic bloc powered by El Salvador, supported by Panama, and the rest will come.
Right, the axis of Bitcoin. The axis of Bitcoin in Central America to do battle against the globalists that have always looked at the region as their quote-unquote backyard. This is intolerable, and this is going to change right now.
Yeah, you know what? In 2014, on the Kaiser report, Max Kaiser and Tur de Meester had a conversation in which they imagined at that time, which was very far off, it seemed, that which nation state would be the first to adopt Bitcoin. And Max and Tur guessed that it would be Panama, because they were predicting that it would be a small country, therefore it could be nimble, and that it would be one in which the main policy was economic liberty. And of course, President Bukele put Bitcoin under a policy of economic liberty. So it is interesting that we already saw that this would be possible. Now, what we're going to do with Panama is that we do have a Bitcoin block. Like, there is a kind of desire from amongst the people there that we already have a Central American block. It's a Central American region. We are going to open a Bitcoin embassy. We have already introduced, we've given Meyer, he has even his own character in the Little Hodler series. So El Salvador is the first country in the world to have a comprehensive, public school financial literacy education program from 7 years old. So these are little kids learning financial literacy. What is Money is the series. Written by Lena Seish of Little Hodler, who is now in El Salvador as well. And we're teaching kids about money, about sovereignty, about Bitcoin, and how to be great, like preparing them for greatness, for the mindset needed for that. So we're giving that to Panama City. That will be introduced into their digital libraries coming soon this year. And we will be opening a Bitcoin embassy there in order to facilitate this sort of, greatness that the Bitcoin block, the axis of Bitcoin, as Max says.
So in El Salvador, we saw Bitcoin adoption kind of come from both directions. It came bottom up from the project in El Zonte, Bitcoin Beach. We saw it come top down from the government embracing that and seeing what it could bring for the people. Where do you see the biggest challenges in Panama City as far as getting the people to embrace Bitcoin and to see the advantage it can bring to them if they follow El Salvador's example?
I think the people have already started. The government always lags behind consumer behavior and innovation. And I'm saying this as kind of a Trojan horse from within. The government is always slow to act. People have already started transacting in Bitcoin. There's an estimate that about $5 billion in transaction in Bitcoin happen a year in Panama. And because the government hasn't been involved, people are just scared. They're scared of openly embracing Bitcoin. But in private, in the privacy of their own homes, they actually already have embraced it. So now here you have a municipal government, the biggest in the country. So 70% of the GDP is in my city. So whatever the city does, it makes waves around the country and it becomes a trend. So the city is embracing it. You have one of the biggest banks in the country, Tower Bank, is already offering services for clients that have assets in Bitcoin. They're offering us the point of sale to be able to charge in Bitcoin. And now, the second biggest national bank, who is here present tonight, Caja de Ahorros, is going to be opening accounts in Bitcoin that can easily transact into dollars. This is a state-owned bank. So things start fitting in, and you have then this ecosystem of coordinators that all we have to do, if you ask me, is just make sure that nothing impedes it. Because a lot of times, it's regulation that wants to come before innovation. So we have legislators right now in Panama, they're trying to write up a Bitcoin law, and I'm like, don't touch it. Don't get near it, don't even look at it. Let it operate, let it function, and then decide what it needs. Do you want to restrict it or do you want to promote it? That's what the law is for. But right now, let it grow up, let it prosper, let it operate, and follow the example of a country where it's already working perfectly.
I think that's super wise. I love that approach to it. And I'm sure it's been helpful too to see, I know in the past the pressure has come from the US as far as the banks worried about being kicked off SWIFT or something like that. But now with the change of administration, I think it's really opened up countries like Panama to really move forward without that fear. And so they could follow El Salvador's example, but now not worry about the US coming and swatting at them.
Well, you know, it's game theory, right? Because the U.S. wants to buy a lot of Bitcoin, so if Panama wants to buy a lot of Bitcoin, that helps everybody in the U.S., right? This is the beautiful expression of game theory, perfectly aligned in the protocol that is changing the world that we live in. And on the street level, what Bitcoin does to the population is that they go from a spending mentality to a saving mentality. And we were talking about this, how that's very important in a market where there hasn't been a lot of economic growth at the bottom. But once you begin to save in Bitcoin, you change from, I need to spend this quick because situation is bad, to I have hope. And we've definitely seen that in El Salvador, across the spectrum, where people have gone to a saving mentality and they have hope. You cap it off with a leader like President Bukele, who is a great role model in that sense, and you end up with a very dynamic situation. So we have the playbook that was basically developed by Stacy, and now that can be exported to Panama.
Awesome. Well, we're about out of time here, but I want to ask for a round of applause for the guests here. And we're going to be excitedly watching what's happening in Panama City. We're excited to have a leader like you that is taking the city forward. And we hope that see Bitcoin really be used by the people that have been excluded from the traditional financial system in Panama, the same way it's been in El Salvador, and to see circular economy really develop there. So we're very excited.
And with that, I do want to say, buy Bitcoin, not exposure to Bitcoin.
Perfect.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. I am Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I am joined by none other than Casey Rodermore, creator of Ordinals, as well as Erin Redwing, high priestess of Ordinals. We have lots of stuff to talk about here, Casey, but please fill us in a little bit on what exactly Ordinals are.
I'm just looking at myself in the monitor, and I'm like, damn, I look pretty good.
Looking real good, buddy.
Ordinals is like this weird thing that I created that lets you pretend that individual Satoshis in Bitcoin are trackable and lets you assign art to them or any kind of content and trade them on Bitcoin and whatever. I also created this thing called runes, which is a way that you can create your own altcoins, S-coins as they're referred to. I won't say the actual word because this is a family-friendly...
Family show, ladies and gentlemen.
Family show, that's right. And I never claim that this is Bitcoin. I never claim that you should, do this instead of doing Bitcoin. You should go buy Bitcoin. And then this is just a way to have fun on the Bitcoin network. Don't think of it as a way to make money. Think of it as a fun thing to do. And actually, the people who do a lot of fooling around with ordinals, inscriptions, and runes, they're actually some of the best technically informed plebs in the space because they're the ones doing tons and tons of transactions all the time. I created it for the very simple reason that I've made generative art in the past. I was looking at doing NFTs on Ethereum in the heyday, and Ethereum's so bad, the technical standards are so bad that I had to create some way. I was like, okay, I want to sell my JPEGs. Like, why not? Not a substitute for Bitcoin, but it's on the Bitcoin network. It's very fun. It lets you do some altcoining in maybe a harm reduction way. All I want to do is give clean needles to addicts. But ultimately, Bitcoin is the real thing. This is just a sideshow, but it's a fun sideshow.
Harm reduction for altcoins. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for that overview, Casey. I want to go to the high priestess here to my left. So we have this megalith.art auction happening. Please tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we're really lucky that Bitcoin Conference reached out to us to actually work on selling some ordinals inscriptions for the conference.
Look at that QR code.
Yeah,
on the
look at that
monitor.
QR code. So you can see on the really crazy blood splattered guy on the screen. That's Casey. And the inscription that we're selling is the first time that a grandchild of Inscription 0 has ever been sold.
It's a weird quirk of the inscription system, which is the way that you do collections is you create an inscription, which is like what they would call an NFT on chains that I shall not name, and then you create inscriptions underneath it, and the collection of inscriptions underneath an inscription is the collection. And then it can go further. You can have inscriptions under those inscriptions. So you can crazy hierarchies of inscriptions. So yeah, I guess this is a grandchild of Inscription 0, which is the one that I created literally just to test out that everything was working.
Yeah, for people who like the archaeological, historical aspects of this fine field of ordinals, it's a good kind of document for that as well. But yeah, we called it megalith.art because basically from our perspective, we think of Bitcoin as this digital megastructure that with ordinals and inscriptions, we get to make our mark on. It's like you get to put graffiti on the pyramids of Giza and have your mark made that will long outlive you. Bitcoin will be around for a long time in its entirety. You can't get rid of the inscriptions even if you tried.
Is somebody taking a picture of that to inscribe it? Is that what you're trying to get?
They always are. They always are.
Yeah, just wants to show up those muscles. You have some good muscles. That's good. I just have a quick question. As a final thought here before we go back to the Nakamoto stage, Casey, wasn't Satoshi the first person to inscribe something on Bitcoin? I think it was in the Genesis block, if I'm not mistaken.
In some sense, he did put something in there. I wouldn't call it inscription just because inscriptions
for technical reasons.
For obscure technical reasons that nobody cares about. And as a result, yes, the answer is yes. Yeah.
January 3rd, 2009.
January 3rd, 2009. If I'm not mistaken, it was Chancellor on the brink of bailout again.
Second bailout.
Like
I'm a terrible Bitcoiner. Please ban me from the desk for getting that wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to head back to the Nakamoto stage. We're here live at Bitcoin 2025, talking ordinals. We'll be right back after this. Woo!
Not only do I know about economic imperialism, I was the economic imperialist. It was my job. My real title was chief economist at a major U.S. consulting firm. But my job was to go to countries that had resources our corporations covet, like oil, and then arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money never actually went to the country. Instead, it went to our own corporations, usually big construction engineering corporations or companies like General Electric, Bechtel, Halliburton, and so forth, to build infrastructure projects in that country. Now, these corporations made big profits off building these infrastructure projects, And the wealthy people in the country benefited because these were projects like huge electrical systems and industrial parks, airports, ports, highways, things that benefited a few wealthy families as well as our corporations and multinational corporations. But in the end, the country was left holding a huge debt. And at that point, the economic hitman, I went back to the country and said, hey, and I went back usually in the guise of the International Monetary Fund, which is the policing authority, and said, hey, since you can't pay your debts, sell your resource, oil or whatever, real cheap to our corporations without environmental or social regulations, just real cheap. Oh, and by the way, let us build a military base on your soil. Vote with us in the next UN vote against Cuba or whatever. So really we were creating an empire without the military. But I gotta say, we had the military behind us and we had guys called jackals. And these are guys who, if a president of a country didn't buy into what we wanted them to do, these guys came in and threatened them. And we just heard from the mayor of Panama City. I had an office in Panama City. I was working with Omar Torrijos, who refused to play the game and went down in a very, very suspicious private plane crash, which most of Latin America knows or assumes was done by the jackals. So in essence, to summarize, I'd go into a president's office, Danielle, and say, hey, Mr. President, in this hand, I got a few $1 billion for you and your family if you play the game. If you don't, in this hand, I got a gun. That's it. How do you like that?
And you've seen this firsthand. One of the things you said in your books and also in your interviews is that often you would go looking for the countries that were most likely to default on the loans because then the IMF could come in and restructure and then it could have these extractive policies where it could take the oil, it could take the cobalt, etc.
Well, we structured the loans so that they would be more than the country could pay in almost every circumstance. And of course, this was all dependent on the Federal Reserve and the US dollar. Without the US dollar being the world's reserve currency, I couldn't have done my job the way I did.
You mentioned before in one of your interviews that the Federal Reserve has no place to exist on this world and we need to remove it. Can you tell us why?
Thank you. Yes, it's a lousy system, and it enables the United States to dominate, to be the imperialist country that it's become. And you know, typically throughout history, empires have been built by militaries, but this one has been built primarily through economics until fairly recently, where the military came back in after 9/11, and we've used both. But the Federal Reserve is so terribly important in that because with the Federal Reserve, we can impose sanctions. We can make sure that countries pay heavy interest rates on these loans. Without the Federal Reserve, without the dollar being the reserve currency of the world, this imperialistic economic policy wouldn't work.
Do you think this system was created, it was corrupt from inception, or do you think at some point it was actually done with good intentions, but somewhere along the line it became extractive?
That's an interesting question, and I think originally the World Bank was created in 1944 at the end of World War II, and it was created to rebuild a devastated Europe. And you know, that was altruistic in a way. We wanted to help Europe, but it was also very, very good policy for the US because we were creating a buffer against the Soviet Union, which was now, you know, communism was the big threat. So Europe is that buffer. Also, it provided big markets for US goods. So, but in essence, I think the World Bank did a good job, along with the Marshall Plan, of helping to rebuild Europe, which was important. But then, as the Cold War grew, the World Bank became a policymaker to counteract communism around the world. And that meant supporting big corporations, US corporations, which is what I did, you know, bringing in resources from other countries. So increasingly, the World Bank played this role as a policymaker and a defender of US imperialism. And then when the 1991, the Soviet Union dissolves, the World Bank is still in this position of working closely with corporations. And I think one other important thing to understand is that most of the people high up in the World Bank and all of its sister organizations, Inter-American Development Bank, IMF, African Development Bank, et cetera, most of them come from being ministers of finance or presidents of other countries. So they're part of the system that they want to keep perpetuating, which again is based on the dollar.
And they know how to use debt as a weapon, and they're incentivized to get the maximum resources, the maximum amount of money back, so it's no surprise that actually it becomes an extractive system. I saw a diagram recently that said that there's actually more money going from the developing world to the first world nations than there is the other way around, through aid by a factor of about 10 to 1 through these loans. There's a cautionary tale, I think, when you say that it was set up with good intentions and somewhere along the line it's become more extractive. I want to pivot the conversation towards Bitcoin, and I know you've been on a learning journey with that recently. Because of the position you've been in, you've seen how systems can become corrupted, even with good intentions. What do you think the promise is of Bitcoin? But I also want to look at what the cautionary signs are. Where do you think we need to be careful as Bitcoiners that this doesn't become corrupted in some way, that it doesn't become captured by a new oligarchy, for example, and you voice concerns about this? I want to start, but before we look at the promise, just tell us about what you think we need to be mindful of from your own first-hand experiences.
Well, yes, I think we've heard at this conference all the really good things Bitcoin can do, and one of those is to get rid of this debt trap that I was creating and many other things. But it does concern me that the hoarding of Bitcoin or the use of Bitcoin not in a productive method, but I own Bitcoin and I don't want to sell it. I want to watch it grow. That's not particularly good for
You hear that? He said he owns Bitcoin.
Yeah, the economic hitman owns Bitcoin.
Some of your friends weren't very happy that you were coming to this conference, correct? You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I think this is an interesting point that, it seems to me that climate change has become a democratic policy. It's been politicized, and Bitcoin has become a Republican kind of politicized. And I'd like to see that changed. I think it would be important not just to have Republican speakers like, I thought J.D. Vance did a brilliant job of pointing out that although he would like to see the Republicans continue in power, you got to recognize that in politics anything can happen, and therefore it's really important for Bitcoin to become acceptable to Democrats and to become, like the most recent Genius Act, where you had 16 Democrats report. That's so important that you Bitcoiners get the Democrats, get everybody behind it. This should not be a divisive issue. If we want to be a world leader in crypto and in technology and in everything else, we must come together as a nation. This divisiveness is not serving us well. I just came back from Central America and Latin America. I spent a lot of time there. And unfortunately, they're seeing us as a very divided nation. I recently had a person very high up in the government of Ecuador say, the United States is like, you're the largest banana republic in the world, and you don't even have bananas. That's, I hate to hear that. And I think it's really, really important that we take this out of the politicized arena and recognize that Bitcoin has a really important job to play in the world, but we need to bring everybody on board in that job. And we need to be very, very careful.
We were talking before and saying, imagine the internet if only 40% of the population felt it aligned with their values. You could never have got ubiquity. And it's only when a technology embraces values across a spectrum that it can become truly disrupted. And had the internet only appealed to 40% of the population, you wouldn't have got 40% adoption, you would have got 0.4. And so, what about of an intention as the next Bitcoin conference, you have 5 senators and governors from the Democrats, you have the Libertarian Party, you have the Green Party, you have the Republican Party, you have every single political party represented speaking about how Bitcoin aligns with their values.
Yeah, we had 16 Democratic senators vote for the Genius Act.
They should be here.
Why aren't they here? Or at least a couple of them.
We'll bring them next time.
Yeah, so, and I think we really have to be careful to not replace the Federal Reserve and the bankers' oligarchy with a new Bitcoin oligarchy. It concerns me that we know that Saudi Arabia is building up a big reserve, Russia, China, and these countries actually can take control. You know, if you have enough Bitcoin in your country like Saudi Arabia, you can be a small country, you can not have a big military, but if you happen to own more Bitcoin than anybody else in the world, and you decided to use that to manipulate price, you could do that. An individual could do that too. You know, the James Bond Dr. No movies where Dr. No had all the gold in the world. I think we have to be really, really careful to make sure that all of us, and get all your friends, like you said, libertarians, Democrats, Republicans, get everybody to buy Bitcoin. And then it becomes democratized. You know, that's what we need as a democracy. We need to get it out there on a big level, not just one sector of the population owning it.
So there are some of the cautionary tales. Talk about the promise. Talk about where you see that Bitcoin has the promise to stop exactly the sort of economic imperialism that you've seen and participated in firsthand. What gets you most excited?
Well, that it can't be used for this debt trap. You know, it's.
Tell us why not. Like, I'll play devil's advocate here. Why not? Why is it better? How can it help specifically?
Because the U.S. government has control over the dollar. You know, how many dollars are we going to create? We can keep creating dollars and using them as policy weapons, as I did as an economic hitman. We just keep creating them and doing that. You can't do that with Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin becomes the more standard international currency, it can't be used in that sort of way. It also can be used then, we've heard this, I don't need to talk very much about this because other speakers have, but you know, how it can foster cross-border exchanges of money, whether it's for individuals or businesses, that's very low cost to do and instantaneous, unlike the dollar, which takes a lot of time and is pretty much limited to people that know what they're doing. And so it has so many advantages in terms of international trade, encouraging innovation across the world that we don't, as someone mentioned in an earlier event, that we don't have to recognize any borders with Bitcoin, whereas you do with the dollar. And then you've got different countries with different currencies. And so, but the US dollar always plays that commanding role. And I think the alternative at this point, Bitcoin isn't the alternative that we want, but the other alternative that's possible is the Chinese yen. That could be the next global reserve, and I don't think we want that.
It's incredible, the potential, and there's a phrase by Peter Drucker who once said that the best way to create the future, or the best way to predict the future, is to create it. And it's true that we know certain things are true about Bitcoin. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. And it's up to us. It's not yet written in the code, but it's written in our hearts, whether it has the potential to, is it only going to be a store of value? Or does it have the potential to break the chains of economic imperialism? I met a number of people, John, who read your book, who said if it wasn't for your book, they couldn't have become a Bitcoiner, because your book alerted them to the problem that they could see that Bitcoin could solve.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I think, so what I mentioned before, that when we go into a country that's deeply indebted to us and demand that it sell its resources to our corporations, that it build a military, allow the U.S. to build a military base on its soil, et cetera, those are called conditionalities or structural adjustment programs by the World Bank. And they can only happen with the dollar. So if we've got Bitcoin in there, the IMF loses its power to impose those kinds of things. And to a certain degree, the same is true of sanctions and tariffs.
The IMF has been, in their latest loan agreement with El Salvador, I believe Bitcoin was mentioned 221 times. Why do you think, and when I was doing a lot of the FUD fighting about getting to the source of who was creating most of the disinformation about Bitcoin, it was the 3 central banks from Europe and the IMF. Why do you think the IMF is putting out so much misinformation about Bitcoin? Why are they scared? What are they going to lose?
Come on, Daniel. I mean, you
I want to hear it from your lips. What are they going to lose?
Well, they're going to lose power. They're going to lose control. They're going to lose their position as you know, the #1 financial institution in the world that has tremendous control. So we really have created the world's historically the world's largest empire, and it's been done through money. It's been done through our banking systems. It's for the most part not been done through the military. And that's a first in history. You know, other empires were created militarily. And so it's been very subtle. So we like to say, well, we go in and support democracy. But we support a lot of dictators around the world. Pinochet in Chile and the Shah of Iran, who I spent a lot of time working with, and the Royal House of Saudi Arabia. You know, we are not out there supporting democracy. We're out there supporting whatever governments will help the dollar.
Have you thought about your next book being about Bitcoin?
Yeah, I've written a number of books that are non-fiction, and I just published a fiction book called Message from Pleiades, Message from the Stars. What is the message from out there? It's only digital, and you can get it at my website or any of the digital platforms. And I loved writing this novel because I thought there's a lot of people that don't read nonfiction. Plus, I really enjoyed it. So I'm kind of thinking, well, maybe my next novel should involve Bitcoin. What do you think?
What do you think?
And then it becomes a movie, right? Yeah, and then we get everybody to buy. And I would not have said this a couple of months ago, but when I was invited to this conference, and I said to the conference, the person who invited me, why on earth would you want me? I don't know a damn thing about Bitcoin. I own some, but I don't know enough to talk about it. And since then, I've done a lot of study. I've put a lot into it, talking to you a lot. You've helped me a lot, Daniel. Thank you.
You had some concerns about its environmental impact.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that. But
we haven't talked about that one, but that was an example of some of the misinformation that's put out there. Again, IMF, central banks, put out in exactly the sorts of, well, frankly, the sort of The Economist, The Nation, the things that people know that people like you are going to be reading, basically to make sure that you don't embrace an alternative to the system that you've seen firsthand is broken.
Yeah, so I want to encourage all of you Bitcoiners, let's make sure that we spread this information. And we don't just spread it, we don't just sing to the choir or lead the choir. We've got to reach everybody out there. And that we need to really make sure that there's not a new oligarchy, a Bitcoin oligarchy. You know, we don't want to replace a penthouse suite. We don't want to put a penthouse suite where we've had bankers before. Thank you. Yeah, so let's all get out there and make sure that Bitcoin truly becomes a democratized, decentralized alternative to the current system that we all know is not serving us.
Thank you, John. I want to thank you for your intellectual humility, for being able to take a second look at something, for your experience, for your knowledge. As I say, I don't think there's anyone better in the world to talk about the specific problem that Bitcoin can solve. So thank you for your message. It's been inspiring to hear.
My pleasure. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to both Daniel and
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day 2 of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. You just watched how Bitcoin can break the chains of economic imperialism. Still to come, so much more. We've got leading UK Prime Minister candidate Nigel Farage, 21 CEO Jack Mallers, and of course it all leads up to the man, the legend, Ross Ulbricht, Silk Road founder, taking the stage for his first ever Bitcoin conference appearance. We've got a couple of great special guests to break down all the news and more. We've got Dennis Cook, Bitcoin 2025 Art Gallery Director, and joining us again, Aaron Redwing, host of the Hell Money podcast, among other things. So yesterday, we saw Guinness Book of World Records set here for the most transactions ever at a Bitcoin conference. But of course, commerce still alive and well here on day 2. Dennis, what's happening on the art floor and what's for sale today?
Oh my. So the Scarce.City auction is currently starting to conclude from now until about 3:30. And towards the end of that 3:30 cycle are some of the big items of the day.
Yeah, the Ross Ulbricht collection,
yes.
the Art of Freedom. And,
Let's talk about the Ross Ulbricht collection. These are physical items. This isn't really art, right?
Yeah, actually 3 are. Ross Ulbricht did some painting while he was in jail, so there are 3 paintings that he did, but also like the gray jumpsuit that he wore out of jail with his Leif Erikson in his hand, and then also his shoes and several other items, his ID cards, 13 total items.
Yeah, I'll read some items here. We've got his djembe drum going for 0.01 Bitcoin, so around $10,000 if my math is correct there. We've got a prison ID card going for 0.13 Bitcoin. Aaron, can you really speak to the Silk Road and its role in Bitcoin art? Obviously, you're very involved in ordinals and sort of the Bitcoin native art scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting. It seems almost trite to say it this way, but it feels like we're getting like a rebrand from Ross here. You know, he's like literally getting rid of all the objects from a previous era of his life, and then we're seeing it's his first public appearance, right, at the conference today.
Yep. And I think ever that he had never attended a conference previously. So
yeah, right. That he just had the Bitcoin audio call-in, right? Like however long ago that was. So I mean, I think it's crazy that he will be coming out really like for the first time publicly as a free man. I don't know. It feels very symbolic to see him like shedding his old life and kind of embracing this new path. And I'm honestly very curious to see what he does next.
And of course, his prison sweatsuit and T-shirt for sale now for 0.047 Bitcoin. You'll have to do the math. Dennis, in terms of how influential Ross was for the artistic culture and how much that culture helped get him free, can you speak to that a bit?
Well, first of all, I'd also love Aaron's comment about this new presentation of him, because we've also been viewing sort of an abstraction of him. Even our museum in Nashville has a room sort of dedicated towards his time in jail.
And I heard he actually got an opportunity to visit that. Were you there for there?
I was not, but Tommy, our colleague, was. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Aaron, over to you again about the significance, maybe. Why does Silk Road still inspire artists?
I mean, I think Ross is, in a lot of ways, a lot of people's first exposure to Bitcoin. And, you know, Ross was a very, like, smart, promising person who I think we all agree got way over-sentenced, right? And I feel like, I don't know, it just even feels like with Ross being pardoned and being free again, it just, I don't know, it feels like there's this new era of Bitcoin that we're in. And I think it's just, I don't know, it's a very inspiring story. I feel like in a lot of ways, Satoshi is anonymous, right? We don't have like a face of Bitcoin. In a lot of ways, Ross was one of the first faces of Bitcoin.
Dennis, over to you. Maybe talking about the presentation of Ross. You were talking about reintroduced him. Here we have a suit and tie, a very different image from what people might associate with Ross.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet him when he was in front of the Art of Freedom Ross exhibition a little bit ago. You know, yeah, it's really fascinating. I hope that everybody here has the opportunity to go over and see the works in person. The art gallery is a really great experience.
And the art gallery also online digitally at scarce.city, so if people are at home and want to bid up these items, they can, right?
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely.
limited to attendees. Can you explain maybe a little bit about that process?
Yeah, so there's quite a range of auction items as well as fixed price items. Again, they conclude in the next couple hours, so people have last minute opportunity to peruse. Maybe you find something. But yeah, every year we feature between like 60 and 100 artworks. Since 2019, we've done over 70 Bitcoin in sales. And really the common denominator is creative energy priced in sats. That's our core thesis right now.
Well, I've got to say, the prison ID card had me looking at scarce.city this morning until I saw $10,000 for the ID card, but definitely a prize. So more to come here on day 2 of the Bitcoin conference. Of course, you can go to the newsstands now, check out the new Bitcoin magazine print issue, the Freedom issue, featuring not only a letter from Ross, but a letter from his mother. Will be here today as well, waiting his keynote speech. Going to send it back over to a commercial break. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube. We'll be back again. So much more. We'll see Michael Saylor later, Jack Mallers, and of course, Ross Ulbricht at 4:30 p.m. We'll see you there.
why does, quantum pose a problem to Bitcoin specifically?
Right, so we won't try to explain cryptography for you because your eyes would glaze over, but essentially the way that Bitcoin works, you have public keys, you have private keys, and as you probably know, not your keys, not your coins. It's incredibly important to keep those private keys safe so that you are the only one who has access to them. Now, the problem that we are expecting to happen at some point in the medium-term future is that advancements in quantum computing, both hardware and software, are going to allow an attacker with a sufficiently powerful quantum computer to be able to reverse engineer your private key if they see the public key on the blockchain. And so obviously this is major security ramifications, and the solutions to it, none of them are perfect. They all have trade-offs, and because of the nasty web of complexities, both on the technical and social sides, I expect this is going to be a very contentious debate that will probably take many years. And that's a problem in and of itself because we don't know how many years we have to solve the problem.
Okay, Hunter, so basically, people in the future might be able to steal your Bitcoin. Is there a way to avoid this to date?
Well, I would say that the important thing to understand about the problem is that whenever you have a public key exposed, there's a potential for someone to, in some point in the future, with a powerful enough quantum computer, they could come to derive the private key to that public key. And that's probably not possible yet, but we also don't know that. We can't prove that. The government has been trying to warn us for a little while now, and so we don't know what they know. But the best way an ordinary Bitcoiner can just prevent any kind of funds from being exposed in that way is to never reuse addresses. So always use what's called an HD wallet or a hierarchical deterministic wallet. These are just the modern Bitcoin wallets that whenever you use a receive address, you get a new one. And so that you're not reusing addresses that you've spent from. Because whenever you spend from an address, you have to reveal your public key. And also, I would highly recommend avoiding Taproot, especially for long-term HODL, like a cold storage, because Taproot addresses are public keys themselves. So whenever you send coins to a Taproot address, you're sending coins to a public key and revealing that. The best way is to make sure that you're keeping your coins in what are called native SegWit addresses. Those start with BC1Q, and whereas Taproot starts with BC1P. An easy way to remember that is that Taproot has a P in it, whereas BC1Q seems kind of like SegWit, right? With the G and Q look kind of similar. So that's one little mnemonic for me to remember. What is BC1Q? What is BC1P? Which is native SegWit? What is Taproot? And so you want to go with native SegWit. You need a, this is fine, if you're really paranoid, go with what they call a pay-to-witness script hash, multisig. The more keys you add, the more difficult it is for quantum computers to attack those funds. So those are some strategies that we've kind of looked at in the course of development at Andro.
Jameson, you've wrote extensively about this problem. And one of the main challenges that is going to present itself is that even if in the future we have quantum-resistant addresses, right? So we have a way to mitigate this problem, there are still going to be abandoned coins, right? The Satoshi coins, the coins that have been lost by people before. These coins will not be able to migrate to this new type of quantum-resistant addresses. And so the question becomes, what do we do about those coins? Do we purposefully let quantum hackers take those coins? Or is there a solution to act and prevent this? And so, Jameson, you've wrote extensively about this, and I'll let you explain kind of your position on it.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the more contentious social and philosophical aspects. So we have upgraded Bitcoin numerous times over the past 15 years. But never before has there been an upgrade that was, an existential crisis that required people to move their money. It was always optional. If you want to move your money to some new script type to get some new functionality, you could do that, or you could just keep using your current level of security. Now, one of the problems here, and one of the reasons why it's going to take a really long time to address, is that block space is limited, throughput is limited. Depending upon your assumptions, it could take anywhere from 6 months to several years for us to get the vast majority of coins migrated over. And of course, we can't force anybody to do anything, right? This is a voluntary permissionless system. Now, some people immediately are going to have knee-jerk reactions and get upset to the idea that we should freeze or burn quantum vulnerable coins to prevent them from being stolen. There's a number of different ways of looking at it. I'm mostly looking at it from an incentivization perspective. One of the big problems here is that we don't have any specific deadlines. And if you don't give somebody a specific deadline to do something, most people are going to procrastinate and wait until the last minute. So one reason why I think it could be helpful to set specific deadlines that you need to move your coins by is just to incentivize people to do that. I would also caution against thinking of it as being a paternalistic thing of like saving people from themselves. You can definitely look at this from a pure self-incentive issue. And that basically is, if you are holding Bitcoin and you are being responsible and you migrate your coins to a quantum safe scheme, do you want to have to suffer the economic volatility of there being a massive increase in circulating supply? Because we can expect millions of Bitcoin to re-enter circulation as they are recovered or stolen or whatever you want to call it, basically scooped up and joined back into the usable supply by some quantum supremacy attacker who will most likely then use them for something else. And so you should expect that that will have a massive impact upon the value of your Bitcoin. So some people, of course, will say 1 BTC equals 1 BTC, and that's always a valid perspective. But I suspect that the landscape of the environment of Bitcoin investors has dramatically changed over the past few years. And a lot of people, for example, who own ETFs, don't even know how much BTC they have. They only know, what is the fiat value, and they're going to be pretty upset if that goes down significantly.
So basically, we have a technical problem, which is quantum computers and the ability to steal people Bitcoins. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a moral and ethical problem for Bitcoin, for the Bitcoin community to decide what to do about those Bitcoins. So like you said, James Up, one of the solutions is to freeze those coins, to burn them so that no hacker can ever, put them back on the market. Obviously, this would come with some, ethical trade-offs because, if we decide to burn those coins, maybe someday in the future there'll be another reason to burn other coins for a less noble cause, right? But like you explained as well, the potential risk to Bitcoin itself, to have, I think the number of Satoshi coins is like 1.7 million something. Imagine this number of Bitcoin flooding the market. It would absolutely shatter the confidence in the protocol itself.
Yeah, and I would mention it's not just the Satoshi coins, but it depends on when Q Day happens. But at the moment, I think there's more than 6 million Bitcoin that are currently vulnerable, and that's mostly because of the address reuse that Hunter mentioned.
All right, so let's say, we don't agree with the solution to burn the coins. Hunter, you have written extensively about a proposal called Hourglass that would kind of basically mitigate the ethical dilemma of burning the coins while also trying to increase the incentives that Jameson was talking about to kind of make this situation economical for the people involved. Can you explain this?
Yeah, so on the Bitcoin devs mailing list, a couple of weeks back, I posted a draft of a BIP for what we call Hourglass. Hourglass is a proposal to essentially limit the spend of those original pay-to-public key coins to just one input per block, and so or one spend per block, and so you can spend one of those original block awards and spread that out. And the reason why we thought this would make a lot of sense is because of those 1.7 million Bitcoin that's spread out over 34,000 different unique keys or addresses. They're the same thing in this case, and they if there's no throttling mechanism to limit the rate at which they are spent, then it's very possible that they can be entirely liquidated within the span of 2 to 3 hours worth of blocks. And if we instead limit the rate at which you're spent, then it spreads that over across more like something like 8 months of blocks. So, because like 34,000, 1,000 blocks a week, that's 34 weeks, and so that's about 2/3 of the year. And so, yeah, the Hourglass proposal essentially just tries to limit the amount of Bitcoin that becomes liquid, the actual rate of it, the rate of increase of supply, and to something that maybe doesn't impact markets as much. And that's crucial for Bitcoin because much of its security is crypto-economic security. It comes from the miners actually, being economically incentivized to mine something valuable. And so, if the value of the Bitcoin token or the Bitcoin native unit, right, is affected, then that could be almost an existential problem for the network, akin to the fact that the ECDLP is also broken. So it could, which is the problem that keeps elliptic curve cryptography hard for classical computers to solve. So it's pretty important that we have at least a plan for this, and that's why we put the time into building or writing a BIP for Hourglass.
I think the best way I would describe Hourglass is like it's an imperfect solution to an impossible problem, right?
Might be a good way to put it. Yeah, it's a good way to say it. Yeah.
Thank you. When we think about it, I think the proposal has some of the more acceptable ethical dilemmas that we can make when we have to address this kind of problem. And obviously that's something that the Bitcoin community will have to wrestle with in the future. And so just to explain a little bit more again on Hourglass, the basic idea is that instead of letting hackers potentially steal all those Bitcoin at the same time and potentially crashing the market, the idea would be that they would have to basically wait for each new block every 10 minutes before they can spend all those new UTXOs, all those new Bitcoins, right? And so the idea would be that not only would you limit the supply shock for the market, but also one of the most interesting part of the proposal is that because those hackers would have to compete to get into those blocks, some of those hacked Bitcoins, instead of ending up in the hands of hackers, they would end up in the hands of miners. Could you expand on this a little bit?
Yeah, so that's definitely a positive externality of Hourglass, like yet another one, other than just limiting the rate at which they could hit the market. Miners might also be able to benefit further on if there are multiple actors competing with each other for some of these for getting a cut of that action, right? If that ever becomes a thing, and so What's also another interesting thing that comes out of that is that you actually kind of learn what the cost is of the actual effort they put into whatever's needed to get the private keys to these public keys, because they'll never, well, an assumption is that they might not try to outbid each other so much that they are losing money. But that also assumes that they're a economically rational actor.
I find it to be a really weird half measure. You could stop all theft, but instead we say, oh, we'll allow theft, we'll just spread it out a little bit. It's only really talking about the Satoshi era pay-to-pub key, and that's almost 2 million Bitcoin, but like I said, it's possible there's still another 4 million Bitcoin out there, and the hourglass proposal doesn't currently do anything about that. Maybe that'll be modified. And also, there's going to be economic volatility, right? The distribution of Bitcoin amongst the addresses is a bit skewed. So while it'll definitely smooth it out over the long term, you can certainly expect that like those first addresses that get hit are going to have tens of thousands of Bitcoin in them. And ultimately,
what is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We are barreling towards the conclusion of Bitcoin 2025, the largest conference in the world you just watched. What do we do about quantum vulnerable coins? Here to break down, we've got a new panel of special guests. We've got Natalie Brunell, host of Coin Stories podcast and author of Bitcoin is for Everyone, coming soon on where books are sold, and Eric Semler, CEO of Semler Scientific, the 14th largest Bitcoin treasury in the world. So folks at home, I'm sure who are watching the live stream, eagerly awaiting two big keynote speeches later. One from Jack Mallers, CEO of 21, and then Michael Saylor, chairman of Strategy. So Eric, let's talk about your company was very early in kind of recognizing what Michael was doing and then adopting it. Why don't you share your insight and how you were inspired?
Thank you. Good to be here, Pete. Thanks. Yeah, I just think that we really saw this opportunity that Michael had created. It was kind of stunning to me that no one had actually done it since he announced that strategy. It took us 4 years to come to understand it. But we were a company that looked a lot like MicroStrategy did when they first pursued it. We were a zombie company in the sense that we had a lot of our cash our market cap was in cash, like 40%. And no one really cared about all our cash on our balance sheet. It wasn't really doing anything for investors. And our growth was slowing, and we needed something to kind of jumpstart growth. And we assumed it would be acquisitions until we kind of found that most acquisitions didn't make any sense, so opaque, really difficult to find a compelling, concrete type of return there. And as that was happening, I was an investor in MicroStrategy. I was following what Michael was doing. I didn't really understand his whole financial playbook, but I just was so impressed by the value he created. And so I went to the board of Semler Scientific. I had just gone on the board. I was an activist. I was trying to kind of change things, reformulate the board. And I suggested that we pursue the strategy of putting Bitcoin on our balance sheet. There was a lot of education involved. It took a lot, to kind of, we had to dig into it and understand it and make sure we were making the right decision. And our shareholders were healthcare investors.
Right.
So, we're taking kind of like a little bit of a leap of faith
Big
here.
education curve there. So, Natalie, you're joining the board of directors for Semler Scientific, and so from Bitcoin podcaster to healthcare board member, take us on that journey.
Well, I will obviously be focusing on the Bitcoin strategy, but I can't tell you how honored I am. I mean, when someone gives you an opportunity like that, like Executive Chairman Semler did, you step into it, and you try to do the best you possibly can and live up to the expectations. I'm just so proud to be part of this team that not only has a very strong core business that is focused, obviously, on healthcare, preventing chronic diseases, saving lives, but is really wanting to lean into the Bitcoin strategy, knowing that this is the future of capital, that our capital markets are so broken, but you can take advantage of it by really leveraging Bitcoin in an intelligent way, getting involved, and increasing shareholder value by really diving into the Bitcoin space full force. And so, fourth largest Bitcoin treasury in the US. I mean, that's a big deal, and it's because of pioneers like Eric.
Well, the Bitcoin for Treasuries narrative really taking off. I want to talk a little bit about the conference that you went to that Michael Saylor hosted, Strategy World. This really had been a smaller conference in years past, really has become a bit of a mania. There are people saying that Michael Saylor is the new Warren Buffett, that he's building sort of a Berkshire Hathaway type company. Is that what you see, Eric?
Yeah, it kind of felt like a Berkshire Hathaway gathering. There was just this incredible coming together of retail and institutional investors who, believe so strongly what Michael has done and created, and it was just an eclectic approach that you probably wouldn't see from most successful, companies like his.
Natalie, you're a journalist by trade. Your take on Saylor mania? It's really he's become larger than life in the investment community.
I'm so grateful that I've had the chance to interview him so many times. I always learn something new every time I speak to him or every time I listen to him. He's really just trailblazing and has found a sense of purpose. I don't know if you listened to one of our most recent conversations, but he got a little more personal and he shared that he really didn't feel fulfilled anymore. He was so successful. He had really reached every peak that you can in terms of business and leadership. But until he found Bitcoin, he didn't feel a sense of purpose. And it's so meaningful to see him be so generous with his time, with his knowledge, to open up the playbook for companies like Semler Scientific and others to say, hey, we are paving that path, but we're doing it for all of us. I mean, and every company that jumps on board, it's accretive to the whole entire environment, the ecosystem, and so I just can't wait to see what this turns into. And he's been very creative. I mean, he's a financial engineer, and what he's doing, I think, is just going to be in the history books, honestly.
Well, a lot of expectations for his keynote later today. Last year on stage, Michael Saylor giving his triple maxi Bitcoin presentation, predicting that the price of a single Bitcoin may go as high as $49 million a coin. Eric, how does Michael top that? He's amassed a treasury of 580,000 coins. What can Michael do on stage that will ignite the movement forward?
It's what he's done so much. Like, how can we ask him to do it anymore? But it wouldn't surprise me, if I had to make a prediction that he might raise his targets. So 29% over 21 years, I think, is what he was kind of his base case last year. So let's see if that changes. I don't expect it to go down.
Maybe a quadruple, quintuple maxi added to the charts. Natalie, what does Michael need to say, or what were you looking to hear from him?
I mean, he always just drops great gems. Like he was in, I think, the Deep Whale Lounge, and he talked about the analogy about gravity, how like Bitcoin's going to be that base layer. It's going to be that nucleus, and we're going to build on top of it this beautiful new, honestly, economy, right, where more people have a sense of opportunity, and it is going to be more of a true meritocracy, which it hasn't. I mean, wealth has really concentrated in the hands of the few. People have been left out. They feel frustrated, and this is why Bitcoin gives me so much hope, because for the first time in a very long time, you see see hope reaching so many people, feeling like they can catch up, that they can provide for their families, that they can start businesses, they can take risks, they can innovate. That's what Bitcoin means to me. It's like leveling the playing field and allowing value to really surface. And that's really what the mission's all about. And I think Saylor places such a great spotlight on it and articulates it in the best way of anyone.
Well, Natalie, I want to stay with you. You've got the book coming out, Bitcoin is for Everyone. There's a lot of Bitcoin books. What did you want to do that you felt was special or hadn't been done with this new publication?
Sure. Well, there are a lot of great books out there. I mean, my journey really started with the Bitcoin Standard. I've read that many, many times, actually. And I wanted to provide a really gentle orange pill for the mainstream audience, for people of all ages, all backgrounds, something you can hand to your wife, your daughter, your grandma, something that really gives them a neutral introduction to Bitcoin. You could be on either side of the political spectrum, and it really just gently introduces you to the problem and why I believe Bitcoin is the best solution. And so I hope people check it out. It's out in November. You can pre-order it now, and I'm really grateful, honestly, for the experience of writing it, because it allowed me to kind of dig deep and learn more about Bitcoin and mining and the whole, like, everything about the economic system that we're in and how broken it is, and why Bitcoin truly is the solution that all of us need.
Eric, quickly, your thoughts. Are there different narratives for retail, different narratives for corporate, or is it the same Bitcoin story that you're telling, whether you're talking to your family or the boardroom?
It really is the same story. I do think that the retail investor is interested more in just kind of the MNAV. I think we get a lot of great people who come up to us and say, we love that you're in healthcare. You know, we love that you're, this motto we have of medical and financial freedom that we represent. Like Natalie said earlier, our products have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. We do early detection of very serious chronic diseases. So I think the retail crowd is more into that. An institutional investor is more like, where's the stock going to be in a year, right? And I think retail investors there's a more kind of holistic approach.
Well, of course, people will be hanging on every word of Michael Saylor's later when he gives his keynote. We're going to throw it over to the main Nakamoto stage. Right now, you're going to see the leading UK presidential candidate or prime minister candidate from the Reform Party, Nigel Farage. We'll be right back after this.
Nigel, thank you. You broke some news to the media. You have some details I think you want to share about how you want to turn the UK into the next Bitcoin and crypto hub.
Absolutely. Well, I spoke at the Amsterdam conference a couple of years ago. I was advocating in 2020 that people should have crypto, have a bit of Bitcoin as part of their portfolio. All right, I know some of you were there years before me, I get that, but I've been consistent, and we're now taking that on. And Reform UK, the party that I'm leading, as of today, we are 9 points ahead in the opinion polls. We have Keir Starmer, our socialist prime minister, is terrified. Do you know, he mentioned me 16 times today in a speech. I'm living rent-free inside his head. I'm thrilled to be here today, but to announce that rather than just words, we have put together, and this is exclusive for today, the Crypto Assets and Digital Finance Bill.
Months of work, ladies and gentlemen.
We will campaign for this, and we'll put it in place when we win the next general election. And what we're saying is bring crypto and digital assets in from the cold. Have a capital gains rate of 10%. And that means, if taxes are reasonable, people will pay them. We're going to have a Bitcoin digital reserve in the Bank of England. And we are going to pass legislation that says that no bank can close your account because you're trading in legal crypto or digital products.
No more debanking, ladies and gentlemen.
So yeah, we are taking it very, very seriously. And it's really interesting. I mean, 7 million people in Britain have got crypto assets. 1 in 4 people under 30 have got crypto assets. And yet our outdated Labour and Conservative governments have done nothing in this space at all. And what I want to do when we win the next election is bring us into the 21st century. We are going to launch in Britain a crypto revolution. We're going to make London one of the major trading centres of the world. We're deadly serious, and here it is.
And again, he's been saying this since 2020. You have your own experience with being debanked, but we're going to get to that in just a moment. One of the things I want to ask, we've seen a number of politicians on this stage from the United States, including the Vice President of the United States, speaking here today, bullish on Bitcoin, bullish on the crypto space. Is it this, you're seeing this happen in the United States, is this the impetus for you now saying we need to take action in the UK, we need to do something now?
I think what this administration has done to embrace this whole area, to give real oxygen and real energy to the whole digital world is nothing short of fantastic. And we, in my country, we tend to be a little bit behind. America has all the new ideas. They take a few years to cross the pond, and you send us many good things. And what you're doing in this space right now, through this administration, is good. You also send us bad things, because you send us woke. But you know what? We've got you back, because we've sent you Prince Harry in return, all right?
Yeah. We appreciate that. Quite a personality. We appreciate it, Nigel. One of the things I want to touch on, you're obviously well known for the work that you did in initiating Brexit. Very, very impactful. You talk a lot about national sovereignty. Bitcoin is about individual sovereignty. Could you talk a little bit about the overlap here?
Well, I mean, I was, in the early 90s, I saw the emergence of the European Union. I saw the emergence of these globalist structures that were designed to take away our democracy, to remove our ability to elect people who really influenced our law and hand them up to a sort of global bureaucracy. And so I fought against it. And it took me a quarter of a century to get Brexit, but we did it, we voted out. And you know something? If we were still in the European Union, this would not even be possible. So I believe in national sovereignty, but I also worry that government right across the Western world has got too big. It interferes and tries to control virtually every aspect of our lives. We've touched on the banking industry already, who in many cases have behaved appallingly. So I believe in individual sovereignty as well. And Bitcoin is the ultimate freedom from big government. So yeah, absolutely. I see the two as being absolutely consistent with each other.
When it comes to bureaucratic oversight, government surveillance, we have CBDCs coming down the pipeline. I think in the UK, they call it what, Britcoin? They like to get cheeky over there in the UK, right? So Britcoin versus Bitcoin. So we're not fooled here very easily at the Bitcoin conference. Can we talk a little bit about the dangers of CBDCs and why it's so important that something like Bitcoin exists?
So the only thing the last Conservative government did in this space was to open up a department within our central bank, the Bank of England, to spend money getting us ready for a Bitcoin central bank digital currency. This would be the ultimate form of tyranny. And I can tell you, as I go around the country, people have woken up to what's going on here. And when we win the next election, there'll be a CBDC over my dead body.
We heard very similar rhetoric from Trump. I was actually not on this exact stage, but on the stage in Nashville in 2024. He understood that he didn't underestimate the audience. He didn't say, oh, I'm not going to talk about these things, these abstract things, CBDCs. I'm not going to underestimate them, and I'm not going to pretend like I know better. He listened to what was important to people. What has that process been like in the UK? And please talk a little bit about how the Reform Party is surprising people in the polls.
Well, I mean, 2 points there. The first is there has been, I think Rishi Sunak, when he was briefly Prime Minister, made one speech about the crypto space and about the fact that the City of London, used to be a global trading financial centre. One speech and then did nothing. The Labour government, we've got 25 men and women in our cabinet. Not a single one has ever worked in private business. They don't even understand this space. So we are kind of, with a new political party, with the new kids on the block, we are anti-establishment, we are disruptors, and that's an important word, because when it's not working, it needs to be disrupted. And we're the only ones talking about this. But what will happen, I promise you, as a result of me being on this stage tonight with you, making this exclusive announcement, is there's now going to be a huge national debate. Why is government not doing this? And you know something? We got Brexit even though I wasn't in government, but I forced them into it. It may well be we'll get some of this done even before the next election. And in terms of your second comment, well, nothing like what has happened in the last year has ever happened in the history of our country before. I retired after Brexit back in 2020. I was doing TV with GB News, coming to America. I've got a friend in America who's done very well, a chap called Donald. He's done ever so well.
Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I think you probably know him quite well. And I was retired, but I came back into politics because I just felt my country, I felt the whole Western world was losing its way. We'd forgotten the Judeo-Christian values upon which our civilization had been built. And, well, we have. And so I came back, it was June the 3rd last year. I said, right, I'm going to come back, I'm going to have another go at this, and I'm going to base the whole thing around the key principles of family, community, and country. They're the things that I care about, and I bet they're the things you care about as well. And here we are, today's opinion polls, we're 9 points ahead of Labour. And the Conservative Party, well, they're called Conservative, but they haven't governed as Conservative. Their support's falling off a cliff. So there is a genuine political revolution going on in Britain, and don't underestimate it. It is going to happen, believe me.
We appreciate that. As a member of parliament, we have this act now. I know the general election is, I think, a few years away, right? 2029. What does that roadmap look like to get there now? What other things would you like to see happen before that time?
So for us to win, we have to clear a series of hurdles. The first one was on May the 1st this year, when we had the English counties up for election, and we won it by a country mile. We came first by a country mile. Next year, we've got elections for the Scottish and Welsh parliaments, devolved parliaments, and I believe we can win in Wales and probably come second in Scotland. So we have to keep clearing hurdles every year. We've built our party membership. We're building our credibility. So yeah, I mean, look, this is not going to be easy. The establishment are not going to give us an easy ride. I've no doubt there will be alternative CVs of me published. They'll say the most awful things about me. Trouble is, half of them will be true. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
I think, as Peter McCormack said, some of the things they say about you make you the fun person that you are.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm not in politics for a career. I'm in politics to make a change and make a difference. I'm a normal human being. I've got my good points. I've got my weaknesses. But what's wrong with that? Isn't that what we want? Don't we want politicians that are real and like us and live their lives? I've done many things over the years. You know, I worked for 20 years for American companies trading commodities. I worked for Drexel Burnham Lambert back in the 1980s, which some think's good, some don't. You know, I've been a commodity trader. I've been a radio host. I've been a TV host. I've been in politics. I've been doing financial market newsletters. I've done many, many things. I've got a very broad experience. And frankly, I think I'm much better qualified than a bunch of Oxford-educated human rights lawyers to run the country.
And there's one thing I would add to that, if you don't mind. It's that you did travel around, you did talk to people, you did listen to people. Even when you drafted this, what you just shared with us earlier, you know, you spoke with people from the industry, you spoke with people familiar with policy, you're willing to listen, you're not saying that you know everything and that you're going to dictate from the top down.
Far from it, and we've been in touch. I mean, you know, the Bitcoin guys in the UK have been in touch, sending us stuff. I'm one of the few political figures, I genuinely go out and meet people. I'll be walking through the high streets in Scotland on Monday, and some people are rude. Well, fine, let them be rude, I don't care. But, and I always joke that the best place to meet people in Britain is go to the pub, because every pub is a parliament. People go into the pub for a drink and talk about life. So I think being a good listener is really, really important. And I think people underestimate Trump on this. Trump does actually listen to experts and what people have to say.
He does. So I was in the White House for the crypto summit, and we sat there, and you know there were lots of people from the industry there, and I know that he had consulted with people, as you just said, with Bitcoin Policy UK. We had the vice president giving a shout out to the Bitcoin Policy Institute. So we see a lot of this synergy, right? Listening to people who know better. I just have to ask you, this is a personal question actually, why is it so difficult for politicians to listen, right? Don't you want to represent the people, the underdogs, the people that aren't listened to as much? Doesn't that just seem like an obvious thing to do?
Oh, I think most people in politics think they know better than ordinary people, rather like the bureaucrats, rather like this whole globalist class who meet at Davos every year and seem to think they know how best we can run our own lives. And kind of what we're saying with Bitcoin, kind of what we're saying with all these things is, we will make our own decisions. We will have our own successes and our own failures, and the hell with you. We don't want you interfering with us in any way at all.
You came to viscerally understand how important Bitcoin is when you were personally debanked for very dubious reasons, not very hardcore reasons. There was no real good reason why they said you can no longer have access to your money in a bank account. Can you talk a little bit about how that's informed your passion for Bitcoin and digital assets?
Well, I mean, I am the highest profile case of debanking that's probably ever been seen in the United Kingdom. And it was, I've got to be honest, a very, very scary experience. Very scary experience. I went to 10 banks, all of whom refused me an account. It's kind of like they're trying to force me out of the country. But I fought back. I fought back publicly, and I won. I won. But I was able, through my media contacts and my profile, to have that fight and win it. Most folk aren't. You know, I mean, even last year in the United Kingdom, 400,000 people were debanked.
Primary reasons? What was the reason for this?
They don't have to give reasons. They don't have to give reasons. But one of the reasons is, say you transfer a bit of money into crypto.
Coinbase or a crypto exchange?
Oh, money going to Coinbase can be a reason for them closing down your account. That's why this legislation will make it illegal for any bank ever to do that to anybody ever again.
You can stand up. I see some people standing up. That's good.
Yeah, well, nobody.
That.
I mean, the thing about debanking was, I mean, you know, as soon as I said I'd been debanked, other people stood up and said they'd been debanked too. They were too frightened to before. It was almost like coming out, you know, saying I've been debanked. It's been a massive issue on both sides of the pond. And in America, political debanking has been going on now for years and years and years. It is absolutely disgusting. It plays no part in a free, open, democratic society. And no wonder so many people are going for Bitcoin and going for crypto, because they can't close you down, and that is the ultimate freedom.
Super important perspective. I want to rewind back a little bit to you going to pubs, talking with people. I remember watching videos of fishermen, hearing from fishermen in the UK and other people who are just working in smaller towns in the UK. You know, oftentimes I think sometimes you say the quiet part out loud. Sometimes people say these things, you're saying it out loud, and then maybe they're comfortable coming to you saying like, you know what, I actually agree with you, but I can't say that for this reason or the other. Can you talk a little bit about that if you don't mind?
Well, I think free speech is a vital element of living in an open democratic society. I mean, you know, we fought world wars. We fought world wars so that we could agree to disagree. And the modern phenomenon that we've seen is, of course, cancellation. Not just I disagree with you, but I will do my best to close you down. And the extreme left have been very, very successful at this. And one of the problems has been, in this country too, conservative cowardice. That so-called conservatives haven't fought against it because they don't like nasty things being said about them on X or Facebook or whatever it may be. And there is a concern in my country that we now have two-tier justice, two-tier policing, led by our Prime Minister, two-tier care. And J.D. Vance, you know, is genuinely worried about what is happening to free speech, what is happening to liberty in the United Kingdom. And frankly, you know, I should be able to offend you.
I prefer it, actually, yeah.
Well, let's get started.
Let's go.
No, I should be able to offend you. I should be able to say things that you don't like, that you fundamentally disagree with. But it should be my God-given birthright to be able to do that without being closed down. And we have, in the UK, a major free speech problem. And I'll tell you what, the silent majority know that it's wrong. The silent majority want it corrected. We have a woman called Lucy Connolly who's been given a 31-month prison sentence for saying something unpleasant on social media in the wake of the horrific murders of 3 young girls in Southport. She should not be in prison, period. And while she's in prison, we're letting out on early release people who've convicted vile sexual attacks. We've got a two-tier country. Maybe that's part of the reason why reform is doing so well in the polls right now. We've got to get back to the right values, back to the values of the forefathers that built our great countries.
Amazing, and just logic in general. I think we need to embrace logic again. If you become prime minister, what will realistically...
What do you mean if?
That's it, I apologize. When you become prime minister,
He's
ladies
so
and gentlemen,
negative,
my apologies.
isn't he?
Who put me up here? Why'd they have me do this? Anyway.
Sorry.
When you become prime minister, and hopefully we're here sitting on stage 4 years from now talking about how you're the prime minister of the UK, what is realistically in your power to do when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto assets? Now, I say that because we're seeing Trump, he signed an executive order on creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve, lots of other really progressive bills being put through the House and Senate right now. There's some friction, right? Senate Democrats are stopping a lot of the bills, even for stablecoins, something that would benefit the United States. I'm not as familiar with the British system of government. I will familiarize myself with more now that we have you running for president and to be prime minister in the next few years. But what is realistically in your power once you're in power?
What is in my power now is to change the whole debate. And my appearance with you on stage is going to spark a massive national debate. There are many people now live watching this in the United Kingdom. I'm sure the Labour and Conservative parties will say, oh dear, why didn't we think of that? So I think in the short term, we can change at least the national argument. I made the point already that 1 in 4 youngsters already has a crypto or digital asset of, and it's important to include those as well in this whole debate. In government, you have to have a majority in the House of Commons. You have to have a majority of MPs by winning the individual districts, constituencies. And once you've done that, you have a mandate, you can pretty much do within reason what you want. So, you know, this isn't going to happen overnight. I wish the election was sooner than 2029, but it gives us a long time to build up the activist base, what I call the People's Army. The people's army of folk who want real fundamental change. The people's army who say, we want politicians not who just want to be prime minister or have a ministerial car, but actually want to affect real, genuine, radical change. And I'm a radical. I mean, I am, you know, I'm probably the most disliked human being by the political class in Britain that has been for over 100 years. And you know what? If they hate me, but increasingly the people love me, I reckon I'm in the right place.
Nigel, we're winding down. I just want to say thank you so much again for flying across the Atlantic to do this with us. But we were talking backstage about one last quite exciting announcement that you have to make. So I want to give you the floor to let the audience know what else you have.
Well, thank you. The other thing I'm going to announce tonight, which we've held back just for you, Frank, on this conference, is that as of now, provided you are an eligible UK donor, you can go to reformparty.uk, and as of now, we are the first political party in Britain who can accept donations in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. So once again, we're being innovative. We're way behind you in America, but as of now, people with Bitcoin can give us money, provided they're eligible, and it's all part of what we are. And my message to the British public, my message particularly to young people, is help us to help you bring our country properly into the 21st century. Let's recognize that crypto, Bitcoin, digital assets are here to stay. And it's really funny because when I first advocated this 5 years ago, I had the Financial Times, the governor of the Bank of England, all saying the whole thing was a Ponzi scheme, you'd lose all your money. And it just goes to show the establishment nearly always, all through history, gets pretty much everything wrong. It's all about disruptors, it's all about innovators, it's all about freedom fighters. And I have to say, I might be here today before a predominantly American audience, but you know what, folks? We're all part of the same movement for individual freedom, for liberty, for being the masters of our own destiny. And I'm very, very proud and happy that you asked me to come. I've loved every minute of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a minute left. I think he deserves a standing applause for that time. So, Nigel, feel free to give him a last final word, but I think you said it perfectly there. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to do this with us. A complete pleasure to have you here. We look forward to doing this again, hopefully the next few years, and also when he becomes the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
I'll come back whether I'm Prime Minister or not. I will come back. I'll be here.
Give him a hand. We'll hold him up here. We got the champion here, Nigel Farage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We have some great guests coming up on the stage. Up next, I think we have Lynn Alden, then Jack Mahlers, and then we have Michael Saylor, and then the one and only Ross Ulbricht to close it out. So everybody stay where you're seated. We'll be right back after this.
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
$100 billion. That's how much custodial Bitcoin-backed lenders lost in 2022 alone. We decided to build a better solution, one that doesn't require you to give up self-custody, Lava Loans. Lava Loans is a non-custodial loan product that gives you cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. Lava is the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin. Try us out today.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all of the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Day 2 of the largest Bitcoin conference in history rolls on. You just watched leading UK Prime Minister candidate Nigel Farage in a fireside chat with Bitcoin Magazine White House correspondent Frank Corva. News made on the stage, Nigel Farage declaring a national debate is about to start about Bitcoin and crypto in the UK, vowing to make debanking illegal, to make it illegal to not to accept Bitcoin and crypto, pledging to launch a, quote, digital reserve and announcing that Reform UK, his party, is accepting Bitcoin. Here to break down the announcement, we've got the Bitcoin Policy Institute and its brightest minds. We've got Matt Pines, Zach Cohen, and Zach Shapiro. Zach, let's start with you. Nigel Farage coming to America, making this announcement. What message does it send?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we've heard a lot of U.S. politicians here today. Haven't necessarily heard from as many politicians from, across the globe. And you hear things like this, and you have to assume that the folks in the U.S. government who are here maybe Tuesday or Wednesday are following along closely. And we talk a lot about the nation-state game theory. Matthew Pines here over here is a leader in that sort of thought leadership. It's exceedingly clear that when one country starts moving on these things, others listen and they start moving as well. So I think there's a good reason to think that this will accelerate kind of the timeline that we're seeing in the United States.
Well, the UK election 4 years away still, so plenty of time, though. It should be noted that Nigel is leading in the polls. Let's get into the specific policies, though, because there were a couple of things that we haven't seen in the United States. So obviously we saw a lot of congressmen and senators, or congresspeople and senators, come out here on Tuesday. Making debanking illegal is really a step beyond what we've seen in the United States, where there's a lot of criticism of debanking, a lot of public admonishments of the companies that engage with it, but we haven't seen that become law. Matt, over to you and your thoughts on this policy.
Yeah, I thought it was, resonant, obviously, with the times here, that the weaponization of the banking system, the idea that money shouldn't be used to suppress political dissent or to conditionalize access to financial services, you would think is a fundamental sort of right in a modern democracy. It's not a left or a right issue. Somehow it's been politicized, but I think it's fundamentally more like a civil libertarian issue, and I think it's just as relevant in the UK as it is in the US, and obviously in Canada, right? They had the truckers' protests, which had a political valence, right? But the fundamental access to financial services is a basic right. And I was in Bedford, right, at our buddy Peter McCormick's conference, Cheat Code, and Liz Truss, right? Obviously another senior British
former Prime Minister
herself. You know, she gave a real barnstormer of a speech, right? Really digging into kind of the conceptual and philosophical kind of motivations, right? So a lot of this is getting attention, right? Trying to get donations, right? But I think there's an undercurrent of a sense of mistrust that existing institutions have been weaponized, and that there needs to be a rebalancing, a reconfiguration of the relations between the state and society and individuals. And so I think the UK is, evolving in a similar trajectory here, and each country is responding to these pressures. But I think Bitcoin represents kind of a locus for a lot of these ideas. And it just so happens that an event like this is a great spot to kind of feature those announcements. I think generate a kind of a transatlantic coalition here, right? Like these are ideas that resonate with a large part of the population. They're not traditionally, a Republican or Democrat ideas, I think. And I think this is a sign of things to come.
Another point, making it illegal not to accept Bitcoin and crypto. Vague wording, sounds a little bit like a legal tender. Zach, we've seen a lot of countries make it expressly legal to make Bitcoin payments, some making it voluntary, and El Salvador right now has removed the legal tender status. What did you make of this? And is legal tender something that the Bitcoin movement is still pushing for? What are the thoughts?
So when I think about all of the sort of policy announcements we just heard, I can't help but think the overall theme of this conference, when we've been listening to especially American politicians and policymakers, is moving from symbolism to substance. We've seen from everyone from the vice president to the mayor of New York to various members of Congress and the Senate have really interesting, specific, well thought out ideas of how to exploit Bitcoin for U.S. policy goals, oftentimes underpinned by ideas from the Bitcoin community itself, and that's really exciting to see. I have to think that the UK is maybe a year behind that, right? The idea that you're going to force people to take Bitcoin, we saw that didn't work really well in El Salvador. The capital gains treatment for Bitcoin that's different than other assets. I'm sure there are a lot of folks here who own Bitcoin who would like to pay less capital gains, but that seems like a little bit less urgent than really some of the more specific policy ideas that we see in the United States. So I think the symbolism is really important, and it's great to see UK policymakers and policymakers from around the world want to embrace Bitcoin and start that journey of figuring out, okay, what is Bitcoin and how does it best fit into a policy framework? But I gotta say, my biggest takeaway is the sort of contrast to really how far the US policy apparatus has come in the last year from when we heard more ideas like that from American politicians.
Quickly, before we go back to the main stage, to the floor now, or to our panel, what significance is that this is coming from Europe? Obviously, the Britain is no longer part of the European Union, but Europe's seen as a laggard when it comes to progressive Bitcoin and crypto policy.
Well, I think Europe is probably not going to make it, but the UK has a chance.
Any further thoughts?
Yeah, there's a pretty interesting speech earlier this year from our vice president where he sort of scolded the EU about taking sort of a safetyist approach to AI and really looking more at risk than at opportunity. And if you look at the way that Europe in general is regulating technology, a great example is the GDPR, which is their data privacy laws that make it really hard for US tech companies to do business there. They just don't have the same spirit of innovation, and they have more of a culture of sort of top-down control that we are more reflexively skeptical to in the United States. And so if Europe is going to make it, I really think it will come from the technology itself. It'll be something like the proliferation of Bitcoin and stablecoins that allow people to actually be their own bank and act in a permissionless way, in contrast to top-down government policy that will pave the way for more sort of civil liberty-minded.
Of course, day two winding down, but the big announcement still coming. You just heard Nigel Farage. You'll still see 21 CEO Jack Mallers, strategy chairman Michael Saylor, and it all leads to the grand finale, the first ever conference appearance for Silk Road founder and presidential pardonee Ross Ulbricht. We'll be right back after this. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube.
Specifically, the three organizations that we donate to are Brink and the Human Rights Foundation's Bitcoin Fund, and also an organization called OpenSats. And the things that we thought about was the track record of the organizations. So anyone can set up an organization and say that they're going to fund Bitcoin developers, open source, but do they have they've been doing it for years? Also, the governance structure of it matters. So both three of those organizations are 501c3 charity based in the US. So there's a certain kind of governance and mission statement oversight that is clarified in those entities. And then also just getting a lot of again, through the track record, you can see kind of what things they funded. You can talk to people. We know a fair amount of people in the Bitcoin development community, so also that type of kind of reputational due diligence as well. So from the universe of organizations that support Bitcoin development, that's how we kind of got down to the 3 that we chose.
And yeah, I guess Alex and Mike, I mean, you guys are obviously, as part of your organizations, you're receiving some funding, and then again, you are then also selecting, okay, which developer am I going to fund, or which team am I going to promote or give resources to? Can you talk a little bit to that process?
Yeah, we've been around 5 years, and not everybody 5 years ago who was working on the Bitcoin software was getting compensated at all. But folks who were, there was a tendency in the funding organizations to fund high-profile features or things that have names to it that would make a nice headline. And so we decided that there was a neglected specialization in security and maintenance that was being neglected as a result of the prioritizing of certain features. So we really focus on funding testing, review, maintenance, proactively finding and fixing bugs, because that is maybe the not sexy thing to get funded, but it's the thing that underpins this entire industry. So that's our focus. We have an independent grant committee who focuses on vetting applicants who are already doing this work. We want to see proof of work before we would fund somebody. We don't speculatively fund anybody. So we fund people who have a track record in this sort of security work that we think is valuable.
Yeah, so the Human Rights Foundation is a little bit different from many other funders in the space in that our mission is to promote human rights with a focus on closed societies. Now you may ask yourself, why would a human rights organization be supporting Bitcoin? And the answer is very simple. Activists need freedom money. They need money that dictators can't stop. They need a safe and secure way to receive donations and a way to be able to spend those donations on their mission-critical human rights work. That's why at the Human Rights Foundation, we have a Bitcoin Development Fund. It's our 5-year anniversary. We've given out over $8 million to support free and open source software developers, educators, activists, community builders, et cetera. Now, when we look at who we support, we have our mission in mind, right? We want to support educators who are working in authoritarian regimes. We want to support people who are building tools that make it easier and safer for activists and everyday people to use Bitcoin, so that when they do decide that, hey, I'm an activist, I'm a dissident, I need to use Bitcoin in my work because my bank account just got frozen for criticizing the government, or I just launched a crowdfunding campaign and the dictatorship just called GoFundMe to freeze it. I need a way to be able to receive donations. We want to make it as easy and simple as possible for everyday people to use these tools. When it comes to funding Bitcoin Core is vital because Bitcoin Core is the reference implementation of Bitcoin. It's pretty easy. We just look at proof of work, right? Like, are you doing the work? Are you actively contributing?
Great. And so now, maybe more recently, maybe a bit of an elephant in the room, when there are conflicts that happen, are you, either as an organization, are you comfortable taking public positions in these things, or is it more like you prefer to stay neutral when there are maybe disagreements amongst Bitcoiners on the right path to go? What do you guys think?
Well, I'll take this one. The community of Bitcoin developers work independently. So even if you're funded by somebody like Brink or HRF, you are still able to operate as an independent member of that group. There is no homogenous core developers. And so these individuals represent their own ideas. There's not a hierarchy or formal structure there. And so if there's a conflict in the community and it involves these engineers, oftentimes these engineers will engage the community and do that from an individual stance, as opposed to us as an organization stepping in and saying, you know, this is how it is.
So you must support X, Y, Z.
Yeah,
and
that's not to say that we don't have preferences or you know, I've commented on some of these things as an individual, but not necessarily at the organizational level.
Anyone else want to add anything on that?
As Bitwise, we're a lot more neutral, and we don't think that it is our role to dictate how the development should occur. Our view is that there needs to be funding and support from the companies, the community, to support the secure kind of maintenance of this software layer, but it is not our role to kind of dictate if any kind of feature development of how it should go. So that was one of the kind of main reasons that we decided to fund organizations that then make the funding decisions, rather than Bitwise, the asset manager of this Bitcoin ETF, kind of directly deciding which developers should get funding or not. Because even though we could say that we don't give any direction, it's harder for the community or our investors to kind of completely see that. So that's one of the reasons that we had kind of added that layer for which these organizations have kind of the independence, and also one of the reasons that we did 3 organizations rather than 1, so that it is not kind of a singular decision of that organization, but rather a set of organizations make decisions together.
And we've been able to maintain this ethos, like Hong was mentioning, where the donor, at least in our experience, has never tried to guide the work that the engineer at the end of the day is working on. And so luckily that hasn't been the case, but if it were, there's myself, there's a independent board, there's a grant committee, and then there's the engineers, all of who would be speaking up if Hong or one of our donors were leaning on us to implement or not implement something in particular. So the independence is maintained throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. So the donations that we make are no strings attached donations completely, and that is the way that they're structured, and that is the way that these organizations operate. I also will say that the organizations have differing views, or have different mandates that include larger things. And I think, for example, like in the recent discussions where people are even talking about whether Bitcoin should have multiple implementations, I think Matt Odell at OpenSats was very public on Nostr about the fact that he would be willing to fund a NOTS dev if the right candidate showed up. So it's not even kind of a specific client implementation or a specific group of people, but rather the organizations can have different views, and even within an organization, I think there can be kind of a diversity of grants that are given out.
Just to echo what Mike said, so like people talk about Bitcoin Core as if it's one organization or one group that has one thing, but actually there's 15 organizations that are funding Bitcoin Core developers, 2 of which are represented here on stage. Each of them have different focuses, different models. Some do full-time employment, some do grants. Some developers get grants from multiple organizations as well. So there is a lot of resiliency and decentralization within the organizations that are funding that if Brink did go rogue and try to start sort of directing developers to do a certain thing, there's plenty of other organizations that would be able to step in and fund those developers as they often move between organizations as well.
Just to chime in and quickly echo Mike's comments, yeah, at HRF, we support free and open source software developers. It's not about your political opinions, it's about doing the work. Are you coding? Are you on GitHub?
Okay, and so kind of related also, but a little different. Do you face social or government pressure if you are seen to be funding controversial projects? So as an example, let's say you're focusing on something that's privacy-focused development, and it could be, it could be argued, oh, it's helping the criminals kind of thing. But at the same time, this project might also help everyday normal people. Do you have a view on that? Do you face this kind of social or governmental pressure at the, depending on what you're developing or funding?
This is probably a good Alex.
Yeah, I think that HRF is an activist organization where we welcome controversy. We're proud to stand by our principles and what we believe in, and this was especially true when the issue of El Salvador came up, and HRF has always been criticizing Nayib Bukele's authoritarianism and concerning things that we've seen in El Salvador, and we took a lot of heat in the Bitcoin community because people were like, well, number go up, First Nation state to adopt El Salvador. If I like this politician, I'm not going to criticize them. And HRF is different. We are based on principles. No matter who you are, if you do something that's authoritarian, we're going to criticize it. No matter how much money you have or what your position is. And yeah, we faced a lot of pressure from a lot of people criticizing us online, like, oh, why are you criticizing so-and-so, or why are you pointing this, and this, isn't everything so great? And that's what it means to be an organization that stands by your charter and stands by your principles. But yeah, we don't cave to pressure, and we will continue to stand by that.
And to be fair, it's also probably also fair to say that if you're trying to improve Bitcoin generally, that may also make Bitcoin, quote unquote, better for so-called, for bad people. And as an example, maybe it comes up even in like spamming debates as well of like, is this going to make it easier for the spammers? But also, is it going to make it more efficient for genuine monetary users? So I guess there's it's not so easy to sort of say, oh, that's a good upgrade and a bad upgrade or a bad direction for development. Anything to add there or no?
I guess what I would say is Brink hasn't been involved with anything where a government has said anything, but because this is voluntary and we're all choosing to participate in this in some way or another, and there's no centralized entity telling us what to do or not do, the levers of feedback are left to social and financial, right? We have no revenues, so it's up to us to show value to the community and for them to decide that they want to support that value. And it's up to the community to voice their concerns as well as support.
And to add another quick comment, governments change all the time, but what doesn't change is activists and their need for effective tools like privacy on the Bitcoin blockchain. So HRF is always proud to support privacy-preserving technologies like PayJoin, silent payments, the Lightning Network, and no matter what, we'll continue doing that.
Yeah, and to be clear, I am a fan of PayJoin, and I think it's great. Now, let's talk a little bit about the level of funding, right? Because Bitcoin itself is a $2 trillion asset, as people talk about, and you could argue that the actual number of developers or the level of funding is maybe a bit small relative to the size of Bitcoin. But I'm curious, do you have a take? What is an appropriate level of funding? What is an appropriate level of resources here?
Yeah, we published a report on this recently last October covering all these organizations, and we estimated in 2023, which was the latest that we could get the sort of most of the data for, that the total amount of money going to Bitcoin core development was about $8.3 million. So that is a pretty small software company's technology budget. That is for a $2.2 trillion asset, a very, very, very small amount of money going to around 40 to 45 sort of actively working developers today. So that number isn't going to double or quadruple overnight, but I think from talking to most of the people in the community, another sort of 10 developers per year coming into the space being fully funded would be a goal that is achievable and valuable to scale up and get more developers funded working on Bitcoin. But overall, that $8.3 million number is not a large number, and the concentration of the source of that funding is also a bit of a concern or area of centralization. So Jack Dorsey, funds a lot of Bitcoin development, donates to a lot of these organizations, and that's phenomenal. But at least 3 of these organizations are either 100% or over 90% funded by just Jack or Jack and Jay-Z. So that's a large amount of concentration risk on a single individual. So we need more high net worth individuals, more companies like Bitwise who have set a great example of doing revenue shares, of donating to these organizations to decentralize and distribute that concentration of the source of funding as well.
I think we've seen hockey stick metrics for Bitcoin over the last few years. The price is exponential. Number of users, businesses, financial products are all hockey sticks. And we've seen basically a flat line of core contributors. And I know that's something that we're working on, bringing the ability to onboard new engineers and in smooth ways, but some of that is also funding, right? If there's only $8 million around, there's only so many engineers you can fund. Now, I don't think we're looking for hockey stick level core development involvement, but I think we can do better. This was a nights and weekends project for people for the first several years of Bitcoin's existence, but I think we have nation states adopting, we have presidents speaking at Bitcoin conferences, and we have strategic reserves. I think we're out of the ragtag nights and weekends version of this project, and we need to get more contributions to further more development.
Gotcha. Okay, so we've only got 3 minutes left, so let's have the last, your last, take 45 seconds each or so. Let's say, in your mind, what's a high priority that needs more development funding? What things are there out there that you see as high priority?
Can I just start by saying, I think when people talk about this topic of like developer funding, this is usually what people think about. It's like, what are new features are these developers working on? And actually, like 80–90% of all, we talked about that there's like 40 full-time people working on this. Most of what they spend their time on is not new features. And that is, to your prior question, I think we need more funding. And I'm very proud that Bitwise adds that funding and that we do our part. Because, like for example, Michael Ford, who is the longest core maintainer, what do you think he does? He actually, he's worked on over a decade on the core, and all he does every day is making sure that the code base builds on every operating system, every compiler. Like, just the person, Michael just makes sure that the thing works. And do we have a backup for Michael? Does Michael have an apprentice that he's been doing this for 13 years? What is Michael getting paid? Is it enough for him to do this for another 10 years? Like, we're not talking about Google engineer salaries. We're talking about 100K, 200. These are like new grad salaries that we're paying world-class people to do the hardest job of getting all the sorts of like hate. And just, I think we're often looking at it from like oh, they're trying to attack Bitcoin perspective. But that's just not the reality that I think is true. So, like, yes, there could be other features of Bitcoin that we could talk about, but I think in this core, like, developer funding conversation, I think we're talking about, like, how can we kind of continue the secure maintenance of the network and protocol that we depend upon.
Real quick, I think that one really underappreciated part of Bitcoin development is design, ensuring that we have beautiful and easy to use wallets, apps, products, etc. So we need to support more Bitcoin design. And real quick, the t-shirt I'm wearing today, this is a roll pull coin join transaction. And right now we have free and open source developers who are facing prison and sitting behind bars for developing free and open source privacy self-custodial tools. That's ridiculous. We need a free samurai and support free and open source software development.
I'll echo a bit of what Hong was saying, but I think the priority from our perspective is to onboard new engineers so that we have some redundancy, we have a bust factor, and we want that talent to specifically be around maintenance and security, and let's make sure that this thing does not break.
For me, I'd say for funding of global distribution of availability of employment and of grants. So most of the developers that are working today are in the US and Europe. There's concentrations around New York and London. All of the full-time employment opportunities are in the Western world. So more in LATAM, more in Africa, more in Asia.
Excellent. Well, that's all we have time for. So everybody, please put your hands together for our panelists, Dan, Mike, Alex, and Hong. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We're building to the grand finale of Bitcoin 2025 here from the Venetian in Las Vegas. Still so much more to come. You're about to see a presentation from Lynn Albrecht and 21 CEO Jack Mallers taking the stage after that. Want to start with Jack. He's someone who's been making the news today multiple times, announcing that he's raising $685 million to buy more Bitcoin already with his new company, 21, the third largest Bitcoin treasury company, pledging to do a proof of reserves, putting his balance sheet on chain. And here to break it down, we've got an all-star panel. We've got Matt Cole, Strive CEO, Pierre Richard, Bitcoin for Treasuries podcast host, and Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. So, Pierre, let's start with Jack. His company, 21, has burst onto the scene, already the third largest Bitcoin treasury, announcing more buys. What's your take on Jack and his success so far?
It's really impressive how he's built a coalition of blue chip names. So he's got Cantor Fitzgerald, Tethers, and SoftBank as the anchor investors in what looks like to be one of the most successful Bitcoin treasury companies that have come out this year so far. So very excited for what he's building. And I've known Jack for a very long time. I was in the trenches with him building Lightning-related products. And so I'm really excited to see this evolution, and that I think he's going to kill it. He understands Bitcoin. He's dedicated to it.
Well, there's a build-up anticipation here. The people want this to be a matchup, a battle royale between Jack Mallers and Michael Saylor. Of course, Michael Saylor, 600,000 Bitcoin. He's approaching it fast. Matt, can a company like Jack, even with all the blue chip credentials, can he catch Michael Saylor?
Absolutely not, but I think that it's important to notice the focus. Their transaction's not even closed yet, and they're accelerating buy after buy after buy. And I think they're leveling up the competition, and I love that. We're trying to level up the competition at Strive as well. And I think that, we're all friends. We're all friends, and what we see is we're all so bullish on Bitcoin that they're the third largest holder. They haven't even closed their transaction yet. I mean, that's focus, execution, and I think they're going to continue to see that. I mean, when you have those blue chips names behind them, I mean, there's no telling how large they can be, but I think 500,000 Bitcoin and the strategy keep executing, that's a pretty high bar.
Well, the big number here, 800,000 Bitcoin. That's how much Bitcoin is on the balance sheet of corporations. Frank, prior to being the White House correspondent, you were the lead business reporter for Bitcoin Magazine. Take us into this trend, 800,000. How high does this number go?
I remember speaking with companies like Fold, right, who haven't really mentioned too much here at the live desk, who have, I think, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And I used to think to myself, wow, that's a lot. Then, obviously we had Michael Saylor doing what he's doing, and then Eric Semler came into the fold with Semler Scientific, following in Michael Saylor's footsteps. How high does it go? I have no idea. I just think it's a no-brainer for companies that have all this cash sitting and melting away, like melting ice cubes sitting on their balance sheet, to turn at least a significant portion of it into Bitcoin. We talked about this yesterday on the desk. Meta, $70 billion in cash. Why not take at least 10, 20% of that, put it into Bitcoin, hold it? We're just waiting for Google and everyone else to follow suit. So, I mean, when those companies get in, I think 800,000 might even seem like peanuts compared to what's coming.
Pierre, over to you. At this 800,000 number, Satoshi Nakamoto, famously 1.1-ish million Bitcoin. When do we see this flippening happen?
I think it's going to get harder and harder, because at the end of the day, the people who wanted to sell at $100,000, they've already sold at $100,000. And so now what is the incremental price point? Is it $1 million? Is it $10 million? To get that supply from people's wallets onto exchanges. 95% of the Bitcoin have already been mined. So now you really need to persuade the old hodlers to part with their coins, and that's going to be increasingly challenging.
A horse race that everyone will be watching. We'll turn it over now to the Nakamoto stage. You're about to see a special presentation from Lynn Alden. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube.
Are telling him we really have to slow down, we're getting over our skis here, and he says no, nothing stops this train. And I've been using that term to describe what's going on with US fiscal deficits. And I'll go into, during this pretty concise presentation, what that means, why it matters, and why it's so unstoppable. Because of course, we're here at a Bitcoin conference, but there is this much larger dollar system that's happening around us and all over the place. And so the inter-exchange between what's going on in Bitcoin and what's going on in dollar land really matters for things like the exchange rate, things for the economy, investing in general. And so we'll start now. We'll go into these kind of pretty concise slides. Some of them will be simple slides. Some of them will be a little bit more complex, but I'll walk you through the parts that really matter. So this chart here shows two lines. One is the unemployment rate, and one is federal deficits as a percentage of GDP. And this goes back many decades. And as you can see from the slides, there's always been very good correlation between them. During recessions, unemployment goes up, the federal deficits go up, and during better times, unemployment is low and federal deficits are low. The one brief exception, if you can kind of squint and see it on the chart, is the 1960s. That's when we had the Vietnam War. So there's a little bit of an exception, but other than that, these are almost the same line. But what you'll see on the right-hand side of the chart, and I circled it in green, is over the past several years, ever since around 2017, we've had a decoupling. We've had shrinking unemployment, we've had low unemployment levels, and yet the deficit has blown out to 6 or 7%. Even before and after the pandemic, this was already happening. Obviously, it went into overdrive during the pandemic, but we're kind of in this new world now. I'm not the first person to talk about the deficits, but I am trying to bring attention to what's going on now that was not going on for many decades. We're entering kind of a new era. So that's what the deficit is. But the second main question is, why does it matter? Why are we talking about it here at a Bitcoin conference? And the short reason is because it matters for asset prices, especially anything scarce. So this chart shows in the gold line is the price of gold, and the dark line, the black line, is real interest rates. And again, we've historically seen that there's been a very strong correlation between these two things. And so for those that don't know what I mean by real interest rates, this one is specifically the 10-year Treasury yield minus CPI inflation. And the reason these two charts, gold and real Treasury rates, are so worth comparing is because they're the two primary reserve assets globally. They're the ones that compete with each other at that scale. And gold, of course, is pretty scarce. The supply grows by an estimated 1% to 2% per year, but you don't get paid any yield to own it. If anything, you incur an expense for storing it. Whereas Treasury yields, dollars and treasuries, they grow at a much faster supply growth, but then you get paid this yield to own them. And during periods where the yield is rather high compared to measured levels of inflation, some of the investors that might otherwise buy gold get enticed to come back to the dollar and the Treasury system. But then during periods of time where the yields are not high enough compared to inflation, many investors flock to gold. They basically say, if I'm not going to get paid anything on my treasuries, why would I own treasuries that are way more abundant than gold? And historically, this has been a very strong correlation. High real rates means higher gold prices. And on this chart, the real rate is inverted. So lower means higher real rates. And again, as you've seen over the past several years, this one in particular starting around 2022, we've had a complete decoupling in the price of gold and real rates. There's something new is happening here in this kind of fiscally dominant environment. And of course, this is relevant for Bitcoin. A lot of people, if you would have said 5 years ago, if interest rates are 4 or 5%, would Bitcoin be selling out massive conferences in Las Vegas, and would it be worth over $100,000 per coin? Most people would say no. In fact, many critics kept saying that it's just a zero-rate phenomenon. It's some bubble that's going to go away as soon as the Fed gets any sort of hawkish in them. But what we've seen over the past several years is the Fed got about as hawkish as they could get. They even broke some banks in the process, and yet gold and Bitcoin both soared anyway because something changed. So these charts are a little bit noisier, but I'll direct you to the parts that matter, because this is the inflection point that really shows up. So the blue line on these charts is private sector year-over-year debt growth. So that's bank loans and that's corporate bonds, that type of thing. The red line is federal debt growth. So you have private markets and public markets. The pane on the left is 1955 to 1990, and the pane on the right is 1990 to the present. So this is a 70-year history. And if you look at the left side, for the most part, the blue line, private sector debt growth, was going up at a faster rate in any given year than public sector debt growth. And there are rather few exceptions that occur around recessions, and I mark those in yellow on the charts. And those are pretty, few and far between. During recessions, the deficits would go up, bank lending would go down, and then we move past that. What you see in the chart on the right is that ever since the 2008 global financial crisis, and especially ever since in recent years, we've been in this period of time where federal debt growth is consistently going up at a faster rate than private sector debt growth. And I highlighted again in those little green boxes, if you can see them on the right, that even outside of recessions, this is still the case. So this was happening before the pandemic, and after the dust settled, after all the money printing, it's still happening now. And the reason this turning point really matters is because when we look at what the Fed, what their tool is to control credit growth, it's mainly interest rates. If they want to slow down the economy, slow down credit growth, and try to slow down inflation, they jack up interest rates to try to make borrowing less attractive. On the other hand, if they want to accelerate things, they tend to lower interest rates. The problem is that, many decades ago, when federal debt was low and most of the money creation was coming from private sector, whenever they raised interest rates, they would slow credit growth. They would slow the private sector faster than they would blow out fiscal deficits. The problem now is that now that they have over 100% of GDP, which only happened in recent years, when they raise interest rates, they ironically increase the federal deficit at a faster pace than they slow down private sector credit growth. Basically what that means is they don't have brakes anymore. The train, nothing stops this train because there's no brakes attached to it anymore. Or another way of putting it is the brakes are heavily impaired. We've kind of gone through the looking glass. We're in Wonderland now, where the rules that worked for the majority of this time frame now work backwards. They don't really have a way to slow down total credit growth in the system. And that's a new phenomenon. So for the remainder of this talk, I'll just go over a few slides of why this is so unstoppable. Why can't just a couple people get together and figure this out? Why is this so entrenched? Why is it that I'm confident to say that nothing stops this fiscal train, even regardless of election outcomes? I was saying it before the election, I was saying it after the election, because it doesn't really matter, nothing stops it. And so on this chart, we have, this is a pretty simple chart. The blue line is 10-year interest rates, 10-year Treasury interest rates. And the red line, we have debt to GDP, federal debt to GDP. And, you know, back in the 1980s, you had very low debt levels and you had very high interest rates. And we've gone on this, like, you know, 4 to 5 year decade journey of ever higher debt levels. But it's been offset by this structurally declining interest rate. And what that means, like, for example, if you double your debt, but you cut your interest rates in half, your interest expense is still manageable. So for this whole 40-plus year period, interest expense was actually pretty manageable. But what happened is that eventually we hit zero. Just math kind of reasserted itself. And so now we're in an environment where the first time in decades, interest rates are not going structurally down anymore, and debt levels are still very, very high. They're the highest that they've ever been since the 1940s. And so interest expense is actually becoming a very meaningful part of the federal expense for the first time ever, and there's no easy way to get that under control. If they cut interest rates super low, then everybody wants to get into scarce assets. But if they keep interest rates high, they keep blowing out the federal deficit because we're kind of, like I said, we're kind of in Wonderland now. So that's a really big component. Another really big component is Social Security. So this chart shows the Social Security Trust Fund. And as you can see, it went from zero and it rose to about $3 trillion on that chart. And the reason for this kind of change that's happened over time is because of demographics. So the baby boomer generation was an unusually large generation born from the late 1940s into the 1960s after the World War II, a very large generation. And when they entered the workforce, they were, you know, paying into Social Security. So we had this big ramp up in the amount of funds that were invested. Now, unfortunately, they didn't invest Social Security very well. They held it in U.S. Treasury bonds, basically, which are not the best long-term investment you can make. And according to the Social Security Administration's own numbers, by about 2035, they're going to deplete that trust. And what that means in practice is that they're going to spend down this $3 trillion into the economy. That's as the baby boomer generation enters their retirement years, which they're already doing and they're going to continue to do, this is going to continue to roll over. And if you notice, this kind of hit a peak in the late 2010s. So 2017, 2018, it was kind of hitting its peak and kind of starting the very early process of rolling over. And that's when deficits decoupled from unemployment. And that's when the federal debt growth started to exceed private sector credit growth. A lot of this timing happened because at around the same time, interest rates stopped going down, and the baby boomer generation that funded a lot of this on the upside is now in drawdown mode. So this is getting spent into the economy via healthcare, via travel, via housing, basically everything that people have to spend money on. And so this is a background expenditure that's going to go back into the system over the course of the next 10 years. Now, sometimes that exact depletion date will get pushed forward or pushed back by 1 year, but this is mostly actuarial math. It's kind of inevitable. And importantly, these people vote. Young people protest, but then they forget to vote. This demographic actually votes, and right now, anything that touches the expenditure of this fund is the third rail of politics. Both major parties in the US have vowed basically not to touch Social Security over this time frame. And so this is pretty much set in stone, even in a very politicalized environment. It's one of the few things the parties basically agree on. One of my last slides is to emphasize the Ponzi nature of the system. So even aside from current issues related to demographics and debt levels, basically the way the system's constructed And by the system, I mean central banking with fractional reserve banking built on top of it, the whole fiat system we've been kind of operating under for over a century. It relies on constant growth. It's like a shark that can't stop swimming, otherwise it drowns, ironically. It's a system that has to keep increasing. And so on this chart, the top line is total debt in the system, in the US system. So that's public debt and private debt combined, and it's actually over $100 trillion for the first time. And the bottom line is the monetary base. And what we see is that for the entire period of this chart, so this goes, I believe, from 1966 until 2025, the entire period of this chart, total debt never went down except for one very brief exception, and that was 2008. And it went down by about 1%, total debt in the system. And what they did was they rapidly increased the monetary base from $1 trillion to right now about $6 trillion. It was so impossible for them to let even a tiny amount of deleveraging occur that they kept the party going. And specifically back in that time, so if we do the math a little bit, in 2008, the total debt in the system was in the ballpark of $50 trillion. So it's about half as big as it is now. And they were on a monetary base of about $1 trillion. So the system is levered 50 to 1. That's the type of leverage you see in like crypto degen derivatives contracts. It was like it was 50 to 1 leverage across the economy. And specifically, they hit 0 interest rates. So they couldn't keep propping up the private sector debt bubble. And instead, they rotated to the federal level. And so that kind of shows how sensitive the system is. As you've kind of gone forward, we're now more in the public sector debt growth. I actually looked at the data that goes back even longer than this chart, going back about 110 years. And there were only 4 other years where the total debt level ever went down nominally. And that was during the Great Depression. So 1930 through 1934 was the only other period beside 2008 on the chart where it went down. So 5 years out of over 110 years of data is their tolerance level for ever letting that Ponzi unravel. And that's just kind of the system, that's the math that we find ourselves operating in, and that's the big contrast that we have to Bitcoin. So for my last slide, we don't have to focus on the details here, but just by looking at the shape of these charts, these are century-long charts. And so my main point with these charts is we've actually seen this story before. We've gone through something like what we're going through now in the US one time in the past, and that was around the 1940s. So the reason that debt growth is so smooth historically is because when they do finally run into something that actually challenges it, they rotate the whole system around, and we're going through it for the second time. So basically, you have a private debt bubble build up, and then you hit 0 interest rates. So you can't keep adding more and more on to the accelerating private debt growth. And then what happens is you find yourself levered 50 to 1, and you start to unravel. And how do you unravel a system that's levered 50 to 1? The short answer is you don't. You just print more base units, is how they always handle it. So what that happens, they switch over to federal debt growth, and they switch over to running massive federal deficits, so that even as private sector debt levels eventually kind of mellow out for a period of time, it keeps growing on the public side. And that tends to be more inflationary, and that tends to be more persistent. Because as we get to the point that I mentioned before, when the Fed raises interest rates to try to slow any of this down, they blow out the federal deficit at a faster rate than they slow down bank growth. So basically, we're completely off the tracks now. And notice nothing I said is anything about Weimar, nothing's about hyperinflation. It's all about basically long-term, unceasing 7% deficit growth. We're not talking about 70% deficits of GDP, we're talking about 7%, but it's every single year like clockwork. It's the relentlessness of it that matters. And so as we go forward, this is the system that Bitcoin's going to exist in. And if you kind of summarize this whole talk, all these charts, all these points, there's 2 main reasons why nothing stops this train. One is math. The way that they've constructed the Ponzi system that I've talked about before, the way that it has to always continue growing to ever not start deleveraging in the crazy way that it would. So that's the system that they've built. And 2, the second reason is human nature. None of us want to pay higher taxes. People that are on the receiving side of deficits never want to cut them. Virtually no politician is ever incentivized enough to actually cut deficits during their term. And basically, this represents a flexible ledger This is the ledger that we all kind of work with in the US and globally. And because it's a flexible ledger, they can always create more units. And therefore, that's the error correction that they keep falling back on over and over again. And that's what contrasts with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is, the complete opposite of this system in many ways. It's the mirror of the system. Instead of ever-increasing units, and indeed ever-increasing units that can't even slow down, Bitcoin is absolute scarcity. And instead of opaqueness, it's transparent. And instead of the error correction being able to just print more units, the error correction that happens in Bitcoin is deleveraging can happen, but you can never go after the unit itself. So basically, nothing stops this train. For the next 10 years, we're going to be running very large fiscal deficits in the US, almost regardless of what else happens. There are certain things that can accelerate it a lot. There are certain things that can maybe decelerate it a little bit, nothing meaningfully. And so the one way to protect yourself from that situation is to own the highest quality scarce assets. And of course, the one we all like here is Bitcoin. Thank you.
So much, Lynn. Wow. What an
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We are building to the grand finale here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. 30,000 people waiting on the packed lineup that we have in store. We're about to see Jack Mallers, the new CEO of 21, take the stage. A number of announcements from him today, including raising nearly $700 million to buy Bitcoin. Our panel here to break it down in anticipation of what we're about to see. We've got Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, Matt Cole, Strive CEO, and Pierre Richard, host of the Bitcoin for Treasuries podcast. So we're about to categorize the talk that we're about to see from Jack. And I would say this might be a symptom of a larger trend in the industry, this Saylor mania. Michael Saylor, of course, coming out with strategy, buying nearly 600,000 Bitcoin. Pierre, he's almost become the Warren Buffett of Bitcoin. Is that a fair comparison?
I think it is a fair comparison, and I think what it has to do is his incredible ability to communicate with the public. So over the past 5 years, Saylor has evangelized Bitcoin and MicroStrategy's strategy to the public on every podcast. No podcast too small for him to go. And he authentically answers the questions that are asked to him. And, you know, it's not just like some mechanical robot CEO. So his vision for Bitcoin and his ways of explaining it with all the engineering metaphors that he applies to it have brought together not only institutional investors, but really a broad array of retail investors. And he, through his disciplined approach to Bitcoin accumulation, has created a tremendous amount of value for a lot of retail investors who are here today at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas and who are really excited about what Saylor's done for their lives.
Well, I think the interesting thing about Jack is we primarily know him as a technologist, right? Now we're seeing top technologists in the industry follow in Michael Saylor's footsteps. Matt, over to you. Your thoughts that Jack might be the first of many to make this transition over to this new narrative?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is, and we're doing the same thing, and why? Why is Saylor such a leader in this? And I mean, you go back to just a few weeks ago, Strategy World, and what you're seeing there is the beginnings of a movement of Bitcoin treasury companies, and it's not a competitive movement. It's a movement of people that are Bitcoiners that see the problem of the debt crisis and are actually choosing to set their companies up for long-run success. And I think the analogy of the Warren Buffett is a great analogy, because you think about the annual conference of Berkshire Hathaway, filling up arenas. And I just say, when you see the energy live, I mean, you see the energy live at the Bitcoin conference, how big it is. I think Strategy World in the next couple of years is going to be moving to an arena, because that's the power of the movement, and it's a movement that will have many corporations in it.
And we're about to see Michael Saylor take the stage later. Stay tuned for that keynote. Frank, over to you. You've seen Michael Saylor at conferences, and you've watched the reaction change over time. It has reached a fever pitch. Can you describe what it is like, the reactions that you see from the public?
Yeah, I think it's important. I just want to go back to what you were actually saying about messaging, right? This is essential. I think Pierre mentioned it as well. Messaging is really essential. Saylor, I think he said this to me personally. It was last year's Bitcoin for Corporations event that he hosted, and he just said, we're not here to sort of try to time the market perfectly, right? We're here to say, like, we have a thesis, we have conviction, and we're moving forward come hell or high water, and that's what he does. And also, to give credit to Jack Mallers, it's the same thing. When you watch Michael Saylor or Jack Mallers on stage, as we're about to watch both, one after the other, there's no, I'm thinking twice about this, right? It's just we're charging full steam ahead, you know, fully bullish all the time. I mean, Jack puts it best. He says, you know, what Bitcoin bear market? We've been essentially in a long-term 16-year uptrend in Bitcoin with a few pullbacks along the way. That sort of conviction, it can't be taught, and you know, the sort of pizzazz that they have on stage, again, you know, it's a part of who they are, it's innate, and it attracts the investors for sure.
Final thoughts, Pierre. Jack Mallers, famous for the presentation in which he announced El Salvador adopting Bitcoin. That was when he was on Bitcoin for Payments, advancing that narrative, advancing Lightning. What does it say that Jack is on stage in this way at this conference?
I think that, first of all, he's going to continue to execute on Strike, his Lightning Payments company. I think that they've had tremendous growth. So I don't think that we should discount the payments narrative. I think that's still going strong. We just saw Steak and Shake announce that they're taking Lightning. We saw the other Jack.
All right, sorry, we got to go to the main stage. We'll be back with more of the panel. Jack Mallers about to take the stage. Stay with us.
You guys are too nice. Wow, it's a big room, man. Shout out Bitcoin Mag. This is bigger than the empty closet, I'll tell you guys that much. I love you too, buddy. That's very sweet of you. All right, I really appreciate you guys making it all the way out to Vegas. We're gonna hang out for about 30 minutes. Next 30 minutes, you and me. We ready? Let's go? Let's go. I appreciate you guys. All right, the title of my talk, I call it the hodler's dilemma. I think it's a topic that we as Bitcoiners don't talk about enough. And in my opinion, I think the asset class has gotten big enough to where we're embarking on Bitcoin's new wealth paradigm, okay? So chapter one, first of all, what's the problem? What are we out here to solve? Why are we all here on the Vegas Strip? Well, the problem is fiat currency, right? I call this the vicious fiat cycle. The problem is pretty simple. When the US government and the Federal Reserve prints dollars, those dollars become worth less. That makes the life that we all want further away, unachievable, not affordable, right? That then forces everyone to borrow. You get into debt. People are using credit cards, student loans, buy now, pay later, mortgages, all right? And this now has forced households are over $18 trillion in debt. Credit card debt's passed $1 trillion in the United States of America, okay? And the US dollar, since it was launched at the Federal Reserve a little over 100 years ago, has lost 97% of its purchasing power. And this cycle repeats because all of our paychecks in this room, I don't care who you are, all right, I don't care if you're Donald Trump, Michael Saylor, it doesn't matter. None of our wages are keeping up with the inflation of all of our assets. And this is the problem. This is why we're all here. I call this the vicious fiat cycle, right? And if you look, I mean, this is the growth of debt in the United States of America. If you're a millennial, if you're my age, if you were born in the last 20, 30 years, you want to own a car? Debt. You want to own a house? You can't afford a house. Take a mortgage for the rest of your life. You want to go to school? You want to go to Harvard? Did you work hard the first 18 years of your life? Debt. You need a student loan. You can't ever own assets. You're in a perpetual cloud of debt. This is the growth of credit card debt. And it's not just at the individual and the family home level. This is our federal government. And listen, I know every reporter wants to ask me, Republican, Democrat, left, right, up, down. Guys, it's a bipartisan thing. We're in a debt-based financial system, right? Yes. This is a chart. What shitcoin do you guys think this is? This is the US dollar. The best time to go to Whole Foods and buy eggs with your dollars was 1913. Every other time after that, you're getting screwed, right? Okay, now this is a little bit more interesting. Check this out. So the US dollar, we divorced from the gold standard in 1971. So I'm no artist, but I'm trying my best. That's where my arrow is pointing down on this slide. So you can see once we started to print money, right, and we're divorcing ourselves from the physical realities of Mother Nature, it's really benefited the top 1%. The rich have gotten a lot richer, and the rest 90% of us, we're the ones that have stagnated income, or now it's declining, right? Check this out. This is these red and green lines. These are the prices of a median house in New York and Boston. They're just getting more expensive. The bottom two lines, the gray and the pink, that's our income. We're not getting paid anymore, but the life around us is getting more expensive. Here's another one. How long does it take to save for a house? Well, while we were on the gold standard, it was a few years. Off the gold standard, it's a decade, right? This is my favorite. Okay, debt to go to Harvard. Okay, debt to get a house. Okay, debt to own a car. Debt to watch Justin Bieber? Debt to get a chicken sandwich? This is the problem with fiat currency. They print it, it becomes worth less. Our lives suck and get worse. We get in debt, we never escape it. We are slaves to the system, it is our burden to carry, right? I believe that the banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, the banks will deprive the people of all their property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. Thomas Jefferson. Current version of the dollar is not very American, but that's for a different presentation. How about Henry Ford? It is well enough that people do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe they would adopt Bitcoin before tomorrow morning. He said that, I swear, I was there. Okay, so what's the solution? I know a lot of you guys know some of this stuff. The solution's Bitcoin. It's pretty obvious, right? Bitcoin is the money that we conceived that nobody can print. You can't print it. You can't debase my time and energy. You cannot deprive me of owning assets, of getting out of debt, of living sovereignly and protecting my future, my family, my prized possessions. Bitcoin is what we invented to do that. And so on the left here, that's about every single property that you could ever want in a money, right? And let's look at the report card. I know I'm a college dropout, but let's check this report card. Gold. I mean, gold's like a passing C. It does some stuff well, other stuff not. Fiat also kind of passing. It's a little worse student than gold. Bitcoin, straight A's, baby. Straight A's. It's fungible, it's portable, it's durable, it's divisible. You can't print it, it's programmable. People don't understand, Bitcoin's gonna be getting better forever because the story of humanity is engineering a better world, and this is technology, right? This is technology. Okay, let's look at the scoreboard. That was the report card, let's look at the scoreboard. Yeah, we're kicking ass and taking names. I mean, Bitcoin's the best performing asset in human history. This is compound annual growth rate, okay? So what's the average annual return of Bitcoin? You want to look at it on a 1-year basis? They say, no, that's bias. It went up that last 1 year. Okay, fine. What you want? What do you want? 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year? Say, what time frame do you want to understand that Bitcoin is the solution to all 8 billion people's problem? You say, okay, yeah, but everything performs well against the dollar. My gym shoes are going to go up in dollar terms by next year. This hoodie, this screen, this clicker. Okay, but what about Bitcoin priced in oil, which is energy, right? You need oil to fly here. You need oil to drive. You need oil to charge your phone. Okay, Bitcoin's outperforming it. What about a median house? Outperforming it. What about stocks? Outperforming it. What about groceries? Outperforming it. What about gold? Outperforming it. As Will Rogers said, the quickest way to double your money is to fold it and put it in Bitcoin. I swear, I was there. He said that. He said that. Okay, so the first 2 chapters, pretty simple. Fiat sucks and is making everybody poor through violence and is just a terrible, malicious thing that government and central banks do. Bitcoin is our solution, a peaceful revolution that all of us in this room have contributed to. I'm very proud of every one of us for getting this asset class to where we are right now, here in this moment, okay? But what I don't think we talk about enough is what I call the hodler's dilemma, okay? My girlfriend is oh, I see her. My girlfriend is here. I was practicing. I was giving her my presentation. I was asking for some feedback. And she said, hey, I'm a little embarrassed, but where did hodl come from? Why isn't it just hold? I heard on CNBC, they said it stands for hold on for dear life. No, that's not necessarily correct. A little Bitcoin history for you guys. HODL comes from a Bitcoin talk post in 2013. My speaker notes here are a little too small for me to read it, so I'm going to turn around. Sorry. Oh, I actually didn't mean to do that, but I got the HODL message on my back. Here, check this out. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see, but everything is spelled wrong. This guy was wasted. Ready? I typed that title twice because I knew it was wrong the first time. Still wrong. Whatever. My girlfriend's out at an amazing bar. Bitcoin's crashing, but why am I hodling? I'll tell you why. It's because I'm a bad trader, and I know I'm a bad trader. Yeah, you good traders can spot the highs and the lows, pit, path, piffy, wing, wong, wang, and just like that, make $1 million bucks. Sure, no problem, bro. Likewise, the weak hands are like, oh no, it's going down, I'm gonna sell. He, and then they're like, oh my God, my behind. When the smart traders who know what the hell they're doing buy back in. But you know what? I'm not part of that group. When the traders buy back in, I'm already part of the market. So guess who you're cheating, day traders? Not me. Those taunt threads saying, oh yeah, you should have sold. Yeah, no shit. No shit, I should have sold. I should have sold moments before every sell, and I should have bought moments before every buy. But you know what? Not everybody is as cool as you. You only sell in a bear market if you are a good trader or an illusion noob. The people in between, we hold. In a zero-sum game, such as Bitcoin, traders can only make money on you if you sell. So I've had some whiskey. Actually, on the bottle, it's spelled whiskey. Whatever, sue me, but only if it's payable in Bitcoin. Now, yeah. That's a little history. I hope CNBC is out here in the crowd. You guys, that's the origin of HODL. It's a meme. The meme is very powerful, though, is that what if we had the scarcest, hardest money in human history? Would it be just as simple as working hard and saving it and never selling? You don't need to be a trader. You don't need to study Japanese central bank monetary policy. You just gotta HODL. And that meme has taken us so far to where this is what who is now our current president of the United States said at this conference last year.
In Bitcoin or 1% of the total supply that will ever exist. But for too long, our government has violated the cardinal rule that every Bitcoiner knows by heart. Never sell your Bitcoin, right? That's right, isn't it, huh? That's right. How did I figure that one? Never sell your Bitcoin. And so, as the final part of my plan today, I am announcing that if I am elected, it will be the policy of my administration, United States of America, to keep 100% of all the Bitcoin the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future. We'll keep 100%. I hope you do well, please.
So powerful meme. We went one night, we had way too much whiskey, and now the United States has a Bitcoin strategic reserve, right? And it's never sell your Bitcoin. And to be honest, it's kind of simple. Like, let me ask you guys a question. How much of the money that only goes down, it's never done anything besides go down, how much of that would you want to own? Well, none of it, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what about the one that's historically it just goes up? If you just hold it and you don't trade it, it just goes up. How much of that would you want to own? Well, probably as much as I possibly could, right? And so this was me. Last January, I officially owned $0, right? And so I'm like, man, President Trump, the hodl drunk guy that drinks a lot of whiskey, like, let's go. I'm gonna own as much as I can, screw the dollar, right? But this is the hodler's dilemma, is like, then I had to sell it. I didn't have any dollars to spend. So some of you in the audience that troll me on Twitter, you're like, bro, I thought you were one of us. You're selling Bitcoin? I'm like, dude, what do you want me to starve myself to death? I had to. I didn't own any dollars. And so this is the dilemma. Every Bitcoiner faces this fork in their life, right? Because the reality is this, guys, money is a means. It's not an end, right? Money itself is not valued for the literal piece of paper or the little bytes of data. It's value because of the things that it can get you, right? Nobody wants a green piece of paper or the physical Bitcoin itself. We all want what those things can get us, right? We all want to go to school and make best friends. We all want to get married and fall in love and buy a house that is really beautiful and start a family. All right, my family's here. And this is what it was like to start Strike. And start a business. Take a vacation, see the world. Just like do stuff, right? Be adventurous, right? You have to live your life. Now, I've met a lot of people in my 31 years on this planet. I've had a hell of a career so far. I've never met the man that has 10,000 Bitcoin but is homeless, starving, and sick. Never. I've always met the guy that would sell a little bit to live his life. And that's the dilemma. All right. Have you guys ever heard this folktale, The Miser and His Gold? Have you ever heard this folktale? So the miser and his gold, the miser had buried his gold in a secret place in his garden. Okay? Every day he went to that spot, he dug up the treasure of gold, and he counted it piece by piece just to make sure it was all there. He made so many trips back and forth that a thief recognized what he was doing, guessed there was value there, and one night quietly dug up the treasure and made off with the gold. Okay? When the miser discovered that he had lost his gold, he was overcome with grief and despair. He groaned and cried and tore his hair. A passerby heard his cries and asked what had happened. My gold! Oh, my gold! cried the miser wildly. Someone robbed me. Your gold? In that hole? Why would you put the gold there? Why did you not keep it safe in your house where you could easily spend it if you needed to spend it? And the miser screamed, by golly, I would never spend my gold. I couldn't think of spending it. And the stranger picked up a large rock and he put it in the hole. And he said, if that's the case, cover up that stone with dirt. It's worth just as much as the treasure that you were going to stare at for the rest of your life. All right? And so a possession in any of our lives, whether you're a Bitcoiner or not, it's worth no more than the use we make of it. And to be honest, all of us in this room as Bitcoiners, we're on the right side of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. And I'm not going to tell you guys what to do with your wealth and with your Bitcoin. For me personally, what I believe is, we have a responsibility to do well for the world. Part of the reason I'm excited about our future is because all of us are amassing wealth and we can change things and we can do stuff and we can get married and have kids and set a new standard for what society should be, right? And so knock, knock. Who's there? Hodl. Hodl who? Nobody hodls, right? And this is my point, right? Steve Jobs, remember that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking that you have Bitcoin to lose, okay? So you can't hodl forever, right? And this is the fork we all deal with. But the point I want to make here in this keynote is that has everyone throughout human history parted with scarcity when they needed cash? If the earliest investors of Manhattan, when their kid was like, hey, Dad, I want to go to Harvard, were like, shit, I got to sell these 20 blocks of Manhattan to pay for your tuition, right? What about all the land that people have owned, or the real estate in New York, or the amazing tech stocks, right? The answer is obviously not. Borrowing against scarcity is a timeless solution. This is the Dutch and British East India companies. These companies pioneered global trade in the 600s. I'm taking you way back. But they were the first to ever collateralize their assets to borrow and perpetuate their growth. The point was, we have scarce desirable good. Try not to get rid of it. And they were able to borrow against it. How were the US railroads built? Does anyone know? Mortgage government land agreements. They collateralized the land to find the cash to build the railroads. They did not sell the United States to build the railroads. They borrowed against it. This picture is the Rockefeller Center being built. New York City was entirely built. Guys, your great-great-great-great-grandfather, the legend that bought 20 blocks of New York 400 years ago, he's a legend because he didn't sell it. That's why he's a legend. And New York was built on, I have blocks of land. I'm going to borrow against it to build a building. I'm going to borrow against the building to build a bar. You do not get rid of the scarce desirable asset and hold the pieces of paper that these governments print, right? This is Elon Musk. Tesla had to put a cap on how much this guy was borrowing against his shares, okay? And so my point is Bitcoin is not different. Bitcoin is next, okay? Yeah. So, this is my favorite, but bro, Bitcoin has no cash flow. Right? Here's Peter Schiff. Where is he? Is he here? I love you, Peter, I love you. Bitcoin has no intrinsic value, no cash flow, no earnings, no dividend. Its value is what the next fool will pay. I don't know what year he said this, but I think it was around $1,000 per Bitcoin, okay? I think that this is stupid, okay? What has cash flows but doesn't? And the answer is Bitcoin. The point is every asset has an expected cash flow, okay? My point is this. On the left, this is what I call, and Ross Stevens, shout out Ross Stevens, calls issuer cash flow. That's a government bond. And this is the cash flow everyone's used to. You buy a 10-year, and the government, the issuer of that 10-year, pays you the interest, right? So they're making payments to you for owning that asset. And yes, that's cash flow. I call that issuer cash flow. They're making payments. Now on the right, Bitcoin's cash flow, or screw Bitcoin for a second. Everyone in here, I'd hope so, unless you're homeless, you live in a house. And let's say you own that house. That house would generate cash flow when you sell it, right? So everything you own can generate cash flow. Sometimes the cash flow is because there's a dividend, or there's interest yield, or for what you're renting out in Airbnb, right? The other is when you have an asset and you own it, and you can always generate cash by simply selling it, right? So here's Bitcoin data. This is if you were to buy DCA, dollar cost average, $100 of Bitcoin a week over the last 4 years, you would have bought a little over $20,000 worth of Bitcoin, and it'd be worth over $60,000. And if you wanted cash flow, you could get $60,000 worth of cash flow just by selling the Bitcoin. Duh, okay? What about 6 years from now? You'd have over 160 grand of cash flow. What about 8 years? What about 10 years? You'd have millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin if you just bought every single week $100 at a time. To say that this asset doesn't generate cash flow, in my opinion, is stupid. Everything generates cash flow. If you want cash, you historically just had to sell it, right? Now, we know that you can get cash from Bitcoin by selling it. The question I want to ask you guys, and why I'm here, is can we generate cash while still owning it? And that's the hodler's dilemma. Every other asset class has solved this problem. No one's had to sell their New York real estate. Elon Musk doesn't have to sell his Tesla stock. The great Indian trade companies did not have to sell their cargo ships and their cargo carriers. Why do we have to sell our Bitcoin? Because in theory, Bitcoin is the best collateral known to man. Like if you just wanted to measure collateral, right? Traditional collateral versus Bitcoin. Bitcoin's faster, it's more portable, it's more divisible, it's easier to custody, right? You can't print any more of it. It's divisible. Guys, if I were a lender trying to give a loan to someone and there was an emergency and they gave me their house as collateral, how would I sell the 4th bedroom in the attic on a Sunday night if something went wrong? I can't do that. But I can with Bitcoin, right? I can. And so if you stack up Bitcoin as collateral against all these other things, it kicks its butt. You can post collateral in minutes. Its market hours are 24/7. It's global. It's liquid in every single currency that you could possibly want. Anyone in the world can get a collateralized loan from this. You live in New York, you live in Chicago, you live in Ghana, anyone can access this collateral, save, and borrow against it. So if Bitcoin is the best collateral of all time, why are we facing this dilemma? Why has borrowing against Bitcoin been so difficult, okay? And this is, in my opinion, as the founder of Strike, what we've identified is that historically, lenders have rehypothecated Bitcoin. The rates are outrageous. You can't get the right size loan. Some lenders can't go low enough to meet your needs. Some lenders can't be institutional grade. And then just the experience, being able to refinance a loan, multiple loans, being able to easily withdraw the cash, post collateral, meet your margin calls, okay? Like, I just want to show you guys, so a traditional margin loan, and for those that don't know what that is, take your stock portfolio. If you wanted to get a loan against that, this is the overnight funds rate, plus that's 0.5% to 1.5%. So when Elon Musk gets a loan, Elon Musk is getting rates at like 4, 5, 6, 7%. If we all wanted a loan on our Bitcoins, the market before I got on this stage was like 20%, 15%, extremely high, outrageous. And when everyone says, all these professional economists, they're like, well, Bitcoin's risky, it's volatile. No, it's not. This is the Magnificent Seven's 1-year volatility, and the orange one in the middle is Bitcoin. It's no more risky and volatile. Okay, I give it to you. It's a little bit more volatile than Apple, but it's far less volatile than Tesla. Why am I paying 20% a year for a loan? Screw you, it didn't make any sense to me, right? This is Bitcoin's volatility. So the pink and the green is Bitcoin's volatility, the orange is Bitcoin's price, okay? So you can clearly see, it took a toddler to be able to recognize this. As Bitcoin matures, its volatility goes down. And Bitcoin's volatility is at a point now where it's no more risky than a Tesla stock. We should not be paying double-digit rates for a loan. We should not have to have lenders that are rehypothecating, right? For the life of me, I could not understand. I own $0. And I'd have to sell my Bitcoin over the last year to live my life. And for the life of me, I could not wrap my head around why this market was so screwed up. And so that brings me to our announcement. So I personally believe the future of Bitcoin and lending is now. I think this asset class obviously started at zero, where there was no wealth in this asset. It's now over $2 trillion in market cap, meaning there is $2 trillion of newly created wealth that all of us in this room play a part in owning. We want access to that wealth. We want to get married. We want to buy a house. We have an emergency medical situation. We want to start a business, but we don't want to sell the sats. And so at Strike, we built it. So about a month ago, we launched our Bitcoin lending product. And I'm a big fan of just get the product to market. You know, I'm not a genius that predicts what you guys want and how you want it. I like getting things in your hands, opening my Twitter account, taking all the abuse that you give me, but it's good feedback. And it's like, okay, you guys want cheaper rates. You want to make sure your collateral's not rehypothecated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I told you guys, before the end of the month, I would do it for you. I promise, I'm a man of my word. I try and be. And so I want to talk to you guys about where Strike's lending product is today, because I think you're going to be really excited. First of all, no rehypothecation, okay? But yes, your collateral, when deposited to Strike, it sits with us and the partners, and it does not move. It sits in a Bitcoin address. It is your collateral for the duration of your loan. We couldn't quite make it for this announcement. We are excited for a proof of reserves version of this product, but we do not rehypothecate anything. The Bitcoin never moves. There's no yield, there's no gimmicks, there's no nothing. You deposit the Bitcoin, it sits right here securely through the duration of your loan. Okay, I want to make that, someone clip this and tweet it. I could not make that more clear. Cool? Cool. Next, yes, what about costs? I believe, and I don't want to misrepresent, so take it with a grain of salt, but I believe we are the first financial institution of our scale, size, and caliber that is regulated that is now officially giving out loans for a single-digit interest rate. By the way, if you wanted to get a home equity loan from Bank of America, it'll cost you 9.5%. We have finally found the capital and driven this market down where we can give you a single-digit Bitcoin loan. Again, it is unbelievable. I'm so proud of the team. You guys can go to our website and check out the tiers and see where you would fit in. We've also dropped our minimums all the way down to 10K, okay? And so we will serve as low as a $10,000 loan, and on a per loan basis, I could give you guys up to $1 billion, okay? So Nayib Bukele, if you're out there, you want a loan, I got you, brother, I got you. Okay, President Trump, I got you, got you. We also rolled out today multiple loans. So you can open up as many loans on Strike as you want. Think the current, we have it at 3. We're going to keep raising that, okay? Just bear with us as we scale. But the point is, you can open up a new loan to pay off and refinance your old loan. You can open up a new one at a different Bitcoin price, different terms, whatever. Multiple loans, refinancing this product. And then also, I just want to mention that Strike's a financial service, right? And so we've had customers that needed to make a down payment on a home in about 30 minutes, and they were able to do that. Download Strike, deposit Bitcoin. There's no credit checks. So, one customer called me and said, Jack, trust me, I went to Stanford. I can say, no, you don't need to prove to me who you are. I got the Bitcoin. It's sitting here in the address. Take the cash, go buy your house, right? Withdraw it easily to your bank, pay your bills, buy more Bitcoin. And so this is where the product is. We're going to bring it to Africa, Latin America, Europe, the UK. We're going to expand it, but we are beyond excited. I've almost taken it a bit personally to try and pioneer this. I really do not want Bitcoiners to have to sell their Bitcoin if they can responsibly borrow against it. So the last thing I just want to say, at Strike, we build products we want. I want you guys to know I'm putting my money where my mouth is. Now, a lot of you are like, does Strike have a Bitcoin treasury? We don't know how much Bitcoin they own. Do they actually believe in the products they sell? So I put out our financials about a month ago as I launched, another company, 21. I wanted you guys to get some transparency. Do you know some of the earliest customers of our product? Me and my company, okay? So at Strike, these are some of our financials, but Strike owns 1,500 Bitcoin in our treasury. So I'm a humble stat sacker, baby. You know that. And I want you guys to know it's for both individuals and businesses. And so hopefully this draws some inspiration for the people out in the room. If you're a business and you sweep your cash flows into Bitcoin that's compounding at 50, 60% a year, you have a capital base, a savings account that's actually working for you. If we have $150, $200, $500 million on our balance sheet at Strike, let's say I need to go get a license in Australia for $1 million. I could borrow against a fraction of our stack, go buy the license, launch in Australia. It's an amazing way, no dilution, no selling our sats, right? It's a beautiful for both businesses and consumers, and the way I use it personally is the same thing. I borrow against 2 to 5% of my personal stack. If the market goes down, I can over-collateralize. And since the product launched, I was the earliest beta customer, and I've never sold a sat since. I have not sold Bitcoin since this product launched, which is amazing. And I live on Bitcoin. So anyways, I had the vicious fiat cycle, right? And this is the one that we're trying to build. And it's not just us. There's great companies doing similar stuff. But if you could borrow fiat, keep Bitcoin off the market, that accelerates the death of this awful thing, which increases Bitcoin's utility. We're seeing Bitcoiners now tap into their capital and change the world, get married, buy a house, and it repeats, and it builds on itself, okay? So I want to tell you guys quickly, please be responsible. This is debt. Debt, it's like fire, in my opinion. It can heat a civilization, it can warm a home, but if you go too crazy, you're gonna burn your house down, okay? It's only responsible that I tell you, you got to be careful. Please be responsible. This is not a silver bullet, okay? But if we can, as an industry, continue to push and mature this asset class, make sure that hodlers do not have to face the dilemma, they don't have to part with their sats, but we can tap into the wealth we're building and continue to change the world. As my friend Ross Stevens said, life is short, take the trip. But with Bitcoin, you just get to take a better one, okay? Thank you guys.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all of the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, powered by Mara. It all comes down to this. We're approaching the grand finale of day 2 here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. 30,000 people lining up. You just saw Jack Mallers, Strike CEO, announcing a self-custody Bitcoin lending product. Here to break that down and more, we have a new all-star panel here. We've got Jeremy Rubin, Bitcoin developer, Juan Galt, business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, and Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine. Something very interesting about this product is it's not a conventional financial product, right? The idea that you can take out a loan and still hold your underlying asset collateral, your own private keys, is new and needed. Jeremy, I want to talk about your recent experience with debanking. We heard about this on stage. You experienced this in real life recently as this week.
Yeah, so I took out a loan, a non-traditional mortgage. It was an asset-backed loan, much like the product that Jack was speaking about. but with traditional finance instruments, and I used that to pay for my house. And then I got notification that they are deplatforming me from that bank.
What was the notification? Was it a call? Was it a letter?
So they sent a letter to a PO box that I check once a month. And I guess they sent it a couple weeks ago. I check it once a month. They didn't call, and then they called yesterday and said, by the way, by tomorrow you have to pay off, the loan you bought your house with.
Wow. Maybe take us into that moment. Obviously, is it resolved? It sounds like it has resolved itself.
Well, no, I'm deplatformed from that. It's a major financial picture change for me and for my family. We have to figure out, we're okay. We've figured out we're not going to lose our home. I think everything's okay in that regard. But it is a big, change of like you think you have access to certain financial products, and then one day you don't. And this is something that you plan your life around. Of say, okay, I have a product that I can, afford a certain house with. You use that product, and you say, okay, this is exactly how we'll do it. And then you find out you no longer have access to that system, and you're told that you no longer have access to that system because of the work that you do, bringing financial freedom to people.
Oh. Frank, you were on stage with Nigel Farage, currently the leading prime minister candidate for the UK. He proposed on stage making debanking illegal in the United Kingdom. Maybe talk about that conversation.
He has firsthand experience with it as well. He was debanked, and the reasons he was given was just some sort of risk associated with his fame or something like that. I'm kind of shocked to hear this, though, if you don't mind me going back to it. I thought under the Trump administration we were moving past Operation Choke Point 2.0, which was, again, aimed more at the crypto industry, the banking for the crypto industry.
Were you given any indication it was your work that was the primary?
I was given an indication. I didn't get a very specific thing, but I was told, was it something you put on your website recently that would have triggered them to look? And I publish my thoughts on my blog. It's my free speech. I don't really say anything particularly, egregious. I could understand, that you would get deplatformed if you were, a terrorist or something like that. I write about financial freedom and technology.
Juan, you deal with businesses. You're looking at these products coming out, these lending products. Are these a solution to the problem that Jeremy is experiencing?
Well, yeah, to the degree to which you're actually using Bitcoin sort of technology, I think yes. If you're using a multi-sig or some sort of cryptographic solution, yes. If it's a more trusted solution, you end up in a financial institution that is probably being pressured by political powers. That's what we saw with Choke Point in the past, and it's clearly something that the Trump admin is trying to change. They thought they changed it, but I think one of the themes that I'm seeing is, the connection between what we're seeing on the ground and what the admin sees at the top is there, but then the middle is kind of like running interference. And so, I understand that you had a contact with JD Vance as a result of this. I don't know if
I tweeted yesterday about this problem that I'm facing, and he and his team did reach out. We haven't fully coordinated on it, but I think that they're really interested to know what are the details of exactly why I was deplatformed.
Well, Jeremy, wish you luck, and hopefully you keep us updated. Obviously, a situation no one wants to see. We're about to send it back to the Nakamoto stage now. Of course, stay tuned to Michael Saylor and Ross Ulbricht to come.
Who's this?
That is Tyler Evans.
A year ago exactly. Fold, you've been public for 100 days now. Simon, you kicked us off only 13 months ago. Tell us a little bit about what year one, day one's been like running a Bitcoin strategy in the public markets.
Well, what a difference a year makes. Simon and I were up here last year, fresh off announcing the strategy, and we felt like lone voices crying in the wilderness a little bit. It's kind of shocking to both of us that it took someone 4 years after Michael Saylor started doing it to finally do it and pull the trigger, and now it feels like everyone's pulling the trigger. But it's been a great year. It's been unbelievably exhilarating for our company and our stock. It's awakened us as a former zombie, and so couldn't be happier.
Yeah, as you said, Tyler, it's been 100 days, and it's been a pretty extraordinary moment. I got to be with 40 Bitcoiners who have been building a Bitcoin company and opened the opening bell at NASDAQ a couple months ago. And it was truly surreal to see Bitcoiners opening the capital markets. It's something that I never thought would have happened, and especially because we had very humble beginnings. We actually launched the Fold app originally at Bitcoin 2019 right out of the garage. And today we're sitting on the stage, public company, Bitcoin treasuries. I couldn't have imagined the journey.
It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here. It's almost 14 months into our journey, and I have to say it's been absolutely incredible. As Eric said, he and I were on stage about a year ago in Nashville at a time when we were just presenting to the world our Bitcoin treasury strategy, and I can tell you I did not imagine we would have this level of interest and excitement. You know, we're all creating a brand new strategy here, a brand new category of companies called Bitcoin treasury companies, and this is just the very beginning.
So, yeah, let's give it up for these gents. So I was having a conversation with another public market CEO earlier this week, and he described the experience of running a Bitcoin treasury company as if you're racing in the Kentucky Derby, except you're not the horse, you're the jockey just trying to hang on for the ride while you're being sprayed with mud in the face constantly. Tell us what it's been like at the helm of these companies, especially amid the volatility in Bitcoin, in equity markets, in macro conditions. What's that been like?
That's right. It's intense. It's a 24/7 job, as you can imagine. There's just no rest, and it's exciting. So it's, you don't want to get off that horse. You just want to win the race. For us, it was really interesting because when we started, we took basically all of our cash. We had about $60 million of cash on our balance sheet, and over a short period of time, we bought Bitcoin, and then literally made the announcement. I think we bought in the 60s. All of a sudden, there was this announcement literally the next morning. They were announcing that there would finally be this Mt. Gox distribution, and Bitcoin plunged about 25%, subsequently. And I kind of looked at my board members who I had just talked into taking all our cash to buy Bitcoin, and just scared to death that they were going to rip me a new one. But they ended up really backing me and really wanting to buy more, and that's what we did. We kind of relished that opportunity to average down, and we've been doing it ever since.
Well, I feel like doing this for 12 months like these gentlemen have here is a lifetime. So I'm coming from the perspective of 100 days in, and I'd say it's fairly accurate, but I can't pretend to be an expert quite yet. I'm truly learning from many of you all here, but we've been building for Bitcoiners for 6 years, and it's been an incredible journey to build on something that you can tremendously believe in, that you could only imagine that you would have moments like Bitcoin 2025 with the world looking at Bitcoin as a solution. That was something we could only dreamed about. And so for us, having that vision, that dream, at the same time living through Bitcoin's very violent cycles of up cycle, down cycle, trying to build a business, and not only that, doing it with our customers who have dedicated themselves, their savings to Bitcoin. So it's an incredibly emotional journey. But for us, it's always been about how do we just align ourselves with our customers, with Bitcoin. And for us, that meant day one, if we're asking our customers to save in Bitcoin, that Bitcoin is the better asset to store your life savings into, we wanted to walk that same journey with them. And so it was really started at a very humble beginning, and we found along the way that Bitcoin was our ballast. It helped us survive through moments that I think other companies wouldn't have. And today we have more value in our Bitcoin treasury than all the money and capital we've ever raised as a company. And only a Bitcoin treasury company can do that. It's truly amazing.
As a former derivatives trader at Goldman Sachs, the one thing I savor most is volatility. Volatility is not something to be afraid of. it's something that can be harnessed. And so if you think of Bitcoin as a long-dated call option on the future of money, on a better money, there isn't a better input into creating value there than high volatility. And so that's something that I think is something we ought to understand and embrace and not be scared of. Now, we're all taught, in those who had the misfortune of going to business school would have wasted 2 or 3 years to learn that volatility is something that reduces your cost of equity, increases your cost of equity. It's something that isn't good for you. But in the space of Bitcoin, it's absolutely great. Now, our stock has, in the last 14 months, traded limit up or limit down 14% approximately of all the trading days. That's incredible volatility, and we can really use that to harness our ability to raise capital. And so our way to raise capital is the equivalent of the US at-the-money equity offering structure. We have moving strike warrants, and because of the volatility, thanks to the volatility, we've been able to raise about $650 million in the last 60 trading days. And so volatility is a good thing, and something that we ought to embrace and be very pleased about.
I want to come back to that harnessing volatility, but first, Eric, with your story, living through that experience of adopting Bitcoin and instantly having your conviction tested, what was that like? Where did you draw that conviction on to not only hold on, but to keep buying Bitcoin day one under the microscope as a public market CEO?
Yeah. I wanted to hide under the mattress, basically. I was looking for a place to hide. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to call my fellow board members, but I think that we have a thesis. We have a really strong thesis. It's what I think we all share this thesis, is that Bitcoin has massive upside. For us, it's digital gold. Bitcoin is at least a 10x from here, probably a lot more than that. And so if you believe that, and that's what my fellow board members really said to me, then it's just an incredible opportunity to buy more. I just didn't expect to hear him say it right then. I was a little bit kind of embarrassed, but how can you predict these things? But volatility on the negative side, like that's an example. Volatility is what's really kept a lot of companies from adopting a Bitcoin treasury standard. And as Simon's noted that, it's really, they got it backwards.
In terms of harnessing that volatility, you mentioned, Simon. I think Michael Saylor likes to say that there's kind of two kinds of volatility. There's exogenous or bad volatility, which is what you learn about in business school, that's created by poor decisions of management, that's created by a product failing or a lawsuit that drives volatility to the downside. But on the flip side, you have endogenous volatility of Bitcoin as the core asset that you can harness. So could you elaborate a little bit, how can you harness that on your balance sheet? How does it become a productive force for the company?
Yeah, so volatility is very interesting because a lot of people seem to think that Bitcoin has more volatility than a traditional business. A traditional business that I used to run has all sorts of factors that can result in things going wrong. In Bitcoin, you can very clearly define and harness the volatility that exists. And so specifically for us, we're running a volatility engine. We take the sentiment of our investors, people are buying and selling the stock. Our volatility is 180 vol, 190 vol, it's quite incredible. And so that enables us to raise capital really efficiently. And so when we raise capital in the Japanese markets, our competitors have to raise money at massive discounts to the market price. We're able to sell shares at the market. And in fact, I believe that over time, we should be able to sell shares at a premium to the market because of the volatility. And so those who subscribe to securities that we issue, they really value that volatility component. And so just think about it as the higher the volatility, the more excitement there is, there's more interest in your company. The last thing you want is to be a company that barely trades, that goes up and down 20 basis points a day. That may be good for some portfolios, but you're not going to have the outsized returns that is made possible by volatility.
Now, I know each of you landed in this seat with a very different path to the public market, operating in different jurisdictions. As of the last 48 hours at this conference, I think I've talked to probably 20-odd companies that want to become Bitcoin treasury companies all over the world. Can you share a little bit what that experience has been like? You guys make it look pretty easy.
Okay. Well, it's been great. We were talking about how Bitcoin has become such an important part of your value. And for us, that's so true. It's really helped us during a really sharp downturn in our healthcare business. So we're a little bit different because we came at this with a very strong, high margin, growing healthcare business, and it actually coincidentally kind of turned downward as we started buying Bitcoin. And so now most of our value is in Bitcoin, but we still feel very positively about our healthcare business. So there could be a time when our healthcare business is there to kind of support us if there's a downturn in Bitcoin. So we're really well set up, I think, with a two-pronged strategy. And so I think that's really important for new companies doing this to think about being able to have that buffer that you might need in a downturn on one side of your business. I think it's going to end up being a really a boon for us. And we kind of need it to be there as a ballast.
Yeah, I think when we set out and, myself, my team looked at dedicating essentially our lives to Bitcoin, it was dedicating our lives to the volatility that's inherent in that. And we had an insight, which I think many people in here do, that Bitcoin is extremely volatile, but it's volatile to the upside. And if you can recognize that, that's the opportunity that you have, that's your edge. And so for Fold, we have always positioned the company to be maximally exposed to Bitcoin, also known as the best performing asset of the last decade, and Bitcoin as the fastest growing network in the world. And for us, building a financial services company around that could take and harness the growth of the network, our customers, and the asset in our treasury, we could build something truly new. And following that path is not a straight line, because as we know, Bitcoin will throw a wrench into every plan. Into Eric's plan, it threw a 20% drop the day after he dedicated himself to Bitcoin. It happens to do that. It's the Bitcoin baptism. And so I think for us, we embrace volatility, and we've mostly done that as a private company. And I think there are companies around the world, private, that are adopting Bitcoin today without public markets. But it is a truly new game when you're a public company, the tools that are at your disposal where you can turn that up to 11. And the ability to harness its volatility, you can achieve levels that are truly amazing. You can start 12 months ago and declare a Bitcoin treasury strategy, and these gentlemen here have top 3, top 5 Bitcoin treasuries in the world. Fold today is top 20. And it's been a journey, but it's not a straight line to get there.
Well, we definitely owe a healthy dose of gratitude to Michael Saylor and Strategy. None of us would be here if it wasn't for him. He was a great inspiration to me, I'm sure to Eric, and also to Fold. And more companies are now coming to market with very similar strategies. Bitcoin is great because we all are in it together. We all want to grow together as a team. Having said that, we're also very competitive. And I think what's great is as more and more Bitcoin treasury companies appear around the world, there's going to be this great sense of urgency to acquire as much Bitcoin before the next guy does. And then for all of you out there who are looking to perhaps invest in Bitcoin treasury companies, the good news is now it'll be possible to compare and contrast. You can look at all the KPIs, look at the metrics, how quickly are people growing their Bitcoin per share, how long is the track record, how long are you buying Bitcoin, and how often are you announcing it. So those would be really good ways, I think, to be able to evaluate how your next favorite Bitcoin treasury company performs.
With both the tremendous success all of you have had raising capital from the public markets, with the flood of new deals that's been announced in the past month, with all the new entrants entering, do you think we're starting to hit a point of saturation for the institutional demand for Bitcoin? How long can this continue?
I think it's got a long way to go.
All right.
But we do need a lot of successful examples. Like, I think a lot of these companies need to succeed. I think that's really important. You know, our stock's up 100% in the last year, and we've had a tough run in our healthcare business. I can't imagine how well we would have done had our healthcare business performed, you know? And so I think it's really important if people go out and do this, that they really can perform, can put up the numbers, can show kind of, you know, shareholder value creation. I think that my personal view is that it will be difficult. I mean, it's not an easy slog. It is much harder than it looks. Michael Saylor has made it look easy, but, you know, there's nobody like him, obviously. We all know that, and nobody can replicate what he's done. But I think that we are in a scale game. I think Simon's referring to that. There is a race to scale. Scale creates unbelievable opportunities, not for financing, for owning digital real estate. It's super important, and we are definitely accelerating our pace. We're up to about $500 million of Bitcoin over a year. We'd like to be much, much higher than that.
Bitcoin is a long game, and I think we just entered the Bitcoin century. And in a weird way, it feels like we're in a sprint right now. And to some extent, you know, we're all going to win, stack as much Bitcoin as you can. But I think what we're going to see is various strategies starting to play out. What's not just going to win over the next quarter for your earnings, but what's going to win over the next decade. And we're not always going to be in frothy up cycles in Bitcoin. We will enter down cycles. And I think it's companies establishing a position, a point of view, a strategy to manage all of Bitcoin's volatility are the ones that will win over the long term. And for Fold, you know, we are absolutely stacking as hard as we can now. We've increased our Bitcoin holdings in only 100 days by 50%. We intend to continue that. But at the same time, we're building a business that passively generates Bitcoin every single day through our normal operations. Our customers are saving in Bitcoin, spending in Bitcoin, buying Bitcoin. They're building their life around this asset, and we get to participate in that journey with them. And what we found that we didn't know was going to happen, that what happens in the down cycles, what happens when Bitcoin is in the bear market, we found our customers double down. They stack more Bitcoin, they buy more Bitcoin. And for us, that meant that we've grown through every bear market. And I think that provides us a unique strategy that allows us to manage Bitcoin's volatility, not only in moments that are frothy, like right now, that we're all sprinting to gather Bitcoin, but also when we're outside of that cycle. And we'll be there stacking Bitcoin right along amongst our own customers doing the same thing. Again, it's about long-term alignment with our customers in a way that allows us to fully embrace the volatility of Bitcoin with a low time preference.
I think we're still in the very early innings of the Bitcoin treasury strategy. It's a Bitcoin gold rush. And so over the next, I suppose, 5 years, it's about accumulating as much Bitcoin as we can before it becomes unaffordable for most. I think most of the world still hasn't caught on. And the great thing about Bitcoin treasury companies is that we're all finding a way to onboard more shareholders, more investors to Bitcoin that otherwise would not have been possible. Personally, I'm incredibly excited about our opportunity in Japan. I believe we can onboard 1 million, 2 million, 5 million Japanese into Bitcoin that haven't otherwise discovered it. And I'm so honored and humbled by so many US shareholders that have come up to me over the past few days. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you. I also wanted to do a shameless plug for Nakamoto. And I think the work that you and David are doing are tremendous, supporting Bitcoin treasury companies in every country in the world. It's necessary, and it's wonderful work.
Thank you, Simon. We look forward to entering the public markets race alongside these gentlemen in short order and continuing to work together to stack Bitcoin here. So for all of those, for all of us following in your footsteps, as a management team, how do you think about creating volatility, or how should an investor think about understanding the types of volatility that you create in the balance sheet, whether that's with debt, convertibles, whether that's with Bitcoin yield, whether that's natively selling Bitcoin volatility?
I think it's critical, right? Especially when you want to tap into more accretive markets like the convert market, preferred market. It's really important to get that flywheel going, and volatility is a huge piece of that. Our volatility is 125%, which enabled us to...
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Enabled us to do a convert earlier this year that was widely oversubscribed. And so I think that's very important. I think one of the things that a lot of the newer Bitcoin treasury strategy companies, the smaller ones, are going to have to face is that issue of creating volatility, but creating liquidity in your stock, enabling yourself to have options activity. All of that is so important to this flywheel concept, and it's very, very challenging to create, and it takes a lot of time.
I mean, only being 100 days into this, what I've appreciated most is that the spirit of open source and sharing amongst the community about these strategies has been incredible. Well, everyone could hide what has worked for them, but instead what we see Michael Saylor openly publishing his playbook. We see Metaplanet with their transparent dashboards. We see Eric showing up to every conference and openly speaking about his experience. And to me, it feels very much in line with the spirit of Bitcoin. And at the end of the day, it's a game that we're all going to win together. And as we see more of these treasury companies come to market, we're going to see more and more strategies deployed, new tools deployed, and I think we're only starting to see some of the big winners. And I think we are very grateful that we aren't the first through the door, and in fact, we get a little bit of a head start because we get to see what has worked, and we're looking forward to continuing.
I just want to end by expressing gratitude to everyone who's joined, not just us, but other Bitcoin treasury companies on the journey. This is a brand new category of companies. The traditional finance has yet to understand what we're building. I think Bitcoin treasury companies are grossly undervalued, and the traditional tools to value companies like ours just don't exist. And so MicroStrategy has now come up with some wonderful KPIs that we've all adopted. There are many more to come, but with your support, I think we're going to be the biggest companies in the world. Thank you.
Amen. One final note to end on, as we're almost out of time. Now that you guys are looking back on your first time,
I think Fold has had many people believe in us along the journey in the private markets, and what I'm most excited about is being able to share this journey with the rest of the world. And so I think the thing that I've learned most is this story needs to be authentic, it needs to be real, and it needs to be mission aligned with Bitcoin and the values that we're all here to spread around the world. And I think the more we stay true to that, the more the signal of Bitcoin, the asset, but the culture, will permeate the world. And so it's be transparent and be authentic.
Very, very simple. Appreciation for your shareholders, communication with your shareholders, and transparency with your shareholders.
Stay humble and stack sats. Thanks, guys.
Naka Nation.
Bitcoin Magazine news desk presented by Mara. It all comes down to this, the grand finale, day 2 of the largest Bitcoin conference in history. You've seen it all here. Jack Mallers is raising $685 million to buy more Bitcoin. GameStop buying their first 4,700 Bitcoin. New York issuing the first Bitcoin bond or pledging to, and Pakistan and the UK pledging to launch strategic Bitcoin reserves. You're about to see something special, though, that we guarantee you haven't seen yet at this conference. Saylor Mania. We're talking about Michael Saylor, the strategy chairman who is revolutionizing corporate finance. Here to break down what you're about to see, we've got an all-star panel. We've got Zach Bradford, CEO at CleanSpark, Harry Suddick, Senior Vice President of the same, and last but not least, Frank Corva, Senior White House Correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. Saylor Mania is here, and we're about to see it. Zach, why don't you take us in? Your company has adopted the Saylor playbook. Take us in how that happened.
You know, obviously we love Bitcoin. We just prefer to mine it, but we did exactly that. We grew our HODL stack to over 12,000 Bitcoin. It's proven to be an incredibly great source of capital. Of course, the best and most finite asset to have on the balance sheet. So really excited about what Michael's about to say. He's been a champion for this entire industry, and he's leading a big charge, adding additional companies to adopt the Bitcoin standard.
Harry, last year we saw Michael Saylor come on stage predicting $49 million Bitcoin in the year 2040, laying out this vision for how corporate finance would come to Bitcoin and revolutionize the asset class. What can Michael Saylor say today that will get people excited?
I think that he has to tell us it's going to go to over 50 million.
Right,
it's the only logical accelerationist in me.
Upping the bar.
I think ultimately what Michael's done over the last couple of different quarters is he really pioneered the business by using the convertible bond strategy. Then he issued an ATM. Then
but this was a change, right? He was buying with profits from the company for a long time, and then there was really an invention period where he revolutionized the business.
Yeah, I think that what we've done really successfully is ride in his wake on being able to raise the same type of convertible note structure and plow that money back into ASICs. And so we're basically buying a Bitcoin production machine with the same financing structure and achieving a differentiated result by doing so profitably.
Frank, before you were the White House correspondent, you were on the business beat at Bitcoin Magazine. The Saylor strategy, where it's been and where it's come from. Can you tell the folks at home what they're about to see?
Yeah, like I said, I mentioned this earlier. Fold has been doing this for a long time. Other companies have been doing it quietly, but the Saylor strategy, the way that he enacts it, have the likes of Eric Semler, who was just on stage following in those footsteps. But even Eric does things a little bit differently. So Semler Scientific, they have a very heavy cash flow, that business. So they're doing work with, I think, medical products. Right. So I think you mentioned earlier, Saylor was initially taking some of the profits from MicroStrategy, buying Bitcoin with that. I think for something like Semler Scientific and some other countries out there that really have a solid business model where they have a ton of cash coming in, they don't know what to do with it, it makes a lot more sense to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. I'll take some words from Jacques Mahler. He was giving a kind of saying just be a little bit careful when you're borrowing money and buying Bitcoin with it and all that kind of stuff. I think Saylor, because he's the progenitor here, he's the first one to do it the way that he's this strategy that he's created. I think it's created something where he has the right people around him, helping to manage risk, helping to issue debt in a way where it feels like, even if there is a downturn in Bitcoin's price, it's not going to cause complete destruction. And he's the GOAT for doing what he does. He's the GOAT at doing what he does, and you have to give him credit for it.
Of course, not just Bitcoiners at home watching, Wall Street paying attention to this talk. Zach, over to you. Your thoughts on what they're looking for when they hear Michael Saylor speak.
What they're going to be looking for is to see how he is managing, to your point, the risk. And him pairing the convertible bonds along with an ATM is the great way to manage that risk. He's adding equity exposure, which means there's no debt hangover to it in conjunction with the debt, because the last thing anybody wants to see is to see this all collapse.
Right.
He's done a great job ensuring the premium stays intact, and I think that's what they're really looking to pay attention to, is how's he going to keep that premium going and how's he going to keep it climbing for Bitcoin holding companies in general too.
Harry, over to you. Same subject. $84 billion. That was MicroStrategy's most recent raise, or Strategy's most recent raise. These are massive numbers. Companies copying it. Where does it go? Corporates own 800,000 Bitcoin. What's the limit?
I think what's great is that each incremental dollar that gets raised to purchase Bitcoin is going to add value back to everybody holding Bitcoin today. So the best time to buy Bitcoin was 10 years ago. apparently the next best time to buy it is now in these markets. But ultimately, there's a huge group of individual Bitcoin holders who benefit from this trend, and each incremental Bitcoin that gets bought is going to add value back to the network.
Well, you're about to see it now. Michael Saylor, strategy chairman, the man who pioneered and started the corporate finance revolution that you've seen unfold over these last few days in Las Vegas. We'll turn it over to the GOAT, and we'll be right back. Stay with us on X, Rumble, and YouTube. This is the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk.
I'm delighted to see everybody here today. And the number one reason I'm delighted is because this speech is for you. I have traveled the world and I've spoken about Bitcoin, and I've told countries why they needed Bitcoin, and I've told institutional investors why they needed Bitcoin, and I've told boardrooms and companies and CEOs why they need Bitcoin. And I've spoken to the disembodied spirits about why our children's children need Bitcoin. But my presentation today is directed at the 8 billion people on the planet. It's the 21 ways to wealth for every individual, every family, every small business, every entrepreneur. Is not for the billion-dollar public companies, it's for everybody. And I focused for quite a while on that. So this is for you. The 21 ways to wealth. The first way to wealth, clarity. Clarity is the topic. And that clarity of mind comes when you realize that Bitcoin is capital, perfected capital, programmable capital, incorruptible capital. The significance of that is every smart person, every thoughtful individual everywhere in the world is going to want perfected capital. Every one of your enemies is going to want incorruptible capital. And all of the AIs are going to want programmable capital. The demand for this is huge. What's it worth? It's worth half of everything. Half of everything. The second way to wealth, conviction. It starts with the observation that Bitcoin is going to appreciate faster than every other asset because it is engineered to outperform. It's going to grow faster than the S&P. It's going to appreciate faster than gold. Sorry, Peter. I should say that again. It's going to go faster than gold. Sorry, Peter. It's going to grow faster than real estate or collectibles or anything else you can imagine because it was engineered that way. And that leads us to our third way to wealth. If you're going to generate wealth, if you're going to get rich on Bitcoin, you're going to need courage. And courage means wealth favors those who embrace intelligent monetary risk. Satoshi started a fire in cyberspace. And while the fearful run from it and fools dance around it, the faithful feed the flame, dreaming of a better world bathed in the warm glow of cyberlight. What does that mean? It means that a lot of people that look at Bitcoin are going to be afraid of it. They'll never touch it. They'll never benefit from it. They'll be left behind. Then others will just juggle it. They will juggle the fire. They will make fireworks with the fire. They will create trinkets with the fire. They will create magic tricks with the fire. But those that truly understand it will feed the fire. How do you feed the fire? You feed the fire by buying the Bitcoin. Buy it, take your fiat currency, trade it for Bitcoin. Take your long-term capital, trade it for Bitcoin. Sell your bonds, trade for Bitcoin. Sell your inferior equity, sell your inferior real estate property, buy Bitcoin. Feed the fire. And what will come of that? An extraordinary explosion in the network, in the power of the network. And you will have bought your ticket to prosperity. The fourth way to wealth is cooperation. And this is very important. You're more powerful not as an individual, but with the support of your family, with your family aligned around this. If you understand Bitcoin, you can act as an individual, but when your entire family understands Bitcoin, you're much more powerful. Your parents, they have credit, they have capital. You have capability, you have conviction, you may have courage. Your children, they have time, they have potential. Your 80-year-old grandfather can draw down capital from an IRA, can borrow money from a bank, has a portfolio. The secret is transfer that capital into the hands of the child. The child's got 80 years ahead of them, right? When you think in terms of how do I actually transfer money, transfer capital from the past and turn it into money for the future, it's a generational thing. So think about the family. Families that work together are extraordinarily powerful on this journey. The fifth way to wealth in this day and age is capability. And here I could list all sorts of technologies for you to master, and I thought about it. But at the end of the day, the overarching compelling observation is you need to master artificial intelligence if you would be wealthy. When in this day and age, in the year 2025, you have at your fingertips an array of accountants. You have a group of lawyers. You have a set of professors, historians. You have at your fingertips all the collective wisdom of every great entrepreneur. You have everything that I know, everything that any other CE knows. All you have to do is go to the AI, put it in deep think mode, plug in all of your circumstances, all of your hopes, all your aspirations, all of your problems, and then start to query it and then engage with it. I tell all my executives, before you ask a lawyer, before you ask a banker, before you ask any expert, go to the AI, ask the AI, make it think. Grind the silicon overlord. Okay, this is very important because many of the suggestions I'll give you next, they were out of the reach of the working man. They were out of the reach of the middle class. You could say, yeah, those sophisticated trusts or those sophisticated legal constructs, that's great, but I don't have the money for that. I can't afford to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. And let me tell you a secret. I have dozens of lawyers that work for me, thousands of lawyers I've employed, spent hundreds of millions of dollars on lawyers. The first thing I do when I have a question is I go and ask the AI. After I do that, I argue with it. It tells me no, I ask a different way, I threaten it. I ask it to give me a solution. I find a 95% solution, I find the solution, And then I take that solution, I send the link to my management team and my lawyers, and I say, look, I solved the problem, this is what I want to do, give me your execution plan, and then I give them anywhere from 2 to 5 days. If you're feeling charitable, give them 5 days. If you're in a hurry, give them 2 days. If your financial advisors, if your accountants, if your lawyers, if your executives can't, if anybody, your friends, your family, if they can't figure it out in 2 to 4 days, they're going to get exited from the gene pool. Change the lawyer. Change the whatever. If someone said, I can't use the telephone, I can't figure out the web link, you sent me a book, but I can't read, you would find someone else to work with. This is very important. You know, the path to wealth is through capability, but 2025 is the year where every one of you became not a super genius. Every one of you is collectively 100 super geniuses that have read everything the human race has published. If you have the humility to ask for help from the AI, don't put your ego first, put your interest first. Your family will thank you in years to come. The sixth way to wealth is composition. Construct the legal entities that scale your strategy and protect your assets. What do I mean by that? I mean that you can go and borrow money against your 401k, and maybe you can make an investment in an IRA, and maybe you can construct an efficient insurance policy. Perhaps you're going to want to put together a dynasty trust in Florida that's good for 300 years. But you may find that you want the timeless dynasty trust out of South Dakota that lasts forever. The normal reaction would be, I don't know how to do any of this. But my observation today is, ask the AI, figure it out, because if you figure out the appropriate legal wrapper, the corporate container, right? And by the way, I'm not giving you the exact answer, because if you live in UAE or Singapore, it's a different answer. And if you live in North Dakota, it's a different answer. And depending upon who you are, it's a different answer. But what I am telling you is, you go to the web, you fire up your AI and you start to ask it, it will give you a customized answer. So you can work hard or you can work smart. But I gotta tell you, you work smart, you'll go 100 times as far, it'll be a lot easier. 10 years ago, someone would have said, it's just too hard, it takes a year, you know, the lawyers are too slow, they're too expensive, and you would punt. Not this year. This year, everybody ought to be as smart as the most sophisticated, you know, mega billionaire family would ever be. You can have the same legal advice they get. You can have the same efficiency if you decide to pursue it. Lucky number 7. The 7th way to wealth is through citizenship. Choose your economic nexus, domicile where sovereignty respects your freedom. What does that mean to you? Well, it depends on who you are. Everybody's circumstances are different, but I give you a simple prompt. Go to the AI and ask, what are the 10 best states in the United States for people that hold Bitcoin? Now go to the thing and say, why don't you rank every country in the world based upon my intention to hold Bitcoin or invest in it? And then describe your circumstances, and it will give you answers. And I would encourage everyone to think about it, because it's different living in Florida than living in certain other states. We like Wyoming. We have the Bitcoin senator from Wyoming. Thank you, Cynthia Lummis. I like Florida, I'm from Miami Beach, but you have to figure out where, at the state level, at the county level, at the city level, at the country level. Think deeply. It's not about this year, it's about this century. Where are you and your family going to be for the next 100 years? Your grandchildren will thank you. 8. The 8th path to prosperity, the 8th way to wealth. It's through civility. respect the natural power structures of the world. If you go on safari, don't wrestle with the lions. Don't try to out-stubborn the elephants. You know, don't fall off a cliff while you're taking a selfie on a hike. Respect gravity, respect the force of nature. I think everybody understands that. But what I would say beyond that is if you would generate wealth in the Bitcoin universe, think about the way the world is constructed and just remember, you don't have to topple your least favorite government in the world. You don't have to change someone's religious beliefs. You don't have to topple any particular system that exists in this world. You need to choose your battles, right? Respect social norms. Don't fight unnecessarily. You're just dissipating energy, right? Whenever I look at the world, I think there's 100 things I'd like to change, and then I think the world really only cares about my opinion on one of those things. And the likelihood that I'm going to succeed in changing the other 99 things is not high, right? If you would generate wealth, figure out what you're going to do, focus on the thing, and be civil. Oftentimes you'll meet people that have different religious beliefs, different political beliefs, different economic beliefs, different cultural beliefs than you. Strive to find common ground with them and move forward, because the inflammation and the distraction just slows you down as you move to the future. So civility, it will do you well. The ninth way to wealth is through corporation. A well-structured corporation is the most powerful wealth creation engine on earth. So you're an individual. What's my suggestion? You go to that AI and you figure out how to create a company, whether it's a small company or multiple companies. Companies have advantages. They have special access to the banking system. Companies have special rights in every business. Companies come with legal immunities. Companies come with duration. Companies come with tax efficiencies. Companies come with all sorts of efficiencies. They're more creditworthy. Companies can sell equity. Companies can finance the future. A company could look out 30 years, project, and then draw the economic energy back to today and invest it now. Individuals can't do that. So as much as it is admirable to be an individual, right, there is no shame in being a company of one or a company of a family. I would think about what is your path. If you look at the hierarchy of the world and you're ranking it, it's the individual is at the bottom of the hierarchy. The family is more powerful. The partnership is more powerful still. The small, mid-sized private business is more powerful still. The large private company is next. The small public company on an OTC market is next. Then a public company on a large capital market, then a public company on NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange. Then there's the seasoned issuer in the US capital markets. And at the very top of the pyramid is the well-known seasoned issuer in the US capital markets. There's a few hundred of them in the world. What can you do when you crawl to the top of that pyramid? You can file a registration statement and sell $1 billion of securities in 6 hours. That's what you can do. I want that for each one of you. I want you to reach your full potential. And incorporation is a start to that. And now, can you give me slide 10? My clicker is jammed. Thank you. The 10th way to wealth is through focus. Just because you can do a thing doesn't mean that you should. I have done lots of things. I am 60 years old. One of the reasons that I have embraced Bitcoin with the religious passion and the ideological fervor that I have is because I had the opportunity to do things in my 20s and my 30s and my 40s and my 50s. You know, and what you find is that it's very challenging to change the world operationally. Most of my great ideas I thought were infallible, but it turned out that they didn't work out the way I thought they would. In fact, if you invent a new product, a new service, a new whatever, there's a 90% chance over 5 years it'll fail. If you invest in Bitcoin on your balance sheet, there's a 90% chance over 5 years it'll succeed. As I push out to the 30 or 40-year time frame, there's a 99% chance every operational idea fails, and there's a 99% chance every financial idea that rests upon a foundation of Bitcoin succeeds. So don't confuse ambition with accomplishment, right? Keep in mind that the property company, the company that owns the Bitcoin, is looking at a 30 to 60% ARR every year. You're growing 30, 40, 50% if you do nothing. Now think about every operational business, your restaurant, your hotel, your whatever. You get up on day one of the year and then you're gonna grow the business 30% every year for the next 20 years. It's been done by 7 companies. We call them the Magnificent Seven. There's 400 million that tried. So in this particular case, make sure that when you come up with a strategy, focus on it. You know, don't get distracted. The 11th way to wealth is through equity. What does that mean? It means share your opportunity with investors willing to share your risk. A company can do this. An individual cannot do this. Metaplanet has done this. Metaplanet went from 10 million to a $5 billion market cap with the partnership of their equity investors. Without their equity investors, they're nothing. My company went from $1 billion enterprise to a $100 billion enterprise with the help of our equity investors. What are you doing, right? You have the company, you have the strategy, you offer them the opportunity, right? What you're really, if you're a dentist and you make $200,000 a year in cash flow, you can buy 200,000 of Bitcoin every year for 20 years. And that's not a bad idea. You'll be the richest dentist on your block. But you can incorporate the dental practice, get it valued at 5 times cash flow, get $1 million value, sell 33% of it for $500,000, take the $500,000, invest in Bitcoin today, wait a year, raise another $500,000 at a double market cap, 2, 3, 4 times NAV, invest that, wait another year, raise $3 million, invest that, you'll be the first billionaire dentist on your block. And what did you do differently? You partnered with someone else and you cut them in, right? That's what Strategy's done, that's what Metaplanet's done, that's what Similar is doing. You can do it. The 12th way to wealth is through credit. What does that mean? It means there are a lot of people in the world that are afraid of the future. There are a lot of people that want to protect their money or they want a small yield. In Japan, corporate bonds yield 50 basis points. In the US, investment-grade bonds yield 500 basis points. When you as a corporation give creditors certainty, you give them a fixed coupon, you give them a fixed dividend, and you give them seniority in your capital structure, you turn that risk into yield. You're giving them certainty, security, yield, and what you're getting back is the capital. The world's full of people. I'm a retiree, I want a guaranteed 8%, I don't want to lose my money. If you give them that proposition, you're going to get the money and it's going to compound at 30 to 60%. The worst case is you're capturing the 22% spread, but it's compounding up with all the capital up front. And so credit sometimes is a bad word, but at the end of the day, you as the individual creating a company can create credit. If I want to be the billionaire dentist on the block, I incorporate, I sell some equity, I sell some of my future, I get the stock up, and then I go borrow some money, or I sell a preferred stock or some instrument to someone that wants less risk, less return, more certainty, and I rock back and forth. And the goal is not to take $200,000 of cash flow a year or $50,000 of cash flow a year and invest over 20 years. The goal is to accelerate 100 times as much money through proper financing on my corporate entity now and invest it in the world's greatest asset, which is Bitcoin. So here we have 13, way 13. 13 is not always a happy number. I use the word compliance. You should create the best company you can create within the rules of your market. Every market is different. But think about this. Public companies have special rights. They can issue equity and debt. Trust companies have other special rights. They're more tax efficient. Insurance companies have special rights. They can reinvest annuities and they can assume risk and they can create very tax efficient vehicles. A broker-dealer has special rights. An exchange has special rights. The bank has special rights. A bank can take $1 million of capital and print $20 million worth of fiat currency. They can lever 20 to 1. Okay, that's an advantage. So while compliance sounds like a difficult word, if you create a company and you understand the rules of the road in the market you function in, you can create a special, very, very productive enterprise, and then you can use the power of that enterprise in order to raise capital, invest in Bitcoin, and create wealth. So it's more intricate, but if you have the talent to do it, you know, it will allow you to go faster and further. 14, capitalization. Your goal is to raise and reinvest capital relentlessly, as fast as you can, as much as you can, as fast as you can. The velocity compounds the wealth. So, you know, you create that practice, the small hotel, you incorporate, you sell 10% of the equity, you buy Bitcoin, Bitcoin goes up, the value of the hotel goes up, you sell 20%, you buy more Bitcoin, the value of the enterprise goes up, you borrow a little bit of money, you buy Bitcoin, the value of the enterprise goes up. You're continually raising capital. You have cash flow, you buy Bitcoin. You have treasury assets, you buy Bitcoin. You have a house that doesn't have a mortgage on it? Okay, well, good for you. You could borrow money at 6%, invest it at, it's been going up 80% for the past year. So you can capture, even if you look at a 30 or 20% ARR, you're borrowing at 6, you're investing at 20, you're capturing the spread, it's compounding. This is a race to capitalize on Bitcoin. He who has the most Bitcoin at the end of the game wins. Communication. No one's going to give you money if they don't trust you. The creditors won't give you, they won't take or give you a loan, they won't buy your bond, they won't buy your preferred stock. The equity investors won't buy your stock. No one will do business with you, employees, vendors, they're not going to trust you. You must speak with candor. You must act with transparency. You should repeat that often, using every modern digital channel. You don't need a complicated strategy to build wealth in the Bitcoin universe. You simply need a straightforward one that everyone else understands. Once they understand what you're going to do, they will support you, and then they will make you successful. So communicate. Way number 16 is commitment. Don't allow yourself to be distracted. A lot of people discovered Bitcoin before me. People discovered in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014. And then they went on to build Yo-Yo Coin. And then they went on to build the thing to juggle the Bitcoin. And then they went on to write the book about how smart they are about having discovered the Bitcoin. And then they created the business and they got a board of directors that made them sell the Bitcoin. Right? So commitment to the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is the idea. Don't feed the trolls. When people cack at you online and tell you you're stupid, don't argue with them. Don't chase, by the way, don't get distracted by your good ideas. Don't chase your good ideas. Satoshi gave you an idea worth half of everything on earth. The most common mistake entrepreneurs make is they fall in love with their own idea and then they chase it. You have the world's greatest idea, the greatest idea in the history of the human race. It's there. You're living during an age where the majority of the planet doesn't get it. All you have to do is figure out how to capitalize it right now. But there will be a million other ideas. Don't fight lost causes. Choose your battles. Don't try to fix stuff, beyond your reach. You might have an opinion about this and that and the other thing, and it might make you really mad, and you might be burning about it, and you might think, this is just awful. All that is true. I agree with you. But the truth is, the world probably doesn't care what you think. And unless you can stop the war yourself, and if you can stop the war, you know you can do that, then you should focus on that. But if you can't, then don't take your own success for granted. Avoid dilutive distractions. Way number 17, deliver consistent, precise, reliable execution. Be relentless. Don't take your customer for granted. Don't take your security for granted. Don't take your success for granted. Laser-like focus. The world wants perfection from you. Or when I first got to DuPont, they said, you are allowed up to, but not including, one mistake. Okay, so maybe you think you can juggle 10 razor blades and do 20 things while you opine on 50 topics on Twitter X, right? The person you're competing with is laser-like focused, and the marketplace will shift to whoever is laser-like focused. '18, adaptation. Over a long enough timeline, every counterparty will fail, including you. Over 100 years, everybody you trust, every bank, every company, everything, every structure that works now will fail. You will need to adapt. A wise person is prepared to abandon their baggage at several times along the road of life. So be prepared, have a plan, work it now, be monitoring it every quarter, every year, and at some point, when that is no longer the right path, don't be ashamed to change the path. Have a succession plan, keep your affairs in order. Way 19, evolution. Build on your core strengths, leverage your strongest assets. Your goal is graceful evolution, not radical mutation, right? If you happen to have skill in a culture, in a capital market, in a thing, you want a business that grows based upon leveraging that. When you get over your skis or you decide to go do something in a totally random new area, the risk of that execution goes up by 100-fold. Way 20, advocacy. Inspire others to walk the Bitcoin path. Become an evangelist for economic freedom. The more individuals, corporations, governments, institutions, cities, leaders embrace Bitcoin, the more likely you are to succeed, the more likely they are to succeed, the more likely Bitcoin is to succeed, the more likely the human race is to succeed. '21. The way to wealth is through generosity. When you are successful, and you will be successful, get up every morning and spread happiness, share security, deliver hope to those less fortunate than you. You found the path first. You found the way first. You should spread good karma. Make sure that you're delivering that to your employees, your family, your friends, your customers, your investors, and your community. They will see that glow. They will respect you. They will support you. They will be inspired by you. They will follow you. It's good for you, good for business, good for Bitcoin, good for the world. And I'm going to end with this final thought. You know, 16 years later, and $2 trillion of proof later, and after who knows how many millions of pages of wisdom have been delivered to the world, I'm able to give you this speech. But someone much greater than me, Satoshi, with none of that information, with none of that proof, with none of that time, said this many, many years ago, the most important 12 words in the English language. It might make sense to get some in case it catches on. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I'm here because of all of you, and I look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. You just heard Michael Saylor's 21 Rules to Wealth. You're about to see the grand finale here of Bitcoin 2025. He created the first global free marketplace. He was arrested and sentenced to a double life sentence. 11 years later, he was pardoned by a president, resurrected by a global monetary revolution he helped to start. We're talking about Ross Ulbricht about to take the stage. We've got a panel here to break it down. What you're about to see is history. We've got Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, Juan Galt, business reporter for Bitcoin Magazine, and editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine, Aaron Van Werdum. Aaron, the Ross Ulbricht cover of the Freedom Issue. We're about to see Ross take the stage right now. Take us into the emotion behind this moment. There is a packed audience in there that's about to see something they've never seen before.
Yeah, no, this is truly a special moment. If there was ever a Bitcoin legend, you know, Ross is certainly one of them. I think many, especially sort of OG Bitcoiners that have been around for a long time, heard about Bitcoin for the first time through Silk Road. I'm one of them. You know, friends of mine were buying stuff off Silk Road. That's how I heard about it. That's why I got here. To see him being freed after all these years, you know, it was really a Bitcoin community effort, I would say. You know, the Bitcoin community rallied behind him all these years, kept him on the radar, and he's walking around as a free man. Now he's here.
They drew pictures, they sold art, they wrote poems about Ross. You're about to see him, we're about to hear him speak. His first ever Bitcoin conference appearance, his first ever speech at one of these events. Frank, can you tell us about this moment?
It is emotional, and I also want to say, I just want to give a shout out to Shinobi, a member of our team, who's written about Ross, cares about Ross as well. He's represented by Mr. Meeseeks here, not to make light of the moment. Just want to say it with the rest of our team here. Shout out to Shinobi over in Oslo. But yes, back to Ross. It's surreal. I think with so much happening so fast in Bitcoin, it's emotionally hard to process. I think consciously we can say, yes, this is an absolutely wild moment. It's one thing for President Trump, now President Trump, 1 year ago, to say, I will free Ross. I'll do so on day one. He relatively did so. He did it within the first 2 or 3 days. It's another thing to see it actually happen, and I think to get a full pardon and to know that Ross, I saw him walking around backstage, kind of couldn't believe my eyes. It just totally surreal. Because what happened here, right? Like the Bitcoin community, we banded together. We didn't forget about someone who really was, who showed what the use case for Bitcoin was 11 years ago or 12 years ago, whatever it was. We didn't forget about him. We stayed true. We got a president in office thanks to the work of David Bailey and everybody that petitioned Trump to make Ross a priority. It happened.
We're now looking at live at the main stage, a packed audience, people filing in to see Ross. Want to talk about the weight of Ross Ulbricht's appearance that you're about to see. This is someone who brought the cypherpunk spirit to the online commerce community. He created a website that was one of the most successful products of its day. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, Ross is a legend because he was one of the first entrepreneurs to understand Bitcoin. He was a visionary. He saw the vision. He implemented it in a hostile environment. He demonstrated that Bitcoin can work in a hostile environment, a very technical and deep hostile environment. And he introduced Bitcoin to the market and to the world. And I think it obviously brought a lot of people in. A lot of people are multimillionaires thanks to Ross because they were buying weed on dark web, 15 years ago.
Well, you can see Ross has an emotional letter in the newest Bitcoin magazine on newsstands now, the freedom issue. Aaron, can you speak a little bit about putting together this issue, knowing that it was going to lead to this moment, knowing that Ross was going to take the stage and that he would speak to us for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, when he got freed, it was actually your idea, Rizzo, that we should, credit to Rizzo, that Ross should be the new cover star and that we should focus on freedom as a topic, right? Bitcoin is freedom money. It allows anyone to pay anyone else anywhere in the world for anything they want. Ross showed us a very, radical version of that. But like one was pointing out, like it really showed the potential of Bitcoin. Silk Road needed something like Bitcoin to operate it. Bitcoin had these unique features that Ross was able to leverage, like no one before him, really.
One of the most successful Bitcoin entrepreneurs, of course, was building when Bitcoin was 10 cents. Frank, what do we want to hear? What does Ross need to deliver here? Or does he need to deliver anything?
I think his presence alone is going to speak volumes. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe him break down. I think most of the people in the audience will also do the same. Might kind of have a bit of a contagious effect where that's what happens. I don't know. I just think, generally speaking, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of gratitude, thanking the audience.
We're going over to the main stage. I hear now that we've got a special poetry reading to set the stage for what you're about to see. History at the Bitcoin conference, Bitcoin 2025. Ross Ulbricht about to take the stage.
Drawn by our imaginations. It doesn't care about our flags or our affiliations. It won't acknowledge differences. It sees no separations. It won't discriminate by city, state, country, or continent. It has no opinions, no beliefs, no language, and no argument. It doesn't have one. It doesn't want to change your mind. It doesn't have a strategy or legacy to leave behind. Bitcoin is the truth, not my truth, or your truth, or even our truth. It is the truth. It is math. It is not an opinion someone has, it is a fact. It is a bridge between the future and past. It is a way to make our value last. It is a bank account in cyberspace away from any central banks or nation states that print the fiat currency, devaluing what people make. And make no mistake, it's no mistake. Money represents time. If they expand the supply, your money's worth less over time. which means your time is worth less over time. Inflation is a consequence of legalized crime. They are stealing our lives. That's how the system's designed. So every year, a dollar made and saved is losing, what, a dime? And this adds up over time as purchase power declines, which makes stock markets rise next to unemployment lines. And even if we get ahead, we're always one step behind because we're underneath their bottom line. We're hypnotized until we only follow dollar signs. We put ourselves in debt on credit lines and borrow just to fund our picture-perfect lives. We borrow why? So we can buy something that we don't like, impressing people we don't like, then put off paying full price until the interest rates are hiked. We wind up paying twice, but 2020 brought us hindsight. It's like the blind leading the blind, right? They sent us checks that we paid for ourselves after the supermarket doubled all the food they put on shelves. And since everything's financialized, everyone's incentivized to spend their cash on assets or invest in something centralized. It's getting harder to survive. But we're distracted because the revolution's televised. It's interactive because the world is dematerialized. It's all online, so they feed us lies in real time while we pretend we feel fine. But Bitcoin doesn't care. It doesn't brag, it doesn't boast. It doesn't want to drive a Lambo next to the Amalfi Coast. You will never make it happy. It's not up when it's up. It doesn't have a fragile ego or a need to be loved. It doesn't want a moon. It doesn't want to mine with diamond hands. It just does block after block. It has no other plans. You will never hurt its feelings. It's not down when it's down. It doesn't want your validation. It just solves the next equation. And that's what makes it so special. No one controls what it will be. Is it a global store of value or digital property? Is it the internet's first real native currency? Is it all of the above or something we have yet to see? Because no matter what it is, you can't deny that it is free. And isn't that democracy disguised as a technology? Isn't that a tool to tackle rising inequality? Isn't that a moral reason to be using energy? Imagine you're in Venezuela and the bolivar is tanked. Imagine you're in Argentina and they're running on the banks. Imagine you're Ukrainian and watching incoming tanks. You either stay and fight or leave with only what your bags can bring. A refugee without a home, without a land, without your things. So you carry all you own as you flee with your beliefs. But now imagine you had everything you'd saved inside your mind, so you can take it with you even as you leave the rest behind. You can store it on a USB or memorize a line so it redefines the very meaning of the word mine. See, strangely, no one's noticed yet, but BTC is the only tech without a CEO, PR team, or offices. That's why maxis market through obnoxious memes and call it work. Bitcoin is a decentralized global monetary system protected by an incorruptible software that's defended by a distributed network, which is hard to fit on a shirt. Let's go with Bitcoin is hope, or have fun staying broke. It's like a digital immune system that's protecting the host, but the host doesn't care. It never has, it never will. It doesn't celebrate success. It doesn't want to close the deal. It's not on your side or my side. It doesn't have a side, so it's on every side, which makes it an idea that will never die. Thank you so much for listening. My name is NQ. God bless.
I was there during Bitcoin's early days. Back then, Bitcoin made me feel like anything was possible. Bitcoin was open to everyone, right? That's what I loved so much about it. It was like it leveled the playing field. When the idea of Bitcoin really clicked for me, I got so excited. I thought, with Bitcoin, I can try to do something that actually makes a difference.
This call is being recorded and is subject to monitoring. Heading up to decline the call or to accept, dial 5 now.
This is Ross Ulbricht, calling you today from prison, from a maximum security federal penitentiary. But if nothing changes, I'll spend the next few decades in this cage. Then, sometime later this century, I'll grow old and die. I'll finally leave prison, but I'll be in a body bag.
Ross is condemned to die in a cage for his role in a free market online website, Silk Road, where the means of exchange was Bitcoin. Silk Road was the first proof of use of Bitcoin and proved that it was actually could be used as money.
The irony is that I made Silk Road in the first place because I thought I was furthering the things I cared about. Freedom, privacy, equality. But by making Silk Road, I wound up in a place where those things don't exist. Today, I challenge you to set your sights on the hardest problems. I challenge you to shine Bitcoin's light into the darkest places. I challenge you to set us free.
And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. Today I repeat my pledge to commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. It's enough. It's enough.
We are now projecting that the next president of the United States is Donald Trump.
The Fox News Decision Desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th President of the United States.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump today signing a pardon for Ross Ulbricht, the creator of a dark web marketplace named Silk Road.
Last night, Donald Trump granted me a full pardon. I'm a free man now. So let it be known that Donald Trump is a man of his word.
We're rolling. Okay, we're good.
There's a lot to talk about, and I look forward to re-engaging the free world. And so once I'm feeling up to it, we'll talk again.
Hey, gang. So I'm not in a prison cell anymore. Yep. I'm standing on this stage right here in front of you. On this exact day, May 29th, exactly 1 decade ago, I was standing in a courtroom in front of a judge. On that day, that judge gave me 2 life sentences plus 40 years without parole. I was just 31 years old. If she and all the others behind my prosecution had their way, I would have grown old and eventually died, still in prison. Instead, I'm here with you. Just a few months ago, I was trapped behind those prison walls and didn't know if I would ever get out. And now I'm free. I'm free, and it's because of you. You made this moment possible. Can you feel that? Let that sink in. You did this. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you're not alone. You are part of something much bigger. This is bigger than Bitcoin. This is bigger than crypto. Freeing me took many, many people from all walks of life coming together and saying, this is not right. It took many people just like you saying, we care about freedom. And keeping somebody like Ross in a cage until he dies is a threat to freedom itself. It took President Trump recognizing that an injustice had been done and that so many of you demanded that I be freed. I am so thankful that we elected him and that he is who he is. Yep. He's a man who does what he says he'll do. He said he would free me, and he did, period. He's a man of integrity. So a few years ago, when I was still in prison, trapped and desperate, I spoke to you at this conference through the prison phone. By show of hands, how many of you have heard the speech I gave at Bitcoin 2021? Okay, probably about 20% of you. In that speech, I wanted you to understand what it means to lose your freedom. I wished I had known before I created Silk Road, before I risked my freedom. So those lessons that I had to learn the hard way, I wanted to give to you. I lost even more of my freedom because of that speech. The prison threw me in the hole over it for a while. And when they let me out, they put me under heavy surveillance for years, all the way up to the point that President Trump pardoned me. But you know what? I'm glad I did it. I am. Connecting with you that day felt so good, because it was like a small part of me had broken beyond the prison walls and escaped, if only for a little while. So today is the mirror image of that day. Today, I want you to understand what it means to win your freedom. Winning your freedom. Winning your freedom feels as amazing as losing it feels awful. And I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that because when it comes to freedom, we're not there yet. There is still more freedom to be won. Yeah, there's still more work to be done. And I'm talking about freedom beyond what anyone, anywhere, has ever had. It's going to be incredible. And it's going to be worth fighting for. I wish you could know what it felt like to take those first steps out of that prison and into freedom. I truly wish you could be overwhelmed by such a huge wave of freedom all at once. In that moment, feeling that, I knew all the years of effort, all the pain, all the struggle, it was worth it. And here's my point. Freedom is worth the struggle. Now, if you can believe it, I actually got used to being in prison. After so many years, it just became normal. In order to keep my head and stay strong, I had to accept what had happened to me and where I was. I couldn't fight it every moment of every day. But there's a danger in that. The danger of complacency. I found that we can lose the desire for freedom. We can get used to our chains. We can forget that they're even there. David Bailey put it in perspective for me when we were talking about me coming to speak at this conference. He said, Ross, you took Bitcoin from 0 to 1. And while you were in prison, we, the community, all of you, we took it from 1 to 10. But we still need to go from 10 to 100. He's right. I mean, look at the last 14 years and what a wild ride it's been. When I launched Silk Road, buying a whole Bitcoin would set you back less than $1. Pocket change. Can you imagine that? Now they're worth over $100,000 each. Back then, there was just one exchange you could buy them on, unless you wanted to scour message boards or go to local meetups. Now it seems like every app I download has a built-in wallet with one-click buying options. There are dozens of new cryptocurrencies and blockchains, each one fascinating in its own right, and thousands more I'll never have time to learn about. There's DeFi and Web3, and now there's AI to help me navigate it all. It's nuts. I effectively went into a time capsule in 2013, and now I'm coming out like Rip Van Winkle. I mean, just a few months ago, when I walked out of prison, I'd never seen a drone. I had never experienced AI. I still haven't. Sorry, VR. The headsets, yeah, haven't done that yet. I had never chatted with AI. It's all hitting me at once. The freedom, the new technology, the fact that I have a future again. It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I was in prison and now I get to live through this incredible time with all of you. What a blessing. What a miracle. What a gift. So, when it comes to new tech, I feel like I'm way behind the curve. But I'm starting to suspect that maybe we're all feeling that way, at least a little bit. I mean, everything's moving so fast right now, and it's kind of thrilling to imagine where it's all going. But that question remains. How do we take the next leap? How do we go from 10 to 100? Because of the speed, because of the chaos, it's more important than ever to stay true to our principles. It's easy to lose sight of principle when everything's happening all at once and there's 1,000 things pulling your attention in every direction. Principles should be simple and few. And today I'd like to mention 3. Freedom, decentralization, unity. Remember, yeah, you got it. So remember those 3: freedom, decentralization, unity. Let me take you back to before I created Silk Road, back in 2010. I wanted to have some magic mushrooms on hand to sell through the site, so it wouldn't be totally empty when I launched it. But I didn't want to get them from a friend of a friend or whatever because I didn't want to get caught. Look how well that turned out. So instead, I rented a cabin outside of town where I could grow my own. But when I showed up at the cabin, I found that there were 7 wasp nests tucked in all the corners of the front porch, with one big one hanging right over the front door. There were wasps everywhere. They were swarming in the air and crawling all over the nests. The cabin was totally uninhabitable, and the wasp infestation needed to be taken care of. But I didn't want to call an exterminator or involve my landlord for obvious reasons. So I was on my own. But I remembered a trick that my father had shown me when I was a kid for removing wasps. What he did was he got a towel and spread it out in his hands, and he got as close as he could to the wasp nest. And then at the last moment, he darted out, wrapped it up, and cinched the towel closed. The wasps couldn't sting him through the towel, and they couldn't get out. So incredibly, it worked. So there I was, on the wasp-infested porch. My heart was pounding as I prepared to do what I'd seen my dad do. Like many things I've done in my life, I wouldn't try this one at home. So I selected the nest that was furthest from the others because I didn't know if the other nests would come to their aid and sting me. I spread out the towel, got as close as I could, ready to flee if I had to. But when I wrapped up the nest, nothing happened. It was as if the other wasps didn't even notice. So I was able to go around the porch and carefully remove each wasp nest one by one until there were no more wasps, not even the big nest over the front door. So, why did I tell you this story? Let's look at what made the wasps strong and what made them weak. And remember, freedom, decentralization, unity. The wasps were strong because they were free. Each wasp could act independently, and it was impossible to keep track of so many individual wasps. A sting could come from any direction. Freedom is our strength as well. In prison, my every move was monitored and controlled. I was constantly dominated by the system I was trapped in. I had no freedom, and that made me weak. But with freedom, we have choices. And with choices, we become unpredictable, just like the wasps. Choice is the essence of freedom. Any one of us could create the next piece of liberating technology that empowers the people of the world. And compared to the constraints I lived under in prison, there's very little standing in our way. Bitcoin doesn't work without freedom. Bitcoin's power comes from the fact that any one of us can mine if we choose to. Any one of us can generate addresses if we choose to. Any one of us can send Bitcoins to anyone else. We are all on equal footing with Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, we are all free. Losing so much of my freedom really helped me understand what it is and why it's so important. There were times when I had lost so much freedom, I couldn't even choose what position to hold my body in because I was cuffed and shackled so tightly. In those moments, I understood that freedom is not a binary switch that is either off or on. Being outside a prison's walls does not automatically mean you are free. And being within them doesn't mean you're not. Because even in those moments, I had choices. I could choose to resist, or I could choose to accept. I could have a peaceful attitude or a belligerent attitude. I could let the people taking my freedom get to me. Or I could find joy deep down inside where they couldn't touch it. In those moments, finding joy in just being alive, that was my victory. That was how I kept the torch of freedom burning. Next, the wasps were strong because they were decentralized. 7 nests were harder to handle than just one. Had they all been in one big nest, I would have simply removed that nest without worrying about the other wasps coming to sting me. Decentralization is our strength as well. We can argue all day about how things can be more decentralized, and those are good arguments to have. But as a principle, decentralization is the goal that we strive for. Bitcoin's strength is in decentralization. Bitcoin lives on the internet, which is itself decentralized. Anyone can run the Bitcoin protocol and connect online. There are people from every corner of the globe, people we will never meet, validating and mining the blocks that make up the blockchain. There are scores of wallets and exchanges spread out all over the world. And because Bitcoin is decentralized this way, nothing can stop it. Nothing. It's true. And if that wasn't enough, there are countless forks and blockchains all riffing off of Satoshi's original design. And this too is a form of decentralization. So long as we are free to choose, we want as many of these experiments going on as possible. The strong will survive, and the system as the whole will become more robust and able to adapt. With decentralization, there is no single point of failure. That's a lesson I learned the hard way with Silk Road. But despite their strengths, despite being free and decentralized, the WASPs were weak because they lacked unity. Any one of those WASPs was free to come sting me, but none of them did. They were decentralized, so they had the opportunity, but none of them took it. Had a single WASP dared to come sting me when I reached for that first nest, I would have fled. Those things really hurt. But they didn't. Thank God you are not WASPs. And I was put in prison for life. I was isolated and weak. I was stripped of everything, had nothing to give anyone. But you didn't abandon me. You didn't forget me. You wrote me letters. You raised money for my defense. When I was silenced, you spoke up against the slander and the smears. And in the end, when I didn't know if I would ever get out from behind those thick iron bars, you even got President Trump to see that Bitcoin is the future. Yeah, you did that. You got him to see that decentralization and freedom are our future. You said Ross is one of us. You stayed united. You said, we want Ross out here with us. You said, free Ross. You did this. There were days when I thought I would die in that awful cage. But somehow, that spark of an idea that was Bitcoin back in the early days, that idea I risked and lost my freedom for, it grew into a movement so powerful that more than a decade later, it came back around and freed me. It's just incredible. Now, in prison, sadly, the prisoners tend to divide themselves into factions. Resources are scarce, and isolated individuals can be preyed upon, so groups tend to dominate, and there are conflicts between the groups. Unity among the prisoners is lost. It's a very difficult environment to navigate, and I didn't understand it at first, but the guards, the wardens, the prison administration, they actually like it that way. They like and encourage the division. Now, why would that be? You've heard the saying, divide and conquer, right? Well, there's a corollary to it which says divide and rule. Prisoners have already been conquered, so it's the job of the prison to rule them. And it's easier to rule when your subjects are fighting each other than when they're fighting you. The only times I saw the wardens show respect to the prisoners was when we were united. When we all wrote letters with a unified message, they showed up and listened. When we all went on hunger strike together, they showed up and listened. Unified, we stopped being treated like objects and started being treated like men, like equals. Unified, we were able to stand together and demand the respect that we deserve. So, how does this apply to us? We can argue all day, but please, never see each other as enemies. Those that oppose decentralization and freedom love it when we're divided. I promise you. So stay united. So long as we can agree that we deserve freedom and that decentralization is how we secure it, then we can be united. We can have each other's backs, just like you had mine. Freedom, decentralization, unity. Stay true to these principles, and the future is ours. Thank you. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
What's up, everyone? You know, someone just pointed out to me backstage that 10 years ago, the price of one Bitcoin was $233. And 10 years ago to this day, Ross Ulbricht was sentenced to 240 years in prison. 10 years later, the price of one Bitcoin is over $100,000, and 10 years later, Ross Ulbricht is free. This community can do anything. Anything we set our minds to, we can go make happen. Thank you for being a part of this week. Thank you for coming to Las Vegas. I'll see you all next year. Go and party. Ciao.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
You just watched Ross Ulbricht, founder of the Silk Road, speaking for the first time as a free man, talking about the freedom he lost and has now gained. His words, "You didn't abandon me, you didn't forget me. When I was silenced, you spoke up. You got President Trump to see Bitcoin as the future. You said Ross is one of us." His message, one of unity. We've got a panel here to talk about and react to the history we just saw. We've got Frank Korva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, Juan Galt, business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, and Aaron Van Werdum, editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine. We just watched something truly special and unique. A person who contributed so much to this industry come on stage and speak for the first time in 11 years to talk about the change he's experienced. Aaron, what are your thoughts and reactions?
Yeah, no, that was great. You know, we always talk about Bitcoin as this project that cannot be shut down, right? Even if governments would try to ban it, they shouldn't be able to. That's sort of embedded in the design of Bitcoin. However, individuals can still be targeted. And Ross was, of course, a great example of that. An individual that was targeted and went to prison. But, you know, as he pointed out in his speech, it's really inspiring to see that as a community, we can even fight back against that. And we can even try to help these individuals that are being targeted in that way. So yeah, I think it's a beautiful match of this Bitcoin spirit that we see in Ross being free as well.
Juan, some tearful moments. Ross almost on the verge of tears as he recounted some of those events. Your reaction as someone who knows the importance of this moment for the community?
I mean, I'm just reminded of this quote that says pretty much every great innovation and revolution, the first guy through the door gets shot. Arguably, that was Ross Ulbricht. I personally have friends who have now passed away that would think about, okay, how do we get them out? You know, they really cared about this. So I think this is a very special moment for libertarians, and I'm looking forward to seeing the future of Ross as he finds his footing, as he sort of introduces himself to the world that knows him very well, and decides now that his future story rather than what was imposed on him.
Frank, the message here that Ross was so clear about, unity. This is a industry, a technological movement that has been at times deeply divided, divisive, they've gone after each other like the wasp that he spoke about. Can you speak to this aspect of what you heard and this call to action?
Yeah, it reminded me of the first night someone ever described Bitcoin to me. It was I think it was the first week of January 2018. I was a little late to the game compared to some of you. But it was just, he described this concept of all these developers working together in this community, just pushing it forward, no company behind it, people doing it because they believe in the protocol. Obviously, we have the financial incentive to hold Bitcoin, as we talked about. You know, Ross even touched on the price here. It was under $1 when he started Silk Road. We're trading in over $100,000 today. But this idea that the incentives are aligned, that we're all working together, and then on the social level, which is some of the work that we all do as people in the media, but on this other social level of joining together and not forgetting someone that was the first person through the door, as Juan said, and saying, no, no, we're going to do this. And I think David Bailey once told me, he said, you know, I don't think we have the power right now, and this was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. He was recounting this. He said, I don't think we have the power right now, but there's going to be a point where Bitcoin hits this critical mass where we're going to be able to petition whoever is in charge in the United States to get a pardon for Ross. That became a reality. It has to be overwhelming for David. Ross himself, Ross's mother, who fought for 11 years, who led the charge. We all stood behind her. It's just a wild moment. It's going to take me a while to process.
Aaron, there are markers of division here. The Skull of Satoshi. This was an artistic rendering designed by a cryptocurrency company to attack Bitcoin. How does Ross's speech affect you, or how do you make? What do you make of his call to unity, given the context of the industry and its bitter fights?
That's a good question. I mean, it's a nice ideal to strive to, but I mean, disagreement will also always exist. I think that's also, you know, part of being a human being. You're going to disagree. You know, people are very passionate about Bitcoin, about cryptocurrency in general. I think a lot of people wanted to succeed, but then if they do have differences of opinion on how to get there, then, you know, debates can get heated. But yeah, at the end of the day, we're in this together, I think.
But this was a triumph of the Bitcoin and crypto communities, if we're going to divide them with this. And in the middle, there were, as much as there were Bitcoin donations raised, there were DAOs that were started, there were NFTs that were sold. Juan, is Ross alluding to this, do you think? Do you think this colors his thoughts?
Well, it certainly applies. I mean, I have a lot of crypto, not maxi friends that are huge Ross supporters. So yeah, this is a lot bigger than just Bitcoin. It's definitely a greater sort of libertarian movement thing. And you know, as libertarians, we enjoyed the sparring of intellectual debate, but I think it's important to remember that at the end of the day, we have to defend freedom on principle, even if we disagree on tactics or what we like to do with that freedom. If we fail to defend the capacity for freedom, then we all fall together.
Frank, you're familiar with the fault lines, the community, the tribal nature. Ross comparing this maybe to his prison time, or at least maybe that might be an undertone to the speech?
Yeah, it definitely is. But there's actually, if you don't mind me commenting on something that was going on here, and something that you just mentioned about the division between the Bitcoin and crypto crowd, I've been actually really happy to see people coming together with the Samurai case and Tornado Cash case, not saying, oh, whatever, they were developing Tornado Cash on Ethereum, we're going to forget about those people, and understanding that this is open source technology. These are developers developing freedom tools, tools that activists around the world use on a daily basis. I speak with many of them. Some of them were here at the conference. So these are tools that people need to preserve privacy, to make transactions in ways that can't be made through traditional markets, things that have to happen across the globe digitally that couldn't happen otherwise. So I do think it's really important. We often, we use these words like S-coiners and this and that. We demean other people. What really underpins the Bitcoin is this idea of freedom, right? If people want to use other technologies, that's up to them. We obviously have our Bitcoin-only thesis, or a Bitcoin, at least very, very Bitcoin-first thesis at Bitcoin Magazine. But when it comes to open source development, Ross had a quote. I wanted to say it if you don't mind. Sure. Any one of us can create the next piece of liberating technology. I loved that quote. I wrote it down because I think we're also seeing things branching out in terms of Nostr, decentralized communication, social media platforms. We don't know what comes next. We know that Bitcoin is probably going to be incorporated with it, but I think keeping an open mind, seeing what comes next, it's going to be an important part of the story moving forward.
Well, another undertone, I think, was Ross clearly sees this as an industry that's going to grow, that we're at the beginning of something. Did you get a sense, Aaron, of where Ross sees the future?
Well, I mean, it's interesting, from his perspective, as he pointed out, that, he was like in a time capsule, right? He went into the cage when Bitcoin was $1, well, a bit more, I guess. No, yeah, a bit more. It was $1 when he started Silk Road, and then it was probably
$400,
something like that. And then coming out 10 years later when it's over 100K, that must be that must be quite something. And I'm assuming that in these 10 years, he probably didn't get a lot of information about Bitcoin either. So it must be overwhelming for him to, learn about everything that's happened in 10 years.
Well, it must be surreal also for him to be at this conference, right? There's so many demonstrations. He talked about how far the technology's improved, opening an app and seeing that you could buy Bitcoin. This was something that wasn't possible during his time. Juan, Frank, your thoughts on where Ross sees the future of Bitcoin and crypto?
I think I like this suit, ironically. I think he wears that orange tie very well.
It did set a specific mood.
Yeah.
For the talk.
It does, and I appreciate that he is being patient with explaining maybe what he's thinking of doing. I'm sure he's gotten a large, I'm sure he's got a long list of offers of different things he could do, and as far as I can tell, he hasn't really doubled down. He had the opportunity to make an announcement today. He didn't. He told us, he gave us a moral to a story, and he gave us an encouragement and a warning. So I appreciate the wisdom he's displaying, and I'm looking forward to following his story. I'm looking forward to his future.
Frank?
To comment on that, I think he talked about how it's actually overwhelming everything that's happening on a technological front, AI, Bitcoin, and he even talked about other blockchains. I think a lot of us feel that way, but it obviously has to be amplified for him. I've had some conversations with David about this, and I think David's doing the best he can to sort of just introduce him to some of the people who are creating technology in the space. No pressure, just, hey, this is what this guy's doing, this is what she's doing over here. Any interest in working with them, piggybacking on what they're doing, working together. And I think he probably just needs time to feel that out and figure out what feels right for him. If this is even the space that he wants to continue to do work in, who knows where he wants to go. He's, I would imagine, he's been out of jail for some time at this point, but he probably still needs some space to decompress and figure out what's right for him.
Yeah, he's obviously like a visionary and a very talented, guy. So it will be very interesting to see where he takes it from here.
Ross Ulbricht's first public speech as a free man now in the history books. We'll go to a short break. The final moments of Bitcoin 2025 coming up.
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
$100 billion. That's how much custodial Bitcoin-backed lenders lost in 2022 alone. We decided to build a better solution, one that doesn't require you to give up self-custody, Lava Loans. Lava Loans is a non-custodial loan product that gives you cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. Lava is the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin. Try us out today.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all of the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2025. The final moments are here, and thanks to all who stuck it through our 3 days of programming across X, Rumble, and YouTube. You just saw Ross Ulbricht's first moments as a free man, but certainly one of many announcements that shook the Venetian here in Las Vegas over the course of the last 3 days. Trump Media buying $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin, or raising to buy that much. 21, Jack Mallers' new company doing the same. We saw New York City promising to launch the first Bit Bond, government debt backed by Bitcoin, and Pakistan and the UK pledging to create strategic Bitcoin reserves. Here to break it down, to recap, to get you excited for Bitcoin 2026. Next year, we've got Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent. You saw him on stage with Nigel Farage earlier. We've got Adam Swick, Mara's chief strategy officer, and Aaron Van Werdum, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine. Where do we begin? The last 3 days have been a roller coaster of emotions. The highlights. Adam, you're new to the stage here. Let's bring you into the conversation. What sticks out to you as the highlight of Bitcoin 2025?
Yeah, sure. The lights of Vegas shine bright, but Bitcoin managed to shine a little brighter this week. Lots of excitement. I know people were poised, and you just read off several highlights, looking for one or two big ones. You know, more what stands out to me is people, weren't saving any big announcements for this, because they're so busy just cranking them out. It feels like this industry is building quicker than ever before. It feels like there's more excitement than ever before. People came into this with huge hopes. People are leaving with even bigger hopes. I think this next year is going to fly by. I don't think we'll see people saving announcements for next year at Bitcoin 2026, but I think we'll be looking back at 10 years worth of work is going to happen in this next year.
Well, I haven't forgot from my list the vice president, sitting vice president, J.D. Vance, taking the stage and making history. Frank, in all the moments, we've really seen a lot. There's been government adoption, corporate adoption, individual adoption. Talk about the technology. What sticks out to you as a defining moment of this conference?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we didn't mention the vice president of the United States speaking, and I think just to clarify for the audience, once again, last year when we had now President Trump here, he was on the campaign trail last year, so this was technically the biggest political figure to ever speak at a Bitcoin conference. And I know that sounds a little bit strange to some people who came to Bitcoin because it's the separation of money and state, but it doesn't mean the state is never going to have something to say about Bitcoin. And after what we dealt with the Biden administration, I would prefer that the state do things like what Nick Begich is doing, Senator Lummis is doing, putting through bills that are going to preserve the rights for Americans to hold their private keys. So a lot of parallels we saw at this summit, or at this conference, talking about American values, right? Self-sovereignty, American values, and how they align with Bitcoin values. So yeah, I think there's a cautious optimism, right? Politicians are here. People have mixed feelings about politicians, and everybody's entitled to that, right? People in power. It's something that we have to obviously be wary of. But I think more important than anything, being at the table to have a conversation, being able to influence that conversation. We did not have that ability under the last 4 years. We obviously have that ability now after seeing all the guests from the political class that joined us, and I think this is a good thing.
Aaron, your journey as a reporter starts in 2013. You've come a long way. You've seen a lot of Bitcoin conferences. What sticks out to you as the defining moment of Bitcoin 2025?
Oh, for me it is Ross, for sure. Like, for me that feels like a culmination of 10 years of work to make that happen. Something that Bitcoin community and me personally have been very passionate about. It is incredible to see him actually free on stage. I thought his talk was great. It was a special moment. For me, that stands out more than anything else, for sure.
Well, we've seen big news, big announcements, but we're in Vegas. There's parties, there's the atmosphere. So the folks at home, they've seen the stage content. They haven't seen the litany of after parties. It feels like several a night at nightclubs, at different venues. Adam, let's go over to you. Your favorite nightlife moments across Las Vegas this week.
Honestly, some of my favorites is I've been to Vegas many times before. It feels like a big city, feels like you get lost, but just pretty great. Everywhere you walk, running into somewhere you know. It felt like a very small city this week with a lot of like-minded individuals here to celebrate, here to look to the future. And so honestly, some of my favorite memories, just walking up and down the strip and being shocked at how many people I bumped into that I wasn't expecting to. Great to have so many people in one place.
Well, very different from Nashville, very different from Miami. Frank, where would you rate Las Vegas on the list of cities that has hosted the Bitcoin conference?
I don't know if I could put it in those terms, but I could say the experience was an 11. I was talking about this with Aaron. Las Vegas is a ridiculous place. It's just a ridiculous, overwhelming, electrified place. And this conference was the biggest Bitcoin conference ever. If you spent all day sort of trying to figure out everything that was going on here, you would have needed 3 weeks. There was no possible way to fully wrap your head around this conference. So it was sort of like you had to just dive in the same way you sort of experienced Las Vegas and just go for the ride. That's what the conference was. You just had to be here, strap in, not feel like you were going to get everything done and talk to everyone you wanted to see, ride the wave, see where it took you, and just sort of have fun in the process.
Yeah, there was a strong sense that you really just couldn't see it all. There were parts of the venue that I was even just discovering today that were, huge structures, mining equipment, demonstrations. There was even a kids camp with a bouncing castle that I got to today. Aaron, no stranger to nightlife. What were your favorite highlights from the week?
No, but you are exactly right. I think that's always an important thing that I do like to mention on the live desk, is that there is the main stage and there's the talks there, but the conference itself is more like an experience, right? Like there's multiple stages, there's all kinds of craziness going on. There's ball games, there's the whale area, and then there's all the side events and all the other parties you can go to. And then this year it's in Vegas even, which, as if it wasn't crazy enough yet, now it's in the craziest city in the world.
You can walk out into the casino. Well, expectations high for Bitcoin 2026. Tickets now on sale, bitcoinmagazine.com. You can go and get in early. Ticket prices will rise over time.
Pete, can I actually, just a quick correction if you don't mind. I think there's still free passes available,
are
if
there?
I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So yesterday we announced that there's going to be, I think, free passes for the next 48 hours for people who had a general admission ticket to Bitcoin 2025. I believe we have a QR code on screen. Okay, we have a QR code on screen, so if you want to join us here at Bitcoin 2026, scan that QR code, get a ticket, and book your flight to Vegas.
Yes, by definition, prices will only go up. So he was
denominated in Bitcoin, certainly. Bitcoin 2026 expectations will be high. 2024, we saw Trump take the stage. We just saw Ross Ulbricht. Where do we go from here, Aaron?
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to top, Rizzo. Well, you're a creative guy. How do you top?
Well, I certainly, you can think of the list of celebrities that haven't been here are thin. I would say Elon Musk has to be toward the top of the list. I would say someone from the IMF, maybe, or the international, maybe the United Nations coming to make a speech. Aaron, we can always go bigger, right?
Can I give a shout out to Natalie Brunell? Natalie Brunell walked over to this live desk last year in 2024, and she's looking around. She's like, where do we go from here? She's like, do we invite Taylor Swift next year? And she sings a song about breaking up with fiat. I was like, that was a banger of a one-liner. So shout out to Natalie for that one.
Adam, your thoughts quickly before we have to say goodbye.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of corporations. Maybe that's the theme between now and there. And so maybe next year we'll look around and see a lot more traditional brick and mortar
Warren
stores.
Buffett.
That would be another great one. I'm not setting my sights there, but it'll be a nice swing by. And so I'll conservatively say a lot of maybe not finance corporations will be here, which will make it be a pretty big excitement because so many people have their finance hat on, but seeing some non-finance folks here, I think will be a major win.
Or Steak and Shake type business.
Yes, Steak and Shake was a very, I loved walking by that booth as much as I could.
We'll look forward to Jamie Dimon's keynote next year. Bitcoin 2026 sure will be full of surprises. Thank you all for joining us. If you've been watching for 3 days on X or Rumble and YouTube, feel free to go to bitcoinmagazine.com. Pick up the latest issue of Bitcoin Magazine, the Freedom issue with Ross Ulbricht on the cover. Thanks again for joining us. This has been Bitcoin 2025.